What's up, everybody?
Day 2 of Masters London here at the Copper Box Arena. The future of Valorant is on show today. We got 2 matches, 4 teams, and a whole lot of cracked aimers. I'm your host, Victoria, joined by Minnie and Billy and Bambino. You're looking a little different.
Yeah, you know, cut my hair rapidly. Of course, it's me, Bambino, once again. I'm back on the world's shortest desk. I'm the only one who's tall enough to manage here. So
I was going to say, he's looking a little tall.
Okay,
No?
This is Big Time, the
Fine.
Pacific Analyst,
I'll get off the
ex-Global
box.
Esports. Get off the box.
I'm
Get
on
off
my
the
real
box.
height, yeah.
This is the real height. We're actually, to tell you the truth, all of us are on boxes right now. This is actually VCT's shortest desk collectively. But welcome, Big Time. Really happy to have you here. I see you're supporting your twin brother today.
Yeah, I got the FUT jersey on. You know, I think you got to have that family pride. I got to rub it. Even though Pacific is in my heart, I feel like I was raised in Pacific. I think family has to come first. I had to get the jersey off today.
Oh, I love the loyalty there. Now, for those of you who are watching at home, Masters London will also feature Shot Call. It's our live Twitch extension that lets you predict what happens next during the broadcast. It's available on desktop via the Twitch extension, so get it. You get rewards if you predict
here
right.
we go.
We're going to do map predictions, clutch predictions, and Achilles usually wins these things out, so see if you can beat him and get the rubbish title, I guess. That's the way to go with this here. Yeah, it's been a fantastic event so far. Yesterday, we did have a 2-0 situation, but, you know, it kind of went along with the predictions, I think, for the majority here. But as we always have at VCT Masters event, we usually have some cool stuff happening around outside. So let's check in with Frankie to see who's hanging out at the Fan Fest.
Jake, thank you so much for letting me just basically steal your job, because I've always wanted to sell merch, because surely you get to keep some of this, right?
For what I sell, I have to wear stuff to sell it. People like seeing how it fits, what it looks like on you to sell. So I might get to keep it at the end if I'm lucky.
Maybe you get to keep the little wingman. Also, I'm amazed at how the wingman is staying on Jake's shoulder. It's like a little parrot, like you're the Long John Silver of Valorant.
All right.
Apparently
Let's see.
There's a trick to us, right?
It's a little magnet. Little magnet.
Don't really care about this. Let's talk about the teams that are playing today. We're gonna start with FUT Full Sense. Actually, hold on. Let's do a quick little look at where we are at. We've got so far 2 for 2. Nice, very easy. 85% of all predictions got it right yesterday. I've got Full Sense and GE winning today. And then I changed my predictions a little bit. I've got GE and LEV both getting out of the groups. Full Sense not making it. So that's kind of a hot take, I think. We'll see what happens there. This was funny to me. Yes, we've only played 4 total maps, but we have no duelists in the top 7. Top 6, sorry. So it's a duelist meta, but nobody's playing duelists. Just kidding. It'll be fine once we get a few more games.
Sweet. Should get one more for the other shoulder. I think that would look fantastic. Yeah, a little wingman on your shoulder there. That activation is happening outside our VCT Masters venue. Now, let's talk about maps, okay? Typically, there's one team, maybe 2 teams that dominate on certain maps historically. So let's talk about King of the Map. We're going to rank the orgs, the teams here on each of these maps. So let's start from left to right.
Ooh, let's see.
This is just for the Swiss map pool too.
For Ascent?
I think the obvious answer to here is LEV. I think they're probably the best team at the tournament on that map.
That makes
it's
sense.
extremely unpopular, but the way they're playing with all the traps
probably
and the chamber setups, I
GE.
think is beautiful.
All right, Lev.
Probably GE.
Okay. That's fair. You guys,
Yeah,
Fracture.
I hear it. I mean, I think there's an argument for Turkish Ascent. You know, I am wearing that jersey, but I think Lev is a very solid choice.
Fracture.
Coming in already.
It has to. That's why I'm here.
All
Not
right.
sure. Maybe
Mr. Bias. What do you
energy.
think of Breeze?
I'm taking over the bias once again. This is global esports every day of the week. They're the only team running that Sage. I think they're innovative on the
This
map,
is
and I think
probably-
they looked rock solid on it. So I'm hearing no arguments. This is a global.
I mean,
esports map.
I would go for NRG personally. I think their harbor
Not
usage,
sure.
the post plants and retake understanding of the map is beautiful, but I'll let you have it.
For
This is
those of you
actually
who
probably
don't
GE
know,
too.
Big Time was also the assistant coach
This is
for Global
probably
Esports, so there's
Vitality.
so much bias happening.
There's no bias. There's no bias.
This is
All right,
probably.
Fracture. Fracture?
Okay, I'm gonna go with no team deserves it. I don't think there's a single
Probably
team that's
energy.
impressed me in this Swiss stage. I think at the event I quite like Heretics, but
Yeah, I
if
think-
there's a Swiss
I'm
only,
not sure about
I
Lotus,
think the map's come
honestly.
back into the pool and people seem to have forgotten how to play it. You need
Just
to push out
Heretics?
the map a lot, and
But
Maybe
they're a
full
playoff team, so we
sense?
can't even put Heretics.
I
So
mean-
I think right now it is quite literally a case
What's
of
up, Seven? How are you?
someone prove to us that you're good on Fracture. Hopefully we get to see it today.
Yeah. Well, I would have said Paper X, not Heretics, but okay.
yeah, but
okay.
they're good at every map. It's-
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Okay, so no one for Fracture until proven otherwise. Let's go into Haven then. What do we have for Haven? I know you love Breach, so maybe a team with Breach mini.
Yeah, of course, Breach. My hot take here is DRG. I know a
That is
team
a hot
that
take.
people like think is going to lose a lot, and maybe they
That's
do, but I really
crazy.
like their Haven. I think the Waylay understanding and the pushing out of the map and gambling on defense, I think DRG Haven's pretty spicy.
Okay. All right. Well, you. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you, Billy. I think there's good theory there. I think we yet to see it in full potential, though.
All
Of
right.
course, yeah.
Let's move on to Lotus. I think normally I would put XLG. A little,
After yesterday, maybe not so much.
maybe a little nervous
Yeah.
yesterday. What do you guys have for Lotus?
I'm coming in swinging with the bias once again. This is full sense through and
Oh,
through.
yes.
Since they swapped back to, now they're
Yeah.
playing the Jet, the Raze in
Yep.
combination. The map looks so fluid for them, and it's big enough for crews to be able to call effectively. I'm thinking
That's
full
what I
sense
figured.
every day here.
Yeah, I think Cruz understands the limitations of the comp too, just sending it quite a lot. and
Yeah,
just
I think
overrunning
this should be an
competition
N,
looks
and
really good.
then
I agree
that
with
makes
one.
sense.
Well, are we gonna put them on Pearl as well then?
No. We're gonna put Vitali on Pearl here,
Yeah.
I think.
Okay.
Man,
think
I
that-
should be on this desk.
Yeah,
I've gotten
lots of
everything
different
right
area
so
in there. I
far.
think that they just understand the theory of this map so well. I think specifically on that defense as well, their macro looks great, the little micro plays that they have set up as well. Yeah, I think for me, I'm putting Vitality and Pearl. They're also flawless in it in their region domestically.
EMA Pro is very strange though. We'll have
It
to
is
see how that plays
very
out.
strange.
I think it should
But
be
I'm
full
standing by
sense,
it.
but okay, we're gonna stick to Vitality. Split, also bias, or maybe not. I would also put an APAC team like Global Esports. What would you guys put?
We were having a discussion about this. I think it was Levitan that we kind of wanted to put in here. Minnie kind of mentioned the double
Interesting.
composition, double duelist composition that they play, the fact that they're playing a Phoenix on that map as well, trying to play against that teams have struggled with. So I would stick Levitan on.
No, I think it's
All
GE.
right. Lev it is.
Yeah.
Pretty good. I see. 2
Although I don't
shots
know
for
what
Lev.
GE is gonna
That's
play
a
on
really
Split.
good sign,
I'm so curious to see
for
what
the
GE plays
team,
comp-wise
and
this
they are
this
playing
event.
today. In fact, let's look at the Swiss stage brackets and see how things are shaking out. Yesterday, we got to see XLG face NRG and
So
Vitality
after today,
versus
we're gonna
DRG.
have the
Vitality
random
looked
draw for the
so
next,
on
I
form
assume.
yesterday. I think this was the best form
Which will
of
be
Vitality
super
I've seen in
interesting.
a little while.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see 3 aces come out from 3 individual players throughout that series. I think for China, it's looking a little bit tough. I think that in saying that, though, the kind of opponents that they had to go up against when we consider the people that are in this Swiss stage, those were probably 2 of the tougher opponents that they had to face.
GE
It's
will
just
play Haven?
unfortunate that it had to be on that very first day because now they find themselves in a spot where
We'll
they really
see.
need to win out these next games.
Let's
Yeah, everything is going to be on the line for them now tomorrow onwards. Now today, it's a very exciting day. We've got 2 Pacific teams playing today, and for the MasterCard fan poll, we kind of had to do it. Please vote on whether you think Pacific is going to go 2-0.
Let's see. Let's actually look at the maps real quick. So here's FUT. I'm only looking at stage 1 because they had a different team for stage 2, or for kickoff rather. GE, we can look at the whole year. Stage 1 was a little bit down, honestly, in terms of their win rate and stuff. But you can see their Breeze is really good. Their Pearl was solid, and they were kind of weak on everything else. But recently, they played well. So if we look overall at the whole year, we've got solid Breeze. We've got decent Haven. They beat Zeta, Gen G, Nong Shim lost to PaperX and Carex. I think they'll probably still potentially play that. Lotus has not been great. Granted, 2 of their losses are to PaperX. Pearl, not great recently, but I think they'll still play that. Split has not been great recently, but again, has been pretty solid overall. I'm curious if they play Ascent. Fracture, we haven't really seen. It wasn't good against KRX, but we'll see. On the other side of things, FUT, again, looking at stage 1 only. Their Haven has been good. Their Ascent is always scary. Turkish teams are always good at Ascent. And then other than that, everything is a little bit kind of weak. So I kind of expect GE to maybe target. I'm going to assume that Pearl gets banned. Maybe GE goes Lotus or Split. I think maybe Lotus is the way. Although both of those losses are to Heretics. So, I mean, I guess if the same team beats them twice, that's definitely like a blueprint for Frost to maybe copy. I'm very curious to see what FUT does with their comps.
Is phenomenal, but his movement here, you can see he's dodging and weaving around. He's tapping this crouch button. He is impossible to kill. It doesn't matter what gun
oh,
he's
you're right.
using.
It is
he's got
Lev.
the rifle, he's got the operator.
It is Lev. I'm dumb. Okay. Okay, Lev. You're right. Yeah. Ascent will be banned for sure. Breeze will be banned by Lev 100%. I think this is going to be a very easy veto, actually. Breeze gets banned. Ascent gets banned. GE probably picks Fracture or Pearl. I think Split maybe gets floated, or I wonder if there's a chance where I think GE probably wants them to pick Split, would be my guess. They probably want them to pick Split. 3 times against G2. I mean, this is so much footage to learn from. If you have 3 maps of the same teams playing against each other, you get to see all the stuff that they are doing and adjusting. I bet that is like a gold mine. So GE definitely wants this map in the pool. I could see them picking it. I could see them floating it. Pearl has been, again, losses to G2. You could also see Pearl. Maybe GE picks Pearl, actually. Maybe. I don't know. The map pool is going to be really interesting. I think it's definitely advantage GE, actually. I think map pool is advantage GE.
You have to trash talk, but okay, good luck. Okay, trash talk on the stage, okay? Okay, thank you.
That is the most premium.
Bind is not in the pool, bro.
I swear, every time we
Bind
talk
hasn't
to him,
been in the
that's what
pool
he
for
says. He's
several
like, you
months.
just have to wait and see. And I'm like, can you stop saying that? Because we know what you're gonna do. Talk your trash.
This guy winds me up, man. Somebody get him an ego, please. He's that good. He should be trash talking. I want to see more chirping from him.
He needs to learn from Sop. Like, Sop doesn't say a lot either, but the little he says, he's just like, yes, I am better than them. Like, he just does that.
I would take that. At this point, for me, I would take it.
I don't know about that impersonation, I'm not gonna lie.
It's like he's here on the desk.
Not kids.
All right, well, one thing we can definitely agree on, like you were saying, Minnie, that Primi is one of the best in the world, if not the best. But who do Primi and Cruz think will dominate Masters London? So they're going to rank who they think is the best, together with Tombas, who got to catch up with them earlier.
I could actually see.
Hello and welcome to
I could see
Crown the
Lev
King.
picking
As you
Lotus,
can see,
maybe.
I am joined by Primi and Cruz, and we're going to be taking you through a bracket of 8 players to decide who is the king of Valorant. That's ultimately what we're doing here. So, guys, if we could bring up the bracket, Cruz, once it comes up, I'm going to be starting with you, and I want you to tell me where you want to start in this bracket. Like, who is standing out to you? If that's an easy slam dunk victory.
Chronicle.
I'll probably say Rians and Neon.
Primi,
Like, obviously, Neon is
Rians.
new, talented, but like we haven't seen him done much, so I couldn't really say that he's above Rians at this point. For now, I'll have to say Rians.
Okay.
For sure.
That's
It's got to be Ethan.
Premi, I'm going to be honest with you. I think you already know what one I want you to answer. There is currently your first matchup, which will be coming up, and someone's already starting to put your name in the bracket. I like that. Premi, who are you going to choose? Is it you or Sop?
I choose myself. I think Sop just play 1 year. I mean this year, and I play already 2 or 3 years, so I choose myself.
Okay, okay. Where should we go?
Breeze
next?
is definitely
I'm liking
getting
the
banned.
look of,
Breeze is
Khan
for sure
versus
getting banned.
Ethan.
Zero
I think that's a
chance
real
left.
tough
Leave
one.
Breeze in the pin.
Two-time champ, a champ MVP facing off against each other. Maybe the best player from China. I think almost inarguable.
I think this is so unfair. Like, I think people overlook how important it is to have like an IGL. I'll probably have to give it to Ethan.
Okay.
Because I don't think it's an easy task to win 2 world titles. Yeah.
And then on the other side, Chronicle versus something I think might be also, because again, completely different roles, but very, very talented players.
I'll have him answer this one.
Okay, what one are you going for?
I choose Chronicle.
Okay.
I think because he win a lot of trophy and yeah.
If Paper X were to win here, would it maybe change your mind?
Yeah.
Yeah?
If they win this master, I think change my mind.
Okay, so then it comes down to, well, do you know what? We'll go back to you, Premier, again. You versus Chronicle. They're baiting you into putting yourself. What do you think? Are you confident that you're a better player than Chronicle?
Right now, maybe no, but in the future, maybe.
Okay.
Okay. Right now, I choose Chronicle.
So you're humble. I like it.
Yeah.
Humble king.
I get you. So then is the next one a bit easy then? Because one player always finishes second and the other one won 2 champions. So I feel like you kind of set this up that if you don't pick Ethan, you're going against your own rule.
Yeah. It's going to be. No, it has to be Ethan. But now the problem.
You've set yourself up here. So is 2 champions worth more than 3 trophies?
I would say so.
Should we go back and just put Primi in the middle? No. Yeah, there we go. No, I like that. I think it's an impossible question.
There's
And
literally
let's
no
either
way
of you
that
have
Lev allows
Are you
GE to play
100% on any
Breeze.
of them, or do you just want to leave Primi as the king?
Yeah.
I'm going to just leave Premier.
There you go. We've left Primi as the king. We have crowned the king in probably the weirdest bracket possible. Thank you guys. And yeah, what would your bracket be like? Let us know.
I think the end result was fairly where I would have landed. I can't believe he went against Kron. He was like, oh, Kron.
That's against the spirit of the game. You can't be dodging the question like that. I want the hard answers from Primi.
I think it's more like he knows that he hasn't done the things that these other players have done. Maybe if we just asked him, is he better mechanically, then maybe he'd be a bit more ego, but I don't know. Is he like that at all, or is he just always?
He doesn't seem to have much ego about him, to be honest. I want more ego from him. So I think I respect, I think you have to put Chronicle ahead of him just from trophies, just from
let's
sheer
write this up
international
here.
success, because that is what truly is missing from Primi.
And I noticed Cruz was picking Ethan there.
There
And
we
he
go.
has
FUT.
definitely a thing for IGLs. He said it back in Pacific, the team he wanted to face most was Fnatic because of Boaster, and that he feels that he structured his team, grew his team very similar to the way that Fnatic did.
There's definitely an empathy for any IGL. It's like coaches too, like we empathize with each other, we sympathize with all the hard work that goes on behind the scenes. Like there's a lot more that has to be done than just shooting, and a lot more hard work. So I think that there's always going to be that bias towards it, and I would agree with him that the IGLs just matter so much.
Yeah, some teams just don't even have
FUT
them.
ban,
But on the teams that
Breeze.
they do, they
Wait, hold on.
definitely do matter. Speaking of empathy for coaches, their opponent is FUT today, which includes a team of, a coach staff that includes
we
your
forgot to look
brother
at Full
there.
Sense.
Now, FUT was on a struggle bus at kickoff, but they
Full
completely turned
Sense.
things around in stage 1, especially after signing
Pearl,
Soft
Lotus.
and Sociable, and
Yeah,
they
I
brought
think
in a
Lotus-
new head coach, Vlad.
Yeah, I mean, this really does feel like the new era of FUT. We're getting to see that proper
Ascent gets
Turkish
banned
valor
for
that
sure.
we've been long awaiting from this roster. basically participating in those kind of
FUT
contact plays
bans.
and always looking to set themselves up with the duel. I think adding SOP and Sociable has been key to their success here, especially when you consider Sociable only just starting to IGL in Tier 1
Probably
whilst
Pearl.
joining this team. Yes, he has experience when we think back to his Challengers time, but to be able to come out and do this in your Tier 1 is crazy.
Yeah, and I think some props for Coach Vlad coming in and just making it a simpler game. Just making it just double duelist firepower, all the good things about Turkish Valorant on display here. It's no longer the old school, boring EMEA FUT. It's now the exciting, dynamic, aggressive Turkish Valorant that we want to see.
Yeah,
maybe
right.
FUT actually
has
bans
history
Lotus.
at previous global events as a team, but only Yetajay was on that squad. But
No,
like you were saying,
they
it
for
was
sure
a very
ban Pearl.
different look.
Unless they've like
back
fully
then
changed.
versus now.
Yeah,
No,
I mean,
they
very
ban
much
Pearl.
so.
They ban Pearl.
We've seen them make these changes all
Full
throughout
Sense picks
time.
Lotus.
This is by far, like you said, Billy, this is the new generation
FUT is gonna
of FUT,
pick
bringing in SOP on all of these younger players around it. And I think that is what makes them so scary, is that they're not beholden to the FUT of the past. They're trying to
FUT
forge their own
probably picks
legacy,
Haven.
create their own name here internationally.
And you see it there. This is their first time back at the global stage because they missed all of the global events last year with that old roster. The first time that they missed champs since partnerships ever began. So I think last year, looking back at it, it did feel like a failure. There needed to be some sort of change coming into this year, and now we get to see Yetajay return to that global stage.
Yeah, Yetajay, this is a huge moment for him, coming back on this stage here with a completely brand new squad, coaching staff. So he's now the only player on this team with
I could also
this
see them picking
experience. So how do you
Breeze
see this
potentially
playing out here with you know, you got rookies and then you
yeah,
got
maybe that's
For
what happens
Yetajay
actually.
specifically, he feels like the emotional leader of the team. At least when you look at his cam and he's shouting as loud as he is, like you're going to presume that. And I think that is great.
I think
to
this
have
makes
that
actually
player
more
from that
sense.
past, having that experience and be able
Breeze,
to bring it
Haven
to
gets
this
banned
new,
by
young,
Full Sense.
firepower-heavy squad.
Ooh, actually,
yeah. In fact, Jen Lee got a quick chat with him. Let's take a look at what Yetajay had to say ahead of the
Split
match.
gets banned.
Here with Yetajay
Haven is final.
now. Welcome to Masters London Yetajay.
I think.
And you guys are going up against Full Sense today, and it seems like both teams have the firepower to win this matchup. And then I also see there are similarities when it comes to how you guys capitalize on the raw aim as well. So have you guys made any strategic adjustments to deal with Full Sense, or is your plan
I don't think
to
Full
double
Sense
down
picks
on your
Split.
strengths?
No, actually, we didn't have prepared for them like special. We will just try to play our game. Of course, we did watch them, but we just care about us.
So play your own game. All right, thank you, and good luck.
That's sort of the attitude you need to have going into these kind of matches, is playing your own game. I mean, you've prepped for this moment and you just got to bring it onto the server. Now,
my
one
predictions
of the players
today
on the team we're gonna
are
talk about is Sop. He's quickly emerged
Full
as one of
Sense
EMEA's most
and
exciting young talents.
GE.
And you know, they say he's an aura farmer.
He definitely is an aura farmer. I think it's crazy though when we think about Stop's journey. Just a year ago, he was competing to try and even get into challengers in the first place. And then as soon as he joined that Turkish league, he only ever found himself in grand finals positions with the team that he was on at the time. Of course, he went on to win that Ascension as well and promote himself into VCT, but he wasn't actually eligible to play until this stage 1, where he actually decided to make the jump and move to this FUT team instead. Honestly, the guy just absolutely farms aura, and he is one of the players that we need to keep an eye out on for today. We spoke about Sayonara and glazed him yesterday. Sop is incredible. Look at this.
Yeah, my narrative for him is I thought he was going to come into EMEA and show a lot how those experiences.
We got
teams how to
XQC
play
on
a bit
stage.
more of that firepower, fast APAC style. Instead, he just kind of beat them all, and now he's at the event. And I think the key thing to look out for him is how good he is at entering. His FKFD stats are unbelievable. He is making so much space and killing at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, he's the one who has to go head-to-head with Primi today, in my mind. You know, they have that 1-2 tandem of Sop with Zeus, but Sop is definitely the big name to watch out for. Despite only being 18 years old, he doesn't play like it. He plays like he's been around Valorant a very long time.
Now, Billy, let's talk about
Who do you guys think has more kills at the end of the day?
Here. I
Remy
think some people might
Sop?
make the argument that they've already hit their ceiling. What do you make of that?
I don't think so. I think that they managed to have a complete turnaround when you think about Kickoff, right? Obviously bringing in this new roster with some fresh faces. They didn't win a single game in Kickoff, right? And now we have this new roster coming in. We kind of already highlighted how they have incredible firepower, and I think that that matchup today, especially against Full Sense, is what's super exciting. They almost went flawless in their group stage, which has never been done by any Turkish organization in EMEA before, which I think was really important at a time where BBL had just come back from Santiago as well.
Probably.
FUT obviously being that historical name of the greatest Turkish
I'm
org
a little,
in our region, they really needed to be able
I'm
to
a little
step up.
worried
So
for
I don't
Full
think that
Sense
they're one to be
at this
doubted
tournament,
today.
but they might also just look incredible. So
they are playing
today,
against
I think they should
Pacific
win pretty
team,
easily.
And earlier we asked how you thought the Pacific teams would perform today, and the results are in. I'm very curious what it's going to be. It was going to be a 2-0, 1-1.
Yeah.
And the people have spoken. They think it's going to be 2-0 today. They think Full Sense are going to take it home. And I think this is interesting because the first match is a little bit tough to predict.
Yeah, I think this first match is an absolute giga banger. I think both these teams match up so well in firepower. So I'm surprised it's so many in the 2-0, but I'm just happy 93% of people had Pacific winning. At least something today. I'll take that.
Yeah, I have it as 1-1. I think that Full Sense are actually going to beat the EMEA team, so a bit of a backstabber on my part today. I did want to ask though, because we're talking about Turkey and Thailand.
Yeah.
You guys were saying that that in APAC you consider Thailand a bit like how we consider Turkey?
Yes, exactly. In terms of raw firepower, they are one of the most underrated teams. We know in our region that if you have a full Thai squad together, it would be very dangerous. And then Full Sense made it happen.
Yeah, Jake can
The
pop
rest of
off.
the
Yeah,
teams
for sure.
Definitely paid the price, which is why all the Korean teams aren't here, I think, today, thanks to
One
Full
matchup's
Sense.
going to go third
So
map.
yes,
Yeah, I think
we,
LEV GE is the most likely to go 3.
Yeah, I think especially even if you look further down.
Actually,
the pyramid,
no.
look
I think
towards
the
tier 2,
first
those
I think
kids
the
from
first series
Thailand
is
out
most
there
likely to
are
go
so
3.
sharp. They're running that tier 2 scene out there. It's similarly the tier 2 Turkish teams are also incredibly scary. We saw that coming through Ascension. So I think from a pure matchup perspective, it's so interesting how they're complete opposite sides of the world, but the Valorant has really converged.
Now, we were talking about which teams would be the best on each
Dude,
map.
shout out Big
We
Time.
got
I think
our
he's
map
really,
veto
really good
ready
on desk.
between
I'm
Full
glad
Sense
that
and FUT. Let's see
he's not like
what
officially
they
working the
got.
event, but I'm glad they brought him on the
Hello
desk.
guys, welcome for the map veto.
Okay, let's see.
So
Let's see.
today FS is the higher seed, so they're gonna pick their side. So let's start with that.
Like Team A, Team B, right?
Yes.
We pick Team A.
Team A.
Team A, first pick.
And that means FS is banning the first map.
We ban Ascent.
Okay.
FS bans Ascent, then
Okay, we
FUT
ban
bans.
Breeze.
Right,
Breeze.
Breeze is banned as well.
Okay.
So FS picks the first map.
Pearl, I assume. Maybe not. They want to play Pearl.
Fracture.
Alright, Fracture's
Ooh,
picked.
okay.
Please pick your side on Fracture.
Defense.
Defense.
They want to play defense. on
And
Fracture.
your map pick.
Pick
Crazy.
Haven.
Okay,
Haven,
Haven.
it is, then side for Haven.
Attack.
Attack. Yep.
Then we have Lotus, Pearl, and Split left. FS banning first.
Ban split. Yep.
We ban Split.
Yep.
Alright, Lotus and Pearl left. You are banning.
We ban Pearl.
Alright, then the
Okay, so
decider is
Pearl
Lotus
second
and
phase
FS picking
ban.
a side on decider.
Attack.
Attack. Okay, let me give you a quick recap.
That
We
is
start
final.
with Fracture, FUT defense. Then we have Haven, FS attacks. And if we go to decider map, which is Lotus, FS attacks. Everything correct? Right, good luck guys.
I mean, this makes quite a bit of sense. Haven, very comfortable map for FUT. Full Sense wants to play the weird map that FUT doesn't have a lot of experience on.
Massive break. They're trying to figure out what they're going to pick, and that's because FUT decided to ban Breeze this time around instead of Fracture. So Full Sense were a bit confused. Do they pick into that Fracture or not? Eventually they decided to. A map that earlier we were saying not many teams are good at. I think Full Sense are okay here. It's just they had to come in with a surprise pick here, and FUT might have had something prepared.
This is pretty interesting.
On the opposing side,
because
I
FUT
feel
looked
like
decent
banned
on
that Pearl
Breeze
instantly,
during
and it's no wonder why when they came to that. I think
during
Pearl
stage
was kind
one.
of a map that they couldn't really figure out what their identity was just yet when we think back to how they played.
I
on
did
it
not get it
originally.
right.
But I agree with you, Minnie. I think starting with this Fracture is super exciting.
definitely
because
did not get it
we don't really
right.
know what to expect from FUT coming out on.
Yeah, they definitely want to, take that spot there on the Fracture King. So let's talk about predictions, where the broadcast talents are leaning into today's Preds. I believe, as far as the desk goes, most of us are going for Full Sense, but Billy, you are, you're a FUT believer today.
I mean, so are Tom and Mitch. I don't know if this is some like EMEA bias coming through. Honestly, for me, like this was such a coin flip matchup.
This makes
I think
sense.
it's fair to say
Very
the first
split.
one. I feel like the odds are pretty 50-50 when I'm looking at both teams. They're
All
so
the
fast
EMEA
tempo.
people.
I'm just excited to see
Oh
who
wait, never
comes
mind.
out
Mini
swinging
make full
the
sense.
most.
Okay.
And Mini, you're going for against your region today.
Yeah, I think map pool wise, I think Full Sense have more to offer, and I worry a little bit about FUT's map pool. I think play style wise, it's a 50-50, but yeah, in terms of depth in the playbook and just the understanding of these maps, it give FUT the advantage. Full Sense.
Oh, Freudian slip there. That's an EMEA Freudian slip.
I think this is going to be a close
course,
one.
we have to ask you, Pacific.
If I hide, can I not answer?
All right,
I'll take.
We
FUT.
gotta go to the
FUT.
stage. All right, we got Thailand versus Turkey, 2 regions with 1 philosophy.
All right, let's see it.
See who's gonna come out stronger.
Let's see it.
Welcome to Masters London. 8 teams enter the Swiss stage, but only 4 will survive to playoffs.
Missing out on playing on the big stage in front of my own people in Santiago definitely was very hard for me. I'm just happy to be back on the international stage.
Going back to the international stage was a dream come true. Now in London, I have a chance to prove myself again. No one expects that we're able to make it. A lot of people doubting us, doubting me specifically, and I'm gonna make sure they're gonna regret that.
Às vezes a força do ódio te faz subir. Então pra mim é meio que tudo vira munição.
The way Leviathan play is kind of the same as us, because they have 4 rookies. I mean, everyone are showing off.
Eu tô muito ansioso para enfrentar a Global Esports. Eu acho que é um time que finalmente se encontrou. Eu acho o Patchman particularmente um jogador muito insano.
Everyone says that G was cursed because they never make it to playoffs. But look at us now.
It's cool to see.
I've
Cool to
never
see
had
Yudo
any dreams of becoming like an esports athlete.
and Crystal at
My
the
only
event.
dream was because we were struggling financially. I wanted to single-handedly carry my whole family financially. My dad, before he passed, he really wanted me to win. So I think my only goal right now is to lift the trophy, and I know he's gonna see it.
Yeah, like that must be later on.
Bunun için çalışıyorum. Gerçekten kendime güveniyorum. Özgüvenliyim. Bence Full Sense oyun yapısı ve oyun anlayışı bakımından bize çok benzer. Bence günün sonunda maçı da daha çok vuran kazanacak.
Zeus and Zop, I think they're very talented. We're gonna be playing with real firepower here.
Tabii ki de Primi'yi serverda görmek istiyorum. Bence mekanik olarak ve aim olarak inanılmaz iyi bir oyuncu. Serverda görüşürüz Full Sense.
I'll treat this as a Thailand versus Turkey.
This first game is actually going to be so fun. I'm really curious to see how Primi does against FUT.
London, please welcome Full Sense and FUT. It's Masters London Day 2. We got something hot for you on the stage today. We got Thailand versus Turkey. It's 2 regions with 1 but we got big time here. Pacific analyst, brother at Bambino, and you ended up picking FUT. Explain yourself.
Yeah, I think they have the firepower. If you want to stop Full Sense, you have to beat them at their
Which
own
jersey?
game.
The Full
You have
Sense
to
or
be able to
the
stand
FUT jersey?
toe-to-toe with them on the server, and we know that this Turkish team has that potential in spades, but it's a big stage for a lot of young players, a lot of rookies. For me,
I mean, the
it's
fact
all
that they're
about the
starting off on
on-the-game
Fracture
performance.
is
This
crazy.
a coin flip of a match for
It's
me.
just like
Yeah,
a
I had some
complete
doubts about FUT's
aim
map
duel
pool, but
map.
Seeing Fracture and seeing Haven, that is those are maps where FUT can get it done. I love FUT's Haven right now. It's very aggressive, and if they can bring that aggression to Fracture, a map that loves pushing out on both sides, that is going to be very good for them.
I think it's just a question of what do they play, right? When we think back to EMEA, they were running that.
Do we have any
bridge
home
on
teams?
Fracture
Yeah, the teams that have the
previously,
British
which I know
players.
that you absolutely despise, but simply seen it more recently in other tournaments. They have been
Especially,
running
I would
that
say,
double
especially
choice.
Team
Zeus on the
Heretics
Phoenix,
is
Sop
like
on
the
Neon as well, I believe it was.
the
It's a
home
question
team
of what
because they've
does
got
Sop
2
play
British
here? He has
coaches
been that Neon merchant for this FUT squad.
or 2 UK coaches, and they've got a UK player.
Jet on a lot of these maps now, but on this map, is he going to continue with that Neon? Maybe the race. Jet isn't such a good good agent on Fracture right now.
Yeah, I think for me, I'd love to see them just stay with that Neon. I don't think the nerf is big enough to entirely remove it from the game, and I think if it fits the player and it fits the map, they can lean into it easily.
And to touch on Full Sense super quickly, let's not forget how dominant they were regionally. Of course, only ever dropping a map by the time it got to that grand final against Paperex, which, let's remember, they are tournament favorites to win the trophy here in London. So Full Sense coming in hoping to keep that domination up on the global stage.
This is a big
Wait,
deal
who's
for
a
both
tournament
teams. We
favorite?
keep
Did she
talking
just say
about
that
them being
FUT
from
are
Thailand
tournament
and Turkey
favorites?
Because this tournament will be huge for them
That's
if they
not
go
true at
far.
all.
Yeah, exactly. They're playing for more than the badge on their shirt. They're playing for their country. They're playing for the pride of the people supporting them. And that means so much to all 10 players on that stage, looking to do their home countries proud here and really bring their best Valorant down here to London.
Yeah, I'm just so excited for the Sop and Primi show. I've been a big fan of Sop since he joined that EMEA stage.
Paperex,
and
okay.
of course, right now, I think Primi is the best player in the world. So getting to see these two players fight out head-to-head, a big clash here, that is just what I want to see.
The question, of course, which
I mean,
team
isn't
thrives under
the
pressure?
UK like
Which team
the
crumbles under
number
pressure?
one
This is the first time they're both on the global stage, except for their
external
IGLs,
population
except for Yeti J, except for Cruz.
of-
So how are they going to be now? They're in front of this
Like, isn't it
live
like the number
audience
one
so far
country
away from
for
I think that's the thing we have to
immigration
remember,
for
right?
Indian?
This IGL head-to-head too. You have Cruz that has been here from the very
Indian people?
beginning when we think about global experience. On the other side, you have Social.
You didn't see any GE fans? I mean, they play later, so I'm sure
think
you'll
about
see
his
them
time on that
in
BBL
an hour
roster last year. Now he comes
or
into
two.
this FUT roster. He picks up that IGL role, relatively new to it when we consider his tier 1 experience. How is he going to go up against someone that is so seasoned in Cruz?
Now, you guys have been talking about the agent selects for Fracture, and here they are.
Remy
Primi
Phoenix.
on the Phoenix instead
Neon.
of Jit Boys. It looks like they
Okay.
switched that one around a little bit. Very interesting. What do
I
you
like
think of
this
that?
comp.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I think Primi is the player that you need to make space for, and we've seen what Jit Boys can do on that Neon. For me, it's a fact Leviathan's on that Cypher. He struggled a little bit on this role, so when we swap those halves, he's going to have a lot to do.
Yeah, Sop on that Jet. I said that Jet isn't a great...
Yeah, on the raise as well here.
Yeah, Jet isn't the best agent on this map necessarily, but in the hands of Sop, I'm very curious what he can get done here.
I like this comp,
Yeah, this
but
is
I
gonna be
like
real
Sop
exciting. How
on
do you think
Jet.
this matchup,
If
Billy?
Sop
Yeah,
ops a bunch, I think
Excited to
that
get
could be
started. Honestly,
problematic
I
for
wanna touch
Full
on Zeus
Sense.
being on the raise there too. Obviously a great agent on this map specifically. I'm intrigued to see which one picks up the operator. I'm presuming it's going to be Sop. We have seen Zeus pick up in more recent times, but I think, yeah, Sop probably the one.
The key thing for me to look out for in this matchup is, are the teams going to be as aggressive as I hope on the defense side? They have explosive, firepower. I just want to see them pushing out.
They better be aggressive. Full Sense and FUT do not do passive Valorant. So everyone strap in as we send it up to
Oh, this is gonna be so good.
Achilles and Paper Thin.
Okay, so
this could be an absolute barn burner.
real quick,
Been asking what's
Full Sense has the best pistol win rate out of every team at the event. FUT, kind of in the middle. Full Sense wins pistols all the time because of this guy. And if Primi gets a snowball going off the pistol, this could get really scary for FUT.
Turkish aim versus Thai aim. It should be fast-paced. It should be high-octane. And I'm really curious to see how this gets going. Sop out there.
Nice. I like the
Find
fight
some damage,
aggressively. That's really
dashes
good.
back. So they're gonna
Doesn't
dish
get a pick,
out
though.
a little bit more than they take. Only Cruz Gonna get tagged up for full sense, but it's a little bit of contact and then a change of directions. And look at the quick ideas here from FUT. They want to put some pressure towards Leviathan. They know that, you know, full sense is going to want to run that Cypher.
He's winning first pistol. I mean, my money is going to be on full sense just because of Primi. He's so good at pistol.
Initial damage found as Crystalli going to be tagged at 34. Backpedals quickly back through Sands.
Okay, they pushed him out of halls.
Okay, Leviathan. Looking
Ooh, goes for the pick, doesn't get it.
And now we'll have to just take that rope across towards the south side, rejoin in with the rest of the squad.
They're coming in.
Attack into what is a 3-player stack. MJ's gonna be able to
1 for 1.
Finish that job, but Jit Boys gets a piece of the action with the paint
Ooh,
shell.
Primi's down. Okay, FUT's gonna win the pistol.
Primi has been eliminated, and now it's just Kahlua and Leviathan to try to persevere in a 2v4.
That's big. Only 1 orb for the Phoenix is really big.
As good as Kahlua in particular has been, you're gonna see his head. Crystalli can't find the shots. It's the pause though. Just a little bit of time.
30 seconds left.
Gonna have to make a move, and they're surrounded.
They have to tuck in as well from that fade on the north side. So if they try to re-wrap over to A, now they don't have the time to do it.
They're gonna try and go up a rope into 2 people holding.
Yikes.
Yikes.
Guard. Right of the rug, gets the spot out into the headshot. Spike is on the floor. And
Nice shot by Yedajay.
Have to try to see if we can find anything at all, and he cannot. Sociable will just go ahead and get the gank in from behind, and that's going to be FUT starting things off 1-0.
Yeah, I just love the patience here from FUT, not overcommitting to any of these changes of directions that Full Sense wants to implement. And, you know, it's a little bit difficult here for Full Sense because they were hoping that with their recontact over towards A, when they see Crystalli back off, they're like, okay, now we can really confuse them because they're probably going to expect us to overcommit here, you know, with the presence that we've seen over at the
Okay,
B
full
site.
classics.
But instead, if FUT just
Stop
holds
gonna
the
try
line,
and farm
they
with the
clear a little
Marshall.
bit of space, they get some good
Full
info,
buy, I like it.
and they do a great job locking down the site.
No real
They hear 4 people shoot at B.
Wants to try to get this orb, and well, he will be able to find it.
Orb collection round.
20. Odds of impact severely limited.
Might see 5 ults in a half. I mean, he's gonna have to get.
Gonna try to
Gonna have to have some crazy rounds for that to happen.
Rely on that camera set up for a little bit of clearance over towards the arcade side of the map. Cruz is going to be calling the shots for Full Sense again.
Okay, double orb for Primi.
Slowly but surely make their way around the map. Keep feeding Primi.
All right, they're gonna go get a 3rd orb. This is actually really nice from them.
If you can't do a lot of damage, then farming up the orbs is a great alternative here too.
Yeah,
so like
this is actually a really nice round from Full Sense.
Game ideas from the Full Sense boys.
Go ahead. There you go. He'll be 2 charges away from having that ulti online. Spike can get planted here, so
And
a
they're
little bit
in.
of additional cash potentially found. They're willing to commit for this
Oh,
one,
big
but
whiffs.
gonna fall.
Hello?
It's able to find an immense amount of damage, but it's going to be Zeus coming away with that kill as Kahlua will get taken down. Stop with the Marshall.
Doesn't expect the
Final
last
five.
guy.
Zeus gets himself another paint shell elimination. Cruz 1 by 1. They'll stop it from being a flawless,
Okay.
but Zeus will
4 for
clean
Zeus.
house.
Very
A
good start.
4K from the Rays to also fast track this showstopper.
Yeah, I was gonna say they better give him the orb.
Yeah, so I mean, a great round for FUT overall in terms of not taking a ton of damage. They're going to get the raise, get that huge ult fast tracked. Yes, Full Sense able to scoop up a lot of ult orbs so that Primi will have his run it back already, but now I start to get a little bit worried here. In general, I thought this was the surprise map pick for Full Sense. I was expecting Pearl. They're one of the best teams, the best Pearl teams we had in Pacific.
All right.
And going up against a region
I
that
wonder what's gonna happen
a lot
this
of people
round.
are saying that maybe their Pearl isn't quite as strong in EMEA, and instead they opt to go for
Interesting that
another
SOP
Pacific
does
favorite,
buy up.
Fracture, but
Buys up the Guardian,
we'll
but
see.
they have
Now we're in the
3,200 on
right move. Primi's
Zeus
got his ult.
for an op
Should be
next
around
round,
where
probably.
you kind of cleanly do some damage on this attacker's side.
Anything but that's going to start being even more concerning, especially if that run it back comes into play. But Kahlua trying to hold that initial angle. Tailwind's going to be taken. The swing
Okay,
continues
I
from
don't
Zeus,
love
and
this
he
push
will be
out.
taken down.
Not very supported.
Kahlua able to find the one. Leviathan quickly arriving on the north side.
You can
pushing
see what they're
past
trying to
Dish.
do though. SOP is kind of like droning for his
Go for a
team.
quick clear on that. Backpedals
They're
away.
doing a lot of like
Meanwhile, Yedajay, where are you going, son?
they're doing a lot of
Sprints
1-2
right
punch
up
with
into
these
Primi's
two.
face. He'll take that kill every day
Nice
of the week.
patient round from Full Sense. They're gonna be able to save the ult, I think. I don't think they commit this year.
Open up the map a
Use
little
it
bit
next
here.
round.
Full Sense takes a pause. They're not just running at him. They're being pretty slow. And
If they can
methodical
save the
here on
ult
this
and
attacker's
use it
side.
into the
Trying to
operator
set up
next
this
round, I
crunch,
think it's really
waiting
good.
Kind of to clear a little bit of space. They've got Leviathan over towards drop, and see Primi wants to flash Sands. Nobody home. His FUT had guessed over towards the B side of the map where they had seen Primi earlier.
No one really at home, Sop. Earliest arrival.
And now you feed. Okay, so they're feeding Cruz the orb.
Opting to pull the trigger, doesn't want to give his position away.
So Brimmel's.
The reveal does end up coming through, so Kahlua has to backpedal.
Ah, it's the. Oh my God, it's the bug thing.
By this space, but Cristalli is able to find Jit Boys off screen, spamming him down.
So something that happens a lot to players
low on HP. This
is when you go from online to LAN, especially if you haven't played very many.
Waiting for the peaks to come in, but it's going to be Cruz mowing down too. Because now Sociable,
Yeah.
the one that tried to get that damage through.
There's like this weird thing where when you play Fade, when you play against a Fade online, the eye when it spawns, because of like the delay of ping, you can shoot this basically as soon as you see it. But on LAN, there's like a tiny little bit of delay between when it appears and when you can actually shoot it, which is what happened there. So I got I got scanned.
Trying to hype up the boys.
Is mix allowed? Yeah.
They are just getting ready. Try something a little bit different.
Oh, no op.
This looks
Interesting.
like
Okay.
A big A crunch. 2-3 split.
So haven't had to listen in with full sense. So they try to tie things up.
Nice. The listen to. Hello? No listening?
Okay. We'll get to that in a little bit as the showstopper is going to be ripped. But Premi
Nice shot by Premi.
Still has not yet invested the ultimate.
44. Pressure's coming in from behind. Yedijay gets one. Okay. 3v3. He's got ults. Premi clears out spawn. Sees nothing on death cam. That's big. These guys are cooked. Yeah, they're dead. Gonna re-smoke now. Nice.
Cycled in as well, just trying to make this as difficult as possible to get the reapproach going.
Gonna be really hard for them to get out here.
One side, all three players hurt.
They all drop together though.
Cruz looking for the swing, but it's gonna be Kahlua with the backstab, coming away with two. They just can't quite get the lead. He cleans up all three.
Nice.
And full sense.
I think we're gonna see an early timeout from FUT. They need to get an operator. I'm really surprised they didn't buy an op that round.
Really smart, really cautious against this FUT squad. Trying to find their footing, and FUT caught in no man's land, you know, with that Prowler being spotted. That allows Cruz to just say, hey, wait this out just a second. I'm going to distract them. Then Killua, you can come in and clean up the round.
Yeah, there's like a weird little delay between when the eye appears and when you can actually shoot it.
And this time FUT on an eagle.
And it doesn't scan you until you can shoot it, but on LAN specifically, it's like a little funky.
Wanting to land, it is going to be the outlaw for Jit Boys. Kind of a,
he's played against the Rays before.
It's just the timing is a little bit different for some reason.
Given the weaponry, even a sheriff at this range, not really going to be able to find the one tap, so they will play this a little bit more patiently. Does FUT?
Found one.
Well, they're maybe walking into a bit of a trap here. We do get some damage on the Cristalli.
What?
Well, Orbital's even going to be invested.
They're going to ult?
Meanwhile, they will be able to isolate Jit Boys. He gets caught, segmented away from the rest of the team there, so Outlaw potentially to be rescued, but the Full Sense are keeping this watched for now. Maybe trying to go for a juggle back on this, but
Can't believe they just ulted.
He's all the way in towards B, so I would expect that the rotations start coming through.
Quick clear.
Yeah, now they're going to leave.
Don't want to have to give this weapon over, but it seems like given the spacing that Leviathan's been able to find, that call to rotate's going to have to be made. But on that north side, you do have two players
Did he
on the
check
approach.
camera? When's he check camera?
Slowly creeping forward. The camera's there, but at the moment, Leviathan not feeling safe enough to toggle.
30 seconds left.
Okay,
Is actually maybe going to cause some problems here for Full Sense.
Checks the camera, but they don't know about the jet. Oh, that is a big problem. That is a big problem. Okay, Kahlua needs to save it. Wait. It was too easy. I can't believe they used two ults in that round.
To maintain the lead by
But,
one.
hey.
Pick up a thrifty.
How do you say sop? Sop.
They were perfectly prepared for this round. Full Sense just walking into the trap over towards A, losing a player, and to
I don't know about that Brim ult in main, but I really like the top side push.
Some incredible shots.
Nice
from
shot.
Zeus.
Yeah, the top side push is really good, and then getting past that camera with the jet was really good.
The coaches love it.
Was it all by mistake? No. They were definitely just trying to fight there.
So a lot of weapons just upgraded for free. That just
Okay, finally we got a scope.
money back into the economy for FUT. Meanwhile, onto the back foot goes Full Sense. Lose this round. He got plenty of half armors in here, and that Outlaw is carried over. And their eco is going to be
Deep
broken.
line. Okay, these guys leave.
Very scary now for Full Sense.
Or they just push through. Okay, they're gonna send one under.
Turn up the pace a little bit as this half goes on, because
Surprised they're not leaning.
the slow style is really suiting FUT right now.
Okay, now they leave.
They're happy to play this way. See Jit Boys up close and personal.
Relay Full Sense goes for the push, and we'll have Sociable dead to rights. But clean up on that kill, but Yetajay here on this site's only gonna be good for one. Spike, however, gonna be dropped.
It's messy.
Little push forward, pitch off the enemy Cypher.
It is messy.
Dialed in on this angle, fully anticipating that someone's gonna go pushing from this rope side. He would be correct, but Kahlua just a little
it's only a half.
That headshot before the second.
Okay,
Can be
2v2.
fired, but Zeus is ready and waiting on the other side of the door.
Remy's gonna fight. Wait, he pushes his own molly?
His own molly, going for a quick reposition, but
Nice
falling
double
out
swing.
Cruz has to try to clutch up. 1v2, his angle.
They
for
do
the
not
molly
expect him to
completely
push his
unread.
molly here.
Sees the first swing in the corner. He's gonna be able to spot.
Perfectly played by Cruz. Really nice.
Tie the score.
Really nice.
And there's that veteran presence that Cruz can bring. He's not often going to be topping the charts in the kill department, but he's going to outmaneuver his opponents here. A nice little setup there from FUT as well to take down Brimmy. They peek perfectly on him, the high-low. Looks like it's going to be their round, but Cruz, one of the few players who played at the very first International Masters and is back here again.
Okay, one off of Showstopper, one off of Nightfall for
It's
FUT.
just so smart.
It is.
They never anticipate that he's just going to walk across his own molly.
He's got another outlaw.
That's them paying the iron price. Opening volley of shots here, not going to be connecting from Sop. Meanwhile, Overdrive in play. Jit Boys trying to find this kill.
That's a nice. That satchel is so good.
Ends up getting online, but he lobs it into no avail.
Okay, Showstopper kind of wasted. Big push out from Yetajay.
Still player advantage, and Yetajay scaling all the way
How
towards the
fast
south
does he
side,
go?
towards that attacker's spawn.
Yeah, he's gonna wait.
all the
Okay, this is
information.
good.
Either
Good contain
go
from
up
him.
the north, or they're completely boxed in the halls.
Yeah, and so they can just commit towards this A side and set up some crossfires, and it's going to be really difficult for Full Sense to break through this.
They don't have very much stalling utility though. No nade. They've got one molly.
Realize that you're
No
walking
C's.
into the wrong side as Cruz will get taken down. Sop able to find the two, the up and over into the shorty. And
Okay.
Sop comes alive with a 3K.
Super
That's
back
a
and forth
flawless
so far.
reply as FUT maintain the lead.
Yeah, again, it's just kind of the same thing over and over again here for Full Sense. Just go A.
Whichever
main
team, we
know,
might
you
not
get
get
that
any
trick back there,
momentum
you feel like
in
you're
this
safe,
half.
but
I
that's
don't know if
actually
anybody's
playing
going to
into
string any
FUT
rounds
hands,
together.
so
I feel like
give
FUT
me,
has an
like you
opportunity
talked about,
now
the
to maybe start
information
running
they
away with the
need
half.
to commit towards this side
but-
of the map, and a couple rounds here in a row where Full Sense had to force up their economy to get into the rifle, so that allows that outlaw to be still put to good use.
We will see.
And this time it's very effective for Sop. Him and Zeus.
Okay,
double
first
duo, having a
timeout
great
taken
start.
by Full Sense.
Absolutely needs to take a timeout here and start talking about this because it's too simple. It's too generic. You came into this map. This should have been a bit. You expected this to be a bit of a surprise for FUT.
Right.
You know, in FUT's mind, I'm sure they're preparing for Pearl the whole way. So you've got to have some more wrinkles, some more ideas built into this, especially on this attacker side. That's where you got to be doing your damage on this map.
Yeah, going to the Coinbase win condition here. This Full Sense try to figure out what they can do to really get this
2 and 5 for
under
Primi.
control. And I think the big thing that we have to look at is going to be this double duelist.
Big
At the moment,
problem.
Primi, Jit Boys just 2 kills apiece. Yet Jit Boys often, more often than not, is going to be the one putting himself out there on the altar, sacrificing to allow for the rest of the team to pile in and clean up. But that just has not really been the case.
No, and it looks like they're just all a little cautious, so overly cautious, I think.
I'm honestly kind of
this
surprised
Full
they
Sense
didn't put
team,
Primi on
they're
Waylay.
not like super high octane or anything, but they're very fearless usually. So I think that's probably another thing I'd like to hear the coaches and even Cruz talking about is let's be willing to take some risks here. Let's play to our strengths, which is, we can outduel our opponents. We can take those contact fights just as well as anybody in the world. But FUT has looked really sharp, really comfortable here. A lot of players very new to this stage on that team, and they do not show it.
For now, heavy stack. Looks like this is going to be a full send into the B side.
That is true. Yeah, all the duelists are different.
Players nearby enough though.
It's like
Zeus and Sop just play
stage
together
1
in
meta
balls.
versus
Spotted, they
year
still have
1
that
meta.
north side.
It's
Ish.
kind of what we're seeing right now.
Real concerns about a flank coming through.
Yes.
So for the moment, FUT can just maintain this position.
Just the same as the eco round as round 2. Just scoop up all the orbs around the map. Gotta be a little bit cautious with this one. Somebody could be up there. Actually, okay, they're going to show
Okay,
their
they
presence.
see 2 people. Yedajay, is he gonna peek?
Quick clear of that, but Yedajay.
He is. He can't. Yeah.
Space out, maybe come
Okay.
away with the kill.
Good jiggle. I was gonna say if he just swings this, problems. Nice group fight. Okay, this is very nice. Very nice by FUT.
For FUT as they put up another flawless and now stretch the lead 5-3.
Yeah, now the next round, this next round is going to be everything. Gun round plus Phoenix ult. They need Primi to do something here.
Kill onto the first, and then he's back out for 2 more with some reinforcements arriving. Great coordination. That's another thing I'm loving from this FUT squad today is I'm seeing a lot of really good comms. Everybody's peeking together. Nobody's going out on their own trying to make those hero plays other than that on the bonus with Yedajay where he walked into Primi. That's the only round where I've seen something that kind of, you know, scratches your head a little bit, but it's not a big deal because otherwise they are in
Instant nade, they push out. Leviathan's dead. This was actually really nice. This was nice. They sped him up into the off angle here. Super good.
Back now to be committed in from Primi. Leading the way forward. They're giving him the angles.
Okay. They gave him a fight.
His life. They'll approach up through tower. Primi not going to be able to see too much else over on that arcade side, but I've gotten a couple of audio cues, I'm sure.
Going
A.
Holy shit. Okay, Primi gets caught though.
Planted on A, but Primi gets caught up in transit. Faceboard from Kahlua, dead at Canteen. Zeus holds his own. And
It's
now
a little chaotic from Full Sense.
Like it was gonna be
Cruz does have a chance to win this with his ult utility.
Man, Sop is on it.
Any concerns about this guy playing Jet?
Oh my god, he styled on him. Oh my god, he just got wrecked.
Something-esque in that movement.
He just got wrecked.
And lights Cruz up.
Tremendous round from Sop. All over the map, not afraid to take some of these individual battles now for FUT.
Yeah.
They're getting confident here. They feel like they're getting good reads. They're able to spread the map in Full Sense. Just left scratching their heads. This goes here. Couple big ults.
Okay, the Full Sense fracture pick.
I think the read
Looking
was
a little
okay,
problematic.
You're expecting that nightfall, and you're already pivoting. The problem is FUT is just
This was one of my worries about Full Sense is that they do have more experience than FUT, but I am not confident in their coaching because I feel like they're a very young team and they need very like solid. It's like asking too much of Cruz to also coach this team and like mentor them on the international stage.
Drum up some attention.
Oh, it's gonna be the Leviathan.
Okay.
I was over at he got the player.
Yeah, they need to play with confidence. You cannot play unconfident against FUT.
Close to the rope, catches him on the rafters. Is that enough of an opening though? You do have 2 ultimates potentially trying.
You gotta play confident against FUT.
Of your own. For now, we'll just be Full Sense widely trying to get their forces aligned as Kahlua still going to be left over towards Dish.
They're gonna keep just kind of maneuvering around. He's gonna pull the blades again.
Just an immediate investment. Meanwhile, Kahlua gonna be
really nice angle from Sociable.
Angle around the smoke, so Sociable able to clean up the kill. Baseboard and Sop is failing it.
just going for it, man. Okay, gotta be careful now. Don't let Primi do this.
Weapon has the spike in hand. Ball around the corner, but we'll be able to finally find a Vandal.
The Vandal has another flash and a wall.
On that north side,
time is very low though.
Try to fight his way out of this one as he gets the
that was close.
But cannot hit a transfer. Close but no cigar. FUT advanced forward to 7 rounds to 3.
That got a little close.
Already a lead secured for them at the half.
Well, that was almost one of those Primi moments, but just came up short. Sop again, so sturdy. Just can't find that last blade. Gave Primi a chance, but Yedajay quick enough on the draw. Primi was ready for it, but everybody on FUT very, very sharp right now. They're gonna have the another point of interest here.
Yeah, I mean this is the big thing. You got both of these guys online right now.
Yes, he is.
Both duelists playing with a lot of confidence.
See if they're gonna be able to bring this round back in.
เราว่าอาเคดันแล้วฝั่งกูไม่มีแท็บอ่ะมันน่าเล่น2อาเคดเนี่ยมันดันมาเนี่ยเราไปจบได้แล้วเนี่ยเรารวบมันได้เนี่ย
ฆ่าเฮียอาเคดนะมีแท็บ
มันควันดับแล้วมันควันดับแล้วเนี่ยมันเล่น2เหมือนเดิมเลยมันเล่น
แท็บคือแท็บตรงไหนวะน่ะ
แท็บอาเคดเนี่ยกูเล่นแย่นะกูไม่ไปรวม
ตอนเดมวันอ่ะ
กูพาวเลอร์นะ2
เช็ควันเดมวัน
ยิงกล้องก่อนเดี๋ยวกูยิงกล้องให้กูเจอ
3, 2, 1. They called.
พาวเลอร์เคลียร์เมลแล้ว
เอาเลยเอาบ้านเราไม่ต้องกลัวหรอกเนี่ย
1 2 3
กูเรียกเข้ามาเลย
3, 2, 1 again.
Exactly ready to come through. Zeus already striking out, able to find a kill, and Jit Boys is going to be taken down.
Nice. Very good listening. Thank you, production. Appreciate it.
One kill going to be traded back, but he eats an immense amount of damage. The ult will expire.
Okay, they need Primi to go crazy.
A 2v3, it feels like.
They need Primi to go crazy here.
Also, no other options, no other recourse other than to advance forward into this B site, try to get the spike in play, try to hold the line, but Sociable has that orbital strike available.
He's moved back over.
It's 18 seconds. They're still trying to spawn. This is going to be a base in, and Crystallic
Okay.
takes that every day.
Really good round from
8-3,
FUT.
FUT are looking dominant.
They're looking really good so
Every
far.
twist and turn. They're so ready for full sense players, and you're not getting a lot of value out here out of the Phoenix as well. I have to say for Primi, yeah, sure, he's got some ults, but they're not really getting you that space and time that you need. FUT is very adaptable right now in terms
Okay,
of
I
knowing
mean,
when
they
need
have
to
to win
give
this
up a
round. They've
little
got
bit of
3
space,
ults.
knowing when they could take some fights, and
They
I've
got
seen full sense
2
players there,
exec ults,
when we were
basically.
watching from their perspective
Info
as they
ult. We
moved into
finally
arcade,
get the op out. This might be a
they
problem.
weren't all watching, I think, the
They're
places
not.
that
They might not be
probably should have
expecting
been.
this.
It was kind of a jumble of who should be watching the top of the rope and things like
They
that.
haven't. I mean, he's
cut
been
apart
outlawing a
because
bunch,
of
but
it.
they haven't been opping at all.
Still gonna have that op.
Prowler check the corner, but double face forward around. It's going to be Zeus.
Okay, they know about the op now.
2 for 2 so far. Quick little reposition, top of the repeats, looking for
Ooh.
that kill, but
He's
Cruz
full
gets a
blind
bit
and
of
he
a
kills
shot
him. Hello?
with the jet down on the floor. It's full sense to try to rescue this 4th round.
2 people very low.
Themselves. Orbital strike going to be called in. Cruz forced back over in
Dude,
towards
he almost
now off
died.
the side. His own orbital going to be called in as well towards Canteen. The players are pushed forward in front of this one. Now
Uh-oh,
Cruz
that's
is
Spike.
taken down. The Spike is now isolated.
Look at these smokes.
Lost in the smokes, perhaps. A sociable will get noted and dealt with, but now a 1v1.
Yedajay versus Primi. Primi has to win this.
Yedajay and Primi.
He has to win this.
Spike still on the floor, and Yedajay with a bold reposition, swinging all the way through that underpass. Primi, where does he go as the spike gets planted? He's got no util to speak of, no Molly to try to buy time.
When's the
He
game
just has
sense?
to win this out with that Phantom. He's watching the correct angle.
Nice reposition by Primi. He should win this now.
He just has no idea.
Yeah, he's
Yedajay
just
decided to
confidently
walk in
clearing
towards
all
tower.
this.
Primi to reroute
But he's
back
kind of putting
around,
himself in a
checking
weird
the
spot.
spawn.
Is he going to come back around this way?
Peek out from that gen side.
No
will
cages.
Have sight lines. But it doesn't even need it. Yedajay
Wow.
walks out onto the site and takes him down. A
Wow.
and a 9-3 half with FUT way out in front.
This is a beautiful play off the back.
I can't believe that he just walked out and just
Sociable
insta-killed him.
A beauty here with his ult into these 2 smokes that allow them to scale forward. And full sense isn't even
Damn.
considering
He didn't
that.
even have first
Full
shot.
Sense have been getting rattled. They need a massive comeback as they switch over to the defender's side. We'll see if they can do it after the halftime break.
Tired of off-season blues once champs is over?
That's
Fear
nuts. Okay, I mean, I'm not saying the map is over, but 3 rounds on attack of Fracture? That's not good. That's not good. I mean, obviously, they have to win the pistol. That's actually nuts, though. This was definitely one of my worries with this team. I mean, granted, I don't think that FUT is going to make it out of groups, but they look good. But my main worry with Full Sense is that I think that Frost and like his mentality and his experience at an event like this was going to be a really big deal. Because right now, Full Sense has, I mean, they've got some older people in the booth, but Sushi Boys is just an ex-player. And is it that tree? Is that what? No. What is his name? Tree something? I can't remember what his name is, the coach. Not super experienced in the coaching booth. LEV family. LEV family. He's been around for a while coaching, so he's not like a noob, but I don't think he's ever been to an international event, so it's gonna be
sounds like
a little rough.
Thank you.
Why did they pick Fracture? I think they got a little surprised. They got a little surprised in the veto. They took a while to pick their map.
6 rounds. This needs to be a pistol win. This needs to be a snowball, a bonus conversion, a collection of ultimates. If they want to have any hope of
I think they definitely got thrown off by the ban.
Electric. Yeah, no, just very well disciplined right now, our FUT, on top of having incredible aim and reactions. And they just talked about it in that interview with Jen. Just need to aim at their head and click mouse 1, and they were doing a hell of a lot of that in the first half. So keep it up, and they should be in a good position to take their opponent's map pick away from them. We'll have to see. Maybe this is one of those weird days where Fracture is actually defender-sided. I don't really feel like that's going to be the
One other
case.
thing I really like, actually, about what FUT is doing is you got, like, some young players on their first international, and you put them on just, like, pure comfort agents. Like, I wouldn't say, even though Primmy's been really good on Phoenix, I wouldn't say it's his comfort. His comfort is, like, Jet. So, you got your young guy on his most comfortable agent.
Smoke able to find a kill with that frenzy, and Zeus gets Primmy taken down. Only sociable gone thus far, and FUT continue right where they left off the end of that first half.
If Full Sense can't win pistols and they are the best pistol team coming into this, it's over.
About using their time and space and then using their utility. Sop this time bails himself out, tries to quietly drift up on top of the dice on site.
Now the question is, does Full Sense force here? They're gonna have to. They have to do something.
The trades are there. The team so
I don't think Full Sense can just lose an eco here.
And they're expecting
So they need some sort of play on this round. I think.
Down.
They're just gonna full classic. I mean, this map should be over.
Wanting to lean back into this Neon, but it just has not been finding
this
any
map
value
should be over.
Outside of 1 or 2 kills where it's set up by a relay.
They go for a dish push.
I don't feel like either of the duelists from Full Sense are finding as much value as they should.
No, not at all. Cruz just trying to stay tucked in behind this box. Will get ushered out.
Very nice utility.
Paint shell and Sop quickly collects
They
that
set
kill.
him up. That's beautiful. You love to see that when the two duelists are playing off each other like that.
Full Sense going to be arriving on the arcade side, and FUT, they say goodbye, and they are just looking back over towards that A hall.
This should be a free plant here, you would think, for FUT. And they're checking the cam as well, so I think they're going to notice what's going on eventually. Oh, Full Sense actually going through the sewers, so cam won't see them. Maybe it'll see a few as they actually do go forward, clear it.
They clear that. 2 on this approach, yet a J. Check behind. Tripwire going to be set up, and he does get caught. Not registering just how close these players are going to be. So they bring this back
just
to
a ghost or a bandit.
Jit Boys taking that into hand. But otherwise, it's still just classics, and now you've got this deep angle on site for Sop with the Marshall, and he will
They're all coming from the same spot. Are they just gonna die spike here? No, they can't, right?
Very, very difficult.
Timing's gonna be really low though.
Flash here, you got a Primmy wall, you got a Molly, you got a couple prowlers, but okay.
Putting shots going wide.
They're gonna get mollied, C's. Okay.
Sent out with the C's. Sop is able to find Primmy on the repeat. A little bit more here, and once again, they're just gonna be all lined up.
11-3.
Now 11-3. Full Sense.
They look under prep for Fracture. I mean,
it's just
yeah, it hasn't been a great. It hasn't been a great showing.
Just clinical stuff. I mean, again, you know.
They're also just getting outshot, which is a huge problem. Like,
don't overstate your welcome.
if you're playing against a Turkish team and you're not shooting hard, it's going to be a rough day for you.
From Full Sense, where they send 2 up tree and 2 towards spawn, so you catch on a little bit of a timing to Yettajay. But other than that, it's very, very clean, as most of this map has been for FUT. Jit Boy is going to clear the haunt. Could be under a lot of pressure. Goodbye, Leviathan.
Oh my God.
Just checking the main. Jit Boys will be able to peel back.
They're already in.
Zeus ends up falling. But the entry is still there. The site is still taken.
The double push behind. I mean, this is good. This is correct macro from Full Sense, but losing the site this early is really rough.
Holding back Premium Kahlua for the moment. There's that clear. Sop, his attention now going to be paid towards main. Cage popped, and that does allow him to just
repositions the site. This is good.
Deeper, safer angle. No catch from the Prowler. Remy slotted forward. Social.
Ooh, the re-push from Sociable is huge.
We're looking at the catch. Curveballs out.
Sight'ta. Molly miss, molly miss. Kötü molly atacağım. Piklesene molly'ye, pikle.
I thought it was over.
Ne yapıyor abi? Oo Aleş basıyor. Şimdi pasa bak. Oğlum mouse'um gitti amına koyayım lan. Mouse'un oldu senin harbi. Fight'ta mouse.
And it's just looking so very easy
I
for
mean,
FUT. 12-3. The
this
bonus
is
is
a
converted,
beatdown.
and Full Sense are completely and utterly out of options.
No, this is GG.
Yeah, this
They're
is a
just
beatdown.
so on point. Sop is disgusting right now.
Really don't like the fact that Leviathan has double trip there. Double, he has like kill trips on site and then he just peeks and dies.
Otherwise, it's smooth sailing. Now you're gonna have to force up here. Cruz, no armor. Sop with that outlaw. This is very, very done at this point, you would think. They've got 4 players over in A main, Full Sense, trying to lock it down here.
So really good anti-eco.
Have to wait and see.
Camera for one side, contacting with the scope. 4 players grouped, ready to fight. Okay, this is a mistake.
Pay the price.
That's not a good peek.
Stop at the same time, creating this pressure on B.
Just let the jet actually.
Into tower. With that judge in hand.
No way, man. Disrespectful. Disrespectful. Oh my god. They just got annihilated. They just got absolutely annihilated.
This was an absolute masterclass in every category for FUT. Macro, micro, just style points there at the end for Sop. What a performance from him on the jet.
22-8, 401 ACS. He has shown up to play, and Full Sense have not. Will they wake up from map 2? We'll find out after the break.
Wow. Damn, they got extremely wrecked. Okay, next map. Next map is Haven. FUT's pick, very, very comfortable for them. What has FUT been playing on this map, though? FUT has been playing on Haven. Killjoy, Neon, Omen, Sova, Waylay. Ooh, they're playing the Neon Waylay. I wonder if they stick with the Neon Waylay. My guess is no. My guess is that they go... But I don't know. Maybe they will. I think the main problem for them is that Zeus's Phoenix has not been great. I would not mind, honestly, to see like a Jet Waylay, as crazy as that sounds. I feel like Jet Waylay could be kind of fire. I think Neon is done for. I would wait until we see some better Neon players. I don't think that Jip Boys is that good on Neon. I would wait until we see, you know, like Sop or Spike or Koshmaras, you know, like the actual real Neon players. Jitboys is just playing the Neon because nobody else on the team wants to. So once we see some actual Neon gameplay, then we can judge. But yeah, Full Sense needs to win some pistols. Like, again, coming back to this, Full Sense has been the most successful team at pistols, which is allowing them to, like, when they win pistol, win anti-eco, they're averaging 6.5 rounds per half, one of the best. So their conversion rate for anti-ecos has been good, but if they lose pistol, lose eco, I mean, they still have been decent, but not on that map. That's for sure. MMR? I don't know anything about the MMR system, really. Picking double duelist comp into Haven is something. I mean, it's definitely a way that a lot of people are playing the map. They need to come out swinging on this map. If they let FUT come into this map and play with the same level of confidence, this is going to be a very fast 2-0.
A dominant map win for FUT, especially when it comes to Fracture, which used to be your permaban, right? Did you expect this to be so dominant, and were you surprised at how well Sop and Zeus played against Full Sense?
I mean, it's their daily work, you know? Like, everybody was thinking and saying and asking about, as we were a Neon centralized team, and this should be an answer to them, right?
Okay, thank you so much. And also, what did you notice from Fracture that you can apply on Haven so that you can take advantage of something that Full Sense was doing?
Yeah, I mean, our prep was good. They didn't change a single thing, which has made it super easy for us.
All right. Good luck on Haven. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Huge first map 1 appearance by FUT, closing that out on Fracture. And it's so ironic, we were just discussing Fracture and how we weren't rating many of the Swiss teams for this map.
No, I think Full Sense are going to be kicking themselves here. They hesitated in that map veto on what to pick. It should have been Pearl, in my opinion. I think that's a map where they have been looking dominant on, and instead going to this Fracture, going into the trap of FUT. I think EMEA teams are quite good at this map. We've got the Fanatics and Heretics,
I agree.
able to teach the other teams.
I totally agree with what Minnie's saying. They definitely should have picked
pushing
Pearl.
Out all over, looking aggressive, looking extremely solid here.
I think you heard Vlad kind of mention it as well, you know, the fact that it was one of their bans when we think back to their time in EMEA, Full Sense, I guess maybe doubting whether they should pick into that, thinking, is it a strength for us, is it a weakness for FUT? I think that FUT were able to, you could see the preparation in the server and the way in which they were able to play.
Yeah, in fact, even going back to the map veto, you saw T-Love from Full Sense and Cruz a little bit taking a back with that veto there, and they were kind of forced into picking that Fracture.
And that worries me a little bit, that their preparation for that veto, they didn't expect that at all. Like, the veto process shouldn't take that long. You should immediately know what you're going to be picking, even if a curveball does happen. Yep. And so for me, a little bit of worries there in their map pool.
Yeah, well, not many curveballs were happening on the side of Full Sense. Let's take a look at our Verizon high-speed moment from the match.
All right, I will be right back. I'm gonna get
absolutely killing it this map.
I think it was the way in which they were able to fight the extremities, mainly starting on that defensive half. You've seen Sop propped up with the Outlaw so many times, but then also this round where they're able to convert Thrifties time and time again as well. Honestly, I think the way that they've been able to come out, considering both of them are rookies to this global stage, they need to keep up this confidence and momentum, because right now they look great.
Yeah, I said keep your eyes on the defense. Are these teams going to actually start pushing and playing this map properly? And FUT absolutely were. And that was Sop and Zeus pushing out. Sometimes it was pushing out one side of the map, and then surprise Sop is on the other side. And I think another talking point actually is Zeus, a player who we didn't hype up in this pre-show too much. Like, he was struggling just a little bit, and Sop takes up all that energy, but he's looking a lot more confident now on that raise, and maybe also that waylay going into future maps.
Yeah, I hope to see it. I think that that's something that I had kind of thought of Zeus when we think back to the time since Sop has since joined this team. Zeus looks so much more comfortable and confident, and I think having his buddy Sop, on that secondary duelist as well there alongside him is what's helping him look so good.
He was supposed to be the superstar of FUT, and when he joined, he didn't quite match that levels. He was supposed to be what Sop was, and if they're both firing like this, then it's going to be a good tournament.
He was saving it for London. He's definitely showed up today. Now we are going to be going into Haven. Of course, that leaves a lot of question marks for Full Sense. A lot of us were super hyped on this team coming into this tournament, but that was honestly probably one of the weaker starts we've seen so far in Swiss stages.
Well, you mentioned the Waylay just there as well, Minnie, when we think about Zeus and Sop. They were playing the Waylay Neon more recently on that Haven, so I'm intrigued to see if they stick with that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's just going to be... I want to see them to play Jet Phoenix, personally.
Yep.
I think that's the obvious answer here. That is the things we talked about yesterday as the meta picks right now. I think that this match should be a lot closer. Even though FUT are favored here in terms of it is their map pick, I think that Full Sense looked lost on that Fracture, and they're not going to look lost on Haven.
I think in that token, though, they're starting on the attack, Full Sense. And when you're starting on attack on a map like Haven, if you're looking that indecisive on a map like Fracture, I start to worry a little bit going into that Haven.
I don't worry. I think Fracture is a slightly more complicated map that, again, a lot of teams don't really understand right now. Haven is a map that Cruz is going to call 100 times before. He knows how to do that. Even if they just rush it down on one of the sites, I think they're going to be a lot better in this.
Yeah, that's right. Let's hear what Coach T-Love fam has to say ahead of map 2.
Jen Lee here with the Full Sense and Isara for some translation. Now, you guys didn't really change much, but I wanted to ask you about Jit Boys on that Neon. He was a bit quieter than we're used to seeing him perform in Pacific. So, do you think this was the Neon nerf that kind of hit you guys harder than you expected it to, or it was just the nerves?
สำหรับตรงนี้เนี่ยคือเราได้เห็นแล้วว่าการปรับนีออนหรือว่าการโดนเนิร์ฟตรงนี้เนี่ยทำให้จิตบอยอาจจะเล่นได้เงียบลงกว่าที่เราคาดคิดไว้คิดว่าการเนิร์ฟครั้งนี้มันเกี่ยวมากน้อยขนาดไหนกับผลลัพธ์หรือว่ามันเป็นเรื่องของแฟกเจอร์กันครับ
มีผลครับแต่ผมว่ามีผลไม่ได้เยอะครับเราแค่เล่นตามเกมฝั่งตรงข้ามซะเยอะแล้วก็ไม่ได้เล่นในเกมของเราเหมือนเราคิดเยอะเรากลัวเราไม่ค่อยกล้าเล่นอาจจะเป็นเพราะว่าความกดดันหรือว่าครั้งแรกของทุกคนในงานมาสเตอร์ก็ประมาณนั้นครับแต่ผมว่าคิดว่าไม่ได้มีผลขนาดนั้นสำหรับพีออน
I think the nerf was not too bad. Definitely it has some effect, but I do feel like it's more like we were playing their game more than focusing on our own. We overthink too much. And with that being said, I think we just need to get back on our step and focus on what we do.
So it wasn't the nerves, but we were too nervous to play our own game, is essentially what he just said.
Of course, one of the questions we had coming into today, especially with so many players playing on the global stage for the very first time, is the nerves, the jitters. And I think this is what is happening a little bit with Full Sense right now.
Yeah, I think so, but I do think that the way that they played that Fracture lended into that. They weren't going fast at all. They were doing very, very methodical spread defaults, and I think for a team that has some nerves, you just want to keep it simple.
1 and 6,
and
yikes.
I think on Haven, that's what I want to see. I just want to see a lot more just going together in the pack and not having to make all the players communicate and do lots of complicated things.
It almost felt as though they were doubting themselves at times, like looking almost too timid at moments, which is weird because there were so many moments where they had themselves in deep deposit positions where they could kind of get an advantage from that, whether it was a man advantage or things like that. On the other side, you have FUT that have come into this with full confidence.
It looks like a timid EMEA team, and that is not what I want to be saying about an APAC team.
Especially Full Sense. It is actually wild to see this, and I think this is
okay, so the question is, does Full Sense play the Cypher Deadlock here?
When he was on Talent, has actually
no,
thanked your team
they're
when
playing
you were the coach,
Chamber.
For inspiration
they're sticking with the Neon.
Successful plays on Haven, so let's see if they can bring it in today.
Well,
hey, I called it.
A lot quicker
Love
than Fnatic, because that is what we're looking for here. Is them
Waylay
just sending
Jet,
it a
nice.
lot more on this attack side with that Neon and Phoenix. The same duo again.
I'm glad we don't see Zeus on the Phoenix.
I just think it is just about sending it.
Yeah, I don't think Jitboys was playing the Neon on this map previously, so it's kind of interesting that they've decided to continue having this agent here. I think the Chamber is really great on this map, but I think looking at FUT's composition, you have Zeus on that whaley. Expect him to be just getting into sight. They don't really have a whole lot to be able to stop him here. And also, we saw how great Sop was with the sniper on that fracture. On a map
I don't
like
this.
as well, you're
I
never
think
really going to know where he's
I
going to
don't
be
like this
positioned
comp
with
from
that
Full
weapon.
Sense.
Yeah, and the thing I love about FUT on this map, despite the change to the jet, I think it's going to be the same. A lot of A main aggression. They love to use the whaler, use the jet, get up into Full Sense's face, but I'm hoping Full Sense fight fire.
I'd say advantage
with fire
FUT.
this time around.
Yeah, that's right. We really want to see the aggression come out from Full Sense, so let's see if they can bring it back, or if today Turkey reigns supreme as we send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. And yes, they need to have a rebound. Full Sense not looking like themselves at all, but FUT are looking right at home here in London. That was a dominant performance, and one that is going to be difficult to recover from if you are Full Sense.
For sure, and you're kind of running into similar problems with that jet still in Sop's hands. There's so much change of direction that FUT can implement.
Look how
with the
aggressive
Waylay and
FUT
the jet.
is.
It's going to be tough, I think, for Premi to find value.
They already
like
have
that
the
with
deep
that
sea.
Phoenix, with those curveballs, like we saw on Fracture. I think this is still going to give them a lot of problems.
There's a Haunt, Yetajay just a tuck back. Green wrap though is
Okay, Cam used early. They don't have any short control.
Zeus is going to be on this approach.
Oh boy. Okay. I was gonna say, okay, Premi maybe needs to carry.
And it's just Cruz with the Bandit now in a 1v3. What a clutch this would be, but for now, it does seem that Pistols will continue to elude this Thai squad. Haven't been able to find one yet. There's the realization into the spray down. Zeus
It
with
is
a
not
3K
looking
will
good.
put their third pistol win.
Yeah, I mean, they're just out macroing Full Sense in every regard.
It is not looking good.
Not dropping
This is
pistols, and this time it's because
just the
of this
insta push down
linger
C.
from Zeus. And at Full
Nobody
Sense has
covering,
no
nobody
idea.
even considering somebody could be
Doing
short
a
is
great
insane.
job buying time and space for the rest of his team to get into position to strike. Solid on Fracture, seeing it here again. Not overstepping
They did not
his
even
bounds,
consider
not
somebody could be
overplaying his
short.
role. Doing a really solid effort. And then
They're forcing into this.
They're
Ooh, yeah,
forcing.
Singers.
A big gamble. This catches FUT off guard.
Honestly,
Premi
this
quickly
is a
takes the
really
cross.
bad
Prowler
sign.
able to identify
I think.
that tripwire. Yetajay just spraying and playing, nothing going to be found. As Relay Bolt goes over towards backside. Swing in though, Sociable's going to be able to find one. Leviathan dead over and long, but Jitboy's cleaning up that kill. Yetajay, he just
Oh
tucked away.
boy.
Tries to get the transfer, he
Okay,
cannot.
it's definitely winnable.
Lilla will be able to take him down.
Bulldog, 2 stingers.
3v3 we go. Spike still not yet planted. We'll go for it now.
The Marshall's kind of useless.
Backside
Not gonna
plan,
one-shot
trying to
kill
play
people.
away from this garage angle. Able to catch Zeus off guard. The Marshall
Okay, the
shot
stinger
not
works.
coming to fruition. Full Sense. A big
It's
gamble that
a
pays
big
off.
risk.
Tied up 1-1.
Well,
It's
that's
definitely
exactly what
worrying
for
that they
this
felt
Thai
like they
team.
needed to do that.
They really needed an injection of
But
life, and that
it
might
works,
be
and that could be a really big deal.
just what you wanted to see. And I was a little bit worried here for a moment in the 3v3, but Killua ready for that garage angle. Plays it nicely. And the serious face on the captain.
Yeah.
Really wants to get this one through, really wants to take this to a map 3. Haven, a map that we haven't seen in quite some time for Full Sense, in a completely different
Yeah,
look
I think
compared to what
that
we saw on stage 1 at least.
they're playing anti-orb,
Leviathan
makes
on that
sense.
chamber. This is one
They
of the
think
big,
they probably will play
change-ups that I'm
anti-orb.
curious
They're going to
about.
go A, get the
3
A-orb
games
potentially.
total across his entire career on this agent, so I want to see some impact from him. 0-2 start, but see if he can continue to pick it up. He's going to be clearing out a little bit of space. Sop.
Looking for the check, but
Yeah.
Jitboys will just be dialed in on the angle. ADS with the Bulldog finding that kill to start things off. Full Sense still going to be taking
You
their
can see
time.
Full Sense is playing extremely
Cannot
passive
afford to have another thrifty
on their
given over to
anti-ecos. They're going to go A.
Come in, Cam to be cleared out on the B site, and for now, FUT seeming to think that this is going to end up at C, but
Yeah.
given Leviathan's position,
Take B,
he's
go
just
A,
walked his
pick
way
up the
into
orb on A
site.
for Premi.
He's just going to be calling the team over here, so we'll be
good.
able to find a solid post-plant situation here for Full Sense.
Good anti.
As they slowly, steadily make sure that they're just crossing all their T's and dotting all of their I's. Don't want to get caught off guard from Sewers yet again.
Exactly. They have to be careful. They have already had a couple moments in this map. One that cost them dearly in
Orb.
the pistol, and one that almost cost them With the tucked in position
Okay,
of
Phoenix Alt going to the next round. Big.
This time around should be them just fanning out, looking for those kills, looking for those.
This is going to be plus 27.
Towards Leviathan looks the answer is going to be yes. There's yet a J.
I think.
An easy cleanup.
So
Now
this should be an op.
Angle, try to stop them from getting in towards that spike detonation.
So having the Phoenix Alt into the op is really big.
Foot should just be to not give over any additional alt charge. Rendezvous going to be set up, and they want to try to fight this one forward. Crystalli will be able to peel back a kill, stopping it from being a flawless, but Leviathan finding 3 as Full Sense move up 2-1.
Yeah, now you're starting to see some good macro ideas from Full Sense, some good comms. When we got to listen in from them on Fracture, it felt like, you know, Leviathan and Jit Boys were really active in the comms, really making some calls and ideas. So here, this time, Leviathan able to just find that open space on the map and call the troops over. Now you are going to have some big guns coming through here for FUT, the Op and the Odin, but the Op only going to have half armor. So if he challenges into Leviathan,
yeah, this could snowball really hard for Full Sense if they win this round.
Now, off the rip, not going to be the case. Looking for that tight angle, looking for the orb denial, knowing with that Phoenix in play that's something that you're going to.
I'm a little surprised they don't have like camera set up for him to peek off of. He's just dry on the line.
Side, it was a big part of the game plan, trying to funnel those orbs as much as they can, but Full Sense as well, kind of aware of what the potential counter strategies could be. You know, Minnie was talking about it on the desk, how FUT was getting really aggressive on the extremities of the maps, something they like to do here on Haven as well.
Jump peek out. Op will have been spotted. Just using the blaze hold to try to get tucked a little bit further forward. Now uses run it back to get rid of Sop. Flash does manage to connect. It's going to be Yeta J. Holding things from that garage side to shut down the ultimate. At the same time, Leviathan going to be spotted.
Whoa.
Yeta J tries to reswing in the garage, and he's giving up so much space. Zeus is able to find one Sop with another as Jit Boys will get taken down.
Yeah, the timing was nice from Full Sense.
3v3 with the Prowler spotting Sop. A quick little exit. Has to give up this space, so for now,
this is the key player. What does Sociable do? Re-clearing garage together. Oh my god, they're not aware.
Off guard, comes away with 2, and now it's just Kalu in a 1v3.
A lot of just like real inexperienced mistakes from Full Sense, honestly.
On the biggest stage of his career thus far, he finds the first. Turns back, clears the recon, but that's when Sop strikes, and FUT will be able to win out the round.
I feel like they are just constantly
Full Sense just
looking
so tunneled in.
Yeah, they look pretty
it seems like they're so
pretty
convinced
sloppy.
that FUT is going to be coming from the window, that Sociable is just catching them off guard, and he does this all the time in EMEA, but oh, that's a nice one from Sop. They're just not ready. Primi trying to back up, you know, covering that angle, but it's too late. They do a great job holding the line.
That's a critical round. Allows them to carry that Odin as well as the operator forward. Stop still going to be having that half arm, but this time no Outlaw to be concerned about. It's an op in the hands of Leviathan. See if he ends up challenging on the same angles, but at the moment it seems like no. Will just be a peek out towards A long.
Yeah, they're going to try to use the Haunt Flash setup here to set him up.
Before goes out, meanwhile, Switchpool scaling forward. That Rendezvous will just be taken out to safety though, and this gives a lot of forward space for FUT. An immense amount of map control now established. As op shot from Sop doesn't manage to connect on a Primi. He had an opportunity to take that Phoenix down out of garage, but ends up going a bit wide.
This is such a clever setup. Leviathan, it's just going to be how patient is he going to wait this out? With Sociable right around that corner, Paranoia in hand. Could be tricky for the chamber, but the reinforcements have arrived. Are they going to be ready?
The face in. There's the Paranoia, and Zeus is able to collect one. Now the convergent path's immediately going to be invested. It's blinded up, but the smoke just completely keeps them protected. And the stray spray from Zeus is able to find Jit Boys. Stalling out to open up, and they're just killing
Dude, they are just getting wrecked through the smoke, man. What the heck is this round?
Oh, man. That lack of map control absolutely crushes Full Sense. Cruz just going to try to find some way to hang on to this gun if possible, but still way too much time on this clock, you would think.
Yeah, this is a big swing back in. Yeta J just around the corner at the top of sewers. Right, come checking down, and he does, and Cruz cannot find the headshot, so it's a flawless round for FUT to reestablish the lead.
This is incredible game sense from them. Just waiting things out. Paranoia into the convergent pass, and it hits everybody on Full Sense, basically. And that is just a firing squad. Already, FUT well ahead in every department, just like on Fracture. Sure, Full Sense has got a couple rounds in there off of that forced buy-up, but outside of that, they're looking very, very shaky.
Have the overdrive available, but it's going to be Jitboy still holding on to this Vandal. Thought maybe we'd see that passed over to Primi. Play for an orb, trying to get that tour de force, but, well, there goes the gun. Jitboy's immediately dead as Zeus just walks out into mid. Completely disrespecting.
Yeah, I mean, dude, they just look like they're totally unaware that FUT would ever make plays.
He's able to find Primi. Now both duelists have been eliminated, and Leviathan gets tagged to 19 at the same time, and now we'll be finished off. Continuing to walk forward.
Jesus, this is
flawless. FUT once again finding their form.
Oh, that looked bad. You gotta call it timeout.
Seems like they've got the download.
You gotta call it timeout.
Play. You know, this time Full Sense going to spread the map a little bit, and FUT just covering every angle, every corner. Nice little flicks here and there as well.
They're just not aware of any angles other than like the basic ones.
Really give them much hope.
Like, look at their comp, man.
Sure.
Look at their comp. They've got Jet, they've got Waylay, they've got Omen. They're gonna be on top of stuff. They're gonna be walking down into space.
Start to feel this pressure. 2-round deficit. Being able to tie things up after that force buy, after dropping another pistol, but then now again starting to feel like
I mean, every round is slow. They're playing a double duelist comp with Neon, and every round they're playing is slow.
And if they aren't able to rescue this, then it might just be curtains for Full Sense in this opening series.
This has not been good.
They just feel scared. I mean, it doesn't feels like they kind of got punched in the mouth, and they're not able to recover. They're rattled. They're reeling. They're teetering. Meanwhile, FUT is looking for the knockout blow. They're winding up for it big time.
Yeah, and again with the Coinbase win condition, my eyes start to look over towards Primi. Will he be able to find that impact? The 2 kills that he found.
I generally think that this decision to put Primi on Phoenix on both these maps has been atrocious. Like, I really do not like this. This is your win condition right here.
You need him to be firing as Full Sense.
You need to put him on an agent that allows him to play with full freedom.
And having him on the Phoenix on both maps has just not gotten the value that you look for. You are going to be tour de force with Leviathan and Jitboy's ult. They're going to try to get ahead. Bounce up from the relay, or the recon dart. This time, though.
Oh my. See, look at the difference. Look at the difference when you have a player who has full freedom to make whatever plays he wants versus somebody who has to do whatever the team is doing.
Sop is just operating on a completely different level. Meanwhile, peek out at Heaven. There it is. And Leviathan unable to find the flick, and he's going to be the one eating the damage. He does get some through, actually, on his Versailles. The wall bang does connect. Fairly even across both sides. Meanwhile, Jitboy's checking down in the sewers, making sure that there's no sneaky Zeus down there. Spike can be planted, but this is going to be a difficult hold for Full Sense. So the Nightfall's immediately going to be invested, but Sop just
he diffs him.
He's able to find Leviathan.
He diffs him.
3 players now to try to hold this line. It's the up and over.
It's over. All right, go next series. This one is over.
The rest of his team picks up the pieces, and it is another flawless for FUT.
This is incredible. I mean, Sop on the Jet. Absolutely love the movement. Absolutely love the confidence that he's bringing in. Doesn't matter if he's paranoid or not. He's getting in there.
Go next series.
Shots. He is doing it all. This is exactly what you want to see. And I mean, again, look at these POVs from the FUT players. It's crossfires galore. It's great coordination. And meanwhile, Full Sense just feels like they're in a panic. They're in a daze.
It's perfect. Like we dream. Like we dream.
I mean, it's literally perfect in every single facet.
I agree.
So many flawlesses already on this map for FUT. They're sticking to the game plan, and Full Sense just can't break it. They can't find a way to shake up FUT right now.
And FUT right now, maybe giving them a little bit of an opportunity here, thinking that Full Sense was going to change directions in towards that C site, and it's going to be still an operator available for Leviathan.
I also will say I am not the biggest fan of Fade on this map. I know it like works well with the Phoenix comp, but I do not like. I don't like how most teams play Fade on this map.
We're just too good.
Sova is just so much better.
Of course, he's good for it, and he's gonna stick around. Prowler doesn't scout him.
Oh my god! I'm still alive.
The punish isn't there.
There's no way.
He finds Cruz, and then he overheats a little bit, but it doesn't matter.
That's ridiculous, dude.
Cristali
It's yeah, it's just over. It's over.
It's already looking finished. Just 8
It's
rounds
over.
in.
I mean, he's just incredible. He's got the style. He's got the composure. He's got it all right now. This is stellar work on the Jet. And again, they've got that extra layer over towards Sewers to clean up what Sop started.
I think he should have been playing Jet earlier. They might have won EMEA if he just swapped over to it. His Neon's good, but this is looking immaculate.
I agree. This is so fun to watch right now. He is just otherworldly. Oh, he saw the head.
Ooh.
Whiff at this point.
That was almost Omen going down.
A warning shot. Just continue to get into the head of Cruz here. Well, Jay playing this pixel
Yeah,
angle.
I mean this is just so it's so obvious what Full Sense is gonna do. Like their comp has like one game
Way
plan.
to set up Jip Boys with his ult here. I think that's the big win condition in my mind for the high squad in this round.
Yep.
Try to
Really good discipline.
Yeah, just the back pedal, just give up that space. FUT are trusting in their protocols to be able to get this retake going, so see how they do decide to pilot it. Plenty of noise being made, but for now, Leviathan playing this patiently. Jitboy's going to be taking down Leviathan, does manage to catch one. Sociable will fall, but he can't find the follow-up as the other J peeks out in the window and manages to strike him down. Primmy's dead, Kahlua
I mean,
gone.
really nice discipline from them.
It may not
Super
be
good.
flawless, but it's one casualty. They are catch capped, and they now have the lead secured 7-2.
They're
Yeah.
just having fun out there, but this is
I really
incredible.
I really
You
don't
gotta
understand the
tip your cap to the coaching
Primy
staff
Phoenix on
with
both
the way
maps.
that
It
they've got
just
this team prepared here.
it doesn't make sense to me.
Love investing the Cypher ult there. It means that Killua is in a bad spot where he has to go for the big play to out of the smoke because he's going to be revealed in that position shortly. Just a wave to the camera. Hi, Mom. We're doing well.
I mean, it just feels like playground bullying at this point.
It does. And Zeus has got another convergent pass here to make matters
Full
worse.
Sense look like the skinny nerdy kid with glasses, and then what? They are the guy who's been held back for 3 years.
Yeah.
His dad's into MMA, so this is not looking good at all. As now run it back, going through, but the tripwire slows it up, allows for Cristalli to just go ahead, tuck away on that long side, and maybe catch these players off guard.
He's probably dead here.
Yep, there's the sick realization as Jip Boys will
No way, they let him get two? They're so afraid, bro.
punches forward, and he can do no wrong.
Jesus, dude.
He gets 3 from that position.
They're so afraid.
And it just feels like daylight robbery.
It's just a masterclass. You're in trouble, Brimmy.
One enemy remaining.
He's done. He's gone.
Spike down A.
Got this off.
Nice
He'd
shot.
love to hold on to it, and it will be a solid
Probably a little too aggressive there, but this round's over. I mean, the series is over. Let's be honest.
Plenty of money.
The series is over. I think Full Sense's read on the meta is not good. I think their understanding of how to enable their players in this current situation is not good. I don't understand why they're playing the comps that they're playing.
I mean, they are.
I mean, I do. I understand why they're playing the comps they're playing, but
outsmarting them, I don't know any
it's
other way to say
been,
it because I feel like a broken record
been
at this point.
the wrong
It's
read,
just
I
the little
think.
things that they're doing. You know, Cristalli tucks in, and even though there
10
seems to be
seconds
some
left.
awareness from Jip Boys that he could be there, he just doesn't really react to it. And then I just tease up Cristalli. Leviathan going to be good for one. Quite split the difference there.
And nearly able to have it, will be able to retain that operator, but this is no closer.
honestly,
to Full Sense, bringing things back
what Full Sense
forward.
probably
The
should be
best they can
doing
now hope for, and just give
is
it
they
a try.
probably should be playing
It just
double
seems
initiator.
impossible
like,
at this point. They will be able to scrape together another buy, but
like
she's got
if
so
they
much
had
money on the foot side of things,
if they had
never
these
take
two
these
guys
guns out of
both
their
playing
hands.
initiator, I think they'd be in a better spot.
I mean, Cruz isn't going to be able to buy much other than Util and a Guardian. So he does opt to try to squeeze something out of this round. This one's got to go for Full Sense, but you feel like on Haven, another slightly attacker-sided map, this is potentially out of control. Again, it just feels like delayed reactions from Full Sense. The drone there kind of ignored, looking for maybe just a player to pop out of the smoke.
Sop again. Finds Shit Poison. Yep, he's going to stick around. Well, they didn't
Yeah,
do a
I agree. This seems like a
that
pretty
does
serious
snap on it.
coaching diff. Not gonna lie.
Meanwhile, Cruz trying to see if he can open something up. Obviously, he can just hop this trip.
That's what Yedze wants. He's like, go ahead and hop it. See what happens.
And jump in, swing around that C connector side. Zeus is waiting.
Exactly.
Couple shots out, and Zeus now starting to swing, and there's the catch. Cruz going to be taken down. Primi throwing out that curveball. He's able to find one, but can't clean up both kills. Only able to get Yedze. Kahlua, however, coming away with the waylay. Now needs to push forward, take point, try to win this fight, and he will be able to get the catch on the one, but he cannot find anything else.
I mean, the other thing though is like,
30 seconds.
Jitboy's his best role is Sentinel.
However, unable to scale
His
forward.
best role has
So
always
Roman
been
stays
Sentinel.
alive.
And Kahlua and Leviathan are both initiator players.
FUT with every little bit of information they could possibly want. A rendezvous set up in the garage.
How do they make masters?
Trying to get this plan
Because
in play.
they put Primi on Jet, and he carried every single map on Jet.
He's deep in backside, and the time is gone. It's just over. Full sense.
Like, they literally had him on Jet every single map, and he carried them.
They're consistently being swept.
And now he's on Phoenix every map.
I just love the intelligence here being shown.
Look at this.
By FUT. I don't like.
I mean, yes, his Phoenix was fine, but look at when he's playing these escape dash agents.
That angle, but Sociable plays this so
Like, these numbers are crazy
he knows
good.
He's got so much to play with here. He uses his TP to create that crossfire initially, where Leviathan just has bad options left. Tries to go to the other side, has more bad options because the time's running out, and Sociable's like, I know you don't have time to plant this, and I don't even have to shoot my gun. I just need to make you not be able to commit to the spike.
Well, this is looking like the last Coinbase win condition that we'll take a look at here. As Full Sense, they're calling their last time out just to try to secure a 3-9 half.
Yeah, this has been a complete beatdown.
And the money's all over the place. A couple
Complete
of
and
to work
utter
with. Yes,
beatdown.
from the shadows, a nightfall. But is that going to be enough? Because it hasn't been since round 3.
No, and to make matters worse, Sop's got his Blade Storm here for this final round, and we know what he can do with that. So, best of luck to you, Full Sense, because this one looking like it's going to be a 10-2 half and a clean, easy day for FUT, unless somehow there's some magic left. I don't know, break out the Hong Tai if you need it, but I don't know if that's going to be enough.
Well, London, if you want to see Full Sense be able to bring this back, they need this next round. They need your energy, so make some noise. We'll see if that's going to be good enough. Can
Sorry,
they find the
I'm
third?
opening Photoshop for a second.
Will it just be devastation again? Haunt not going to be able to clear this angle, so Sop still able to get himself implanted in sewer, continuing to swing out wider and wider.
Ooh,
A bit of damage.
uncharacteristic
Does
whiff.
get wind away.
Look how much confidence he has, though.
Now that connects on the 3 players here on the site. Full Sense looking to try to up the pace. Sop, however, drawing
Yeah,
out the
Full
play.
Sense is finally playing with some pace, but it's too late, man. It's too late.
Swing in, can't find the adjustment, but
It's too late.
on high. Takes their lives, takes their hope. It's 10-2.
It just doesn't matter. You hit 3 players with a Nightfall, and Sociable just goes high. And they've got a great high-low setup covering sewers. Sop does his job. He takes Primi out of the round. And after that, look at what he can do.
The floodgates were open, so now an 8-round deficit. Full Sense need everything to be played perfectly when we come back after the halftime break.
Holy cow. What a destruction, man. What a destruction. What actually, I'm trying to remember how what was Full Sense's path? Okay, so they beat KRX, who was not great. The T1 game was a big win for them. This one was a big win. And this one was Primy carrying on Jet. Yeah. Buzz having a very rough series. So I mean, like they earned their way there, but man, it's I really just think that the comps that they're running make no sense. For their team, I think it looks just completely wrong.
A forced buy after dropping the pistol, and then the follow-up from there. Otherwise, it has just been perfection from FUT. 9 rounds consecutively to make it up to 10.
Yeah, I mean,
Does GE stand a chance today? I favor GE in this matchup.
And it's nothing but desperation and despair right now for the Thai team.
I think that
shake these moments off pretty well. They've got
the way that I'm looking at it is
at this point,
GE should be able to prep for LEV. If they have all this prep for LEV and they lose, then slightly fraudulent for GE.
Very much the same. He and Sop always neck and neck on that fracture.
But I think because they have a big prep advantage as far as like LEV was playing EWC like a week ago, GE got to watch all those games. GE has probably meta advantage because LEV requires, or they rely on Neon pretty heavily. So I actually favor GE slightly, but I'm a little bit worried about GE just getting outshot. But I think they'll be fine.
Does that go red at all? Clearing the corners has not really been a big positive for Full Sense so far in this series. J will just be able to have the catch.
Dude, he is so unaware. How are Full Sense so unaware of these angles, man?
Decently here, so some damage can be found, but push out of the smoke, and Zeus just has him dead. Primy's gonna be able to find 2 again in this pistol, but can he get more? Because that's what they need. Crew's now on the arrival. Picks him up at the time and starting to bleed down. Looking for that defuse, the paranoia. Not gonna be connecting. Primy looking to try to hold it. No.
Okay, that's what they need. That's what they need. It's too little too late, but that's what they need.
It felt labored. I mean, I really like the ideas from FUT. Got the Cypher lingering, but oh man, Primy hits 2 quick headshots. And he picks up a Sheriff and goes to work. And a lot of confidence there. Nice to have Cruz still alive to set up with the smokes. Even with that deep post plant that FUT was going for, they couldn't really disrupt it. It's just the pistol round. It's a pretty good late round theory here. It's going to be no buy up really just J with the Bandit. Chipboy's actually with the shotgun. Haven't seen too much judge this event just yet.
Yeah, what is it going to look like?
That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Well, you can't do much about that one. It's just watching Sop on the entry, but Primy will be able to find that kill. At the same time, though, Cruz dead, but the weapon will be left on the floor as Primy arrives on the seaside fast enough to find that punish. ADS in, Primy maybe starting to come alive, gets himself a 3K. As it's now just going to be Cristalli to try to see if he can make this a little bit more
good anti-eco for Full Sense, but like I said, they didn't even give themselves a chance to win this map.
Going the other way, so probably can get the plant. Doesn't look like Leviathan's going to think about challenging it. Just have to see if he can find any more value.
Well, will not. Facing forward, Leviathan. Second shot will connect. Okay, Full Sense, 2 in a row. Get themselves up to 4, but it's going to take a hell of a lot more than this to really start convincing us. Bonus conversion might just do the trick.
Yeah, it's almost a necessary bonus conversion. Woo. Pretty fast from Primy. Able to get in there and bail out. Could have maybe been a tide turner there on that C site. I'd like to see Full Sense play a little bit for retake here. Maybe lean a little bit stronger towards one side of the map or the other. See if you can get that run it back into play. So they're going to lean A. That's going to be how they're thinking about this right now.
Full investment from Kahlua to try to get a Bulldog into the hands of Cruz. They want to make sure that they have firepower across the board because they know that they need to convert this. But they are just going to be leaving Leviathan alone on this side of the map. Granted, crunch attempt towards a lobby. Full Sense are going to get a lot of information off the back of this. And it will come down to can Leviathan hold the line.
Yeah, what's the timing like here? They're already in garage, so it's going to be fast.
Drifting away, and Rendezvous won't take him
Okay,
out
free
safely,
sight.
so quickly backpedal away. Meanwhile, Tripwire going to be noting this entry into the window in mid. Spike can be planted. 5v5.
They're gonna bring Primi to CT. But is gonna. Are they gonna fight CT? What's the plan here?
They're gonna try to regroup. They just cleared a trip at long.
Nice paranoia. Oh, they killed 2 people.
Cruz still trying to work his way over.
Look at them fighting together.
Starting to bleed down. Premier spot on the one. The cam's gonna be sent in. Shitboys is just sprinting forward onto the side, but he's just not moving fast enough.
That's really nice from FUT.
Can't quickly close the gaps. The cleanup looking good here as Cruz now to try to find a little bit more damage, but he cannot. Some armor rebuys with 3 players still staying alive. FUT now just 2 rounds away.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I mean,
Man, Patel, I think
caught up in some of
I
the
think
enemy's
GE needs to win the macro and LEV needs to be
going.
shooting hard.
And then FUT just has the confidence to kind of understand, okay, the Phoenix probably going to be coming from this angle. Let's get ahead of that ult. Let's make sure it can't find any value. Throw the paranoia, push out, shut down the ult, find a kill as well, and just stymie Full Sense's retake before it begins. So this is just, again, great map awareness, great understanding of the win conditions that Full Sense's comp wants to try to bring to the table. That looked a little bit dicey there for a second for Jitboys. He's going to peel back. This looks like a full-on B hit.
Jitboys just going to be pounded through that smoke. Blind connecting, but Primi gets himself into back sight, but he's now boxed in, taken down. Sociable still from behind is able to find the kill on Kalu, and Cruz tries to hold this line. Final bullet does connect. Gets himself into a 1v2. The spike here at his feet. Sociable on that reposition, but Cruz is focused forward, fighting out in towards mid. Just trying to isolate these picks. He's in, re-swings out. Gets it into a 1v1, considers the ult for a reposition. Just slots back over to the connector side. Spike at the same time does get grabbed, and with 50 seconds to play,
Ooh, yeah, a little cat and mouse game going on.
On his heels.
A little fake run by Yedijay. Is he expecting to come through here or no? Nope. Okay, nicely done by Cruz.
Will find himself a monstrous
Nicely done by Cruz.
Again, it's one of those rounds from the veteran who comes up huge, but you know, we saw this very early on in Fracture, didn't amount to much. Is that one going to be a tide turner? Let's see, it is still going to be
back pause.
Timeout call.
That's what I'm hoping for too. That's why I'm holding my breath. Okay.
We're good. So yeah, but feeling enough pressure from this point. They still have a very healthy 6-round lead, but they would rather just end this here and now, not allow for Full Sense to continue to try to eke their way back into this game.
Yeah, I think you're just being better safe than sorry right now as a coaching staff. That is absolutely, I think, the right play. Don't give them any confidence. Don't give them any hope. Just close the door on this one. You know, you guys have been hot to start. You've had great reads. You've had great everything. Let's just keep that in check. You know, you haven't needed to get too involved here as a coaching staff because your team has done such a good job with what you've prepared them with. Now's a moment to talk.
You would say LEV would be the favorite because of their pressure thing for GE. If GE don't feel pressure, they can outplay any team.
Got outplayed by Cruz.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
That's really all that was. I like the
Full Sense still win.
No,
they don't. No, they don't.
Full Sense off guard more often than not, but
if they hadn't lost the first half 10-2, there's definitely a chance they could bring this back. But they didn't give themselves a chance.
Ult cycle getting ready to come back through for FUT. Maybe not over-aggress, invest those ults here unless you can get some very clear and critical leads in the round. That's for now. Just double dash over into the cubby. Kahlua gonna try to get away, but that does manage to connect onto him. And stop on the entry.
Nice little set play. Spike is kind of late. Could maybe get caught here. Nope, not fast enough on the scale.
Quickly closing the gaps with Sociable. He's now
great paranoia for Sociable. He's behind him. Good read by Primi. Good read by Primi.
He's gonna struggle to fight his way forward, and now has been, I believe, tripped off as well. Locked in position, dives out, stop, not quite able to find that one, doesn't line it up, but Cristali peels back into the kills.
They need a hero around from Jit. Okay. GG.
With that stinger.
GG.
They get themselves up to match point. Full Sense now needs 7 in a row.
I just love this. They have the confidence because they're so far ahead that they can use ults in an eco round. You have the Blade Storm, of course, pivotal. Sociable, watching that backside. Again, he has been so good today, just with the awareness.
One more, baby. Come on.
Good to know, Bambino. He knows his maps.
Good counting.
Yep.
Better than his brother.
Yeah, way better than his brother. As now, Blue again going to be the one put under pressure. Teleport up into heaven. Sociable, does he go for the peak? Clearly suspicious of this, but has to give away the space. But now he's going to be trapped in the site, and Sop will collect the elimination. Sociable still here, now flushed out. Python brings it back, gives them a hope. On a back pop, the tuck into the corner. Premi has not checked this one at all, but he's still able to find Cristalli before getting taken down. Backs over to the connector, but Sop is still alive, and that is still a concern if you are Full Sense. 3v3 with the drop down, and Premi is able to find both duelists, Sop and Zeus.
Premi is nasty, man. He is real nasty.
Big reveal, but Chit Boys playing forward catches him off guard, and Full Sense could be sticking around at least for a little bit longer. 6th round going their way, 6 more to go.
Yeah, but even though this is a win for Full Sense, I'm still concerned because it takes Premi going absolutely crazy. Love the delayed trip that Yedijay throws behind the run it back at the A-Link exit. It doesn't end up amounting to much, but I love the Fury. But because Premi just re-wraps up and drops down and drops 3, that gives Full Sense another lifeline, but they need 6 more in a row, which FUT did do, as we can see. They ran quite a few in a row. They're 9 in a row on the other side, themselves on defenders, but we'll have to wait and see. It's going to be...
Still have these rifles in hand, but okay, Leviathan will push out of the mid.
Okay, nice little paper X.
The duelist down again. As weapons can be recovered. The space can be given up, but Premi immediately shifts over, reads his lurk forward, dispatches Yedijay. Now it's just Sociable and Cristalli to try to see if they can somehow little rabbit out of the hat. Or Full Sense trying to get
like I said, if this was even like an 8-4 half, I think Full Sense could maybe bring this back. But when you can only lose 3 rounds, it's just asking way too much. Like the pressure is too high at that point. All it takes is like a couple good set rounds, and the half is just over. So.
Unfortunate, unlucky.
It's good that Full Sense is fighting back here. Like it shows that they do have it in them to compete.
5 more to go and 4 ultimates to try to
but
utilize to continue this run back.
They did not give themselves a chance to win today.
Like Full Sense is giving themselves a shout, but some of these rounds where their aim is starting to come alive, the coordination now starting to come through just took way too long to manifest.
Yep, I agree.
And you've got to just go absolutely crazy. I mean, a team that is...
They're just going to hit A again. Yeah. They're just going to insta-hit A again.
They're absolutely struggling. Tour de force ripped for Leviathan behind the rifle. Just feels like might as well use it now. Might get another one if we
This is like the most classic Haven round.
Off the back of this as well.
True.
You do the brick smoke, you scale up to the brick smoke, you clear short, you see the trip, you know it's going to be weak on A, and then you just hit. Now you do have to be worried about all the retake ults. Right, we've got a lot of power to come back in. But oh, they're interesting. They're overthinking it a little bit.
Sociable, I think, is going to clear.
Yeah, they're overthinking a little bit. They see 4 people middle. They should just go A.
Tag to 40.
Yeah, but so much space was taken because A had been completely abandoned by Full Sense.
Theft. Getting the spot out now. They know that Premi's going to be on that flank. They continue to inch the spike.
Ooh, FUT might be overcooking here a little bit. Yeah, I don't like this from FUT.
They do have that A site secured.
This is taking
movement right now from FUT.
I don't know. I feel like they've given themselves a lot of chances to lose this round now. But Yedijay, nice space taking. This is good.
Now Premi considering the double back, but with the spike planted, he has to play forward. He has to play towards the site itself. The shot goes wide. Leviathan unable to find the enemy Sova. Now Premi needing to continue to do incredible work, but it's just a firing squad waiting for him. And Kahlua tagged the 40. would have to pull off a miracle here and now.
Yeah, so worry about his back. I mean, there's just no way.
Shock Dart
19
takes him
HP.
down to
Yikes.
19.
Yikes.
It just feels like this one is already over. The Nightfall to be committed, because why the hell not? But as he swings, he will die. 13-7, 2-0 fashion. But it's
Alright.
been a while since we've seen them on the global stage.
GG.
But they have clearly been hungering for this opportunity, because they come out and they feast on Full Sense.
Well, they have absolutely done EMEA proud. They have done Turkey proud. This was clinical. From start to finish, it felt like they were in full control. Everything from the pistols, the macro, the micro. Again, the style, Sop on the jet, incredible. Zeus gonna as well drop a huge performance. 22 kills for him on the Waylay, on Haven. Stellar stuff at Full Sense, just never could muster much.
And we started to see a bit of it from Full Sense near the end. We started to see them come alive. We
FUT
saw Primi, I mean, the fact that he
joins energy and vitality.
tying Sop in kills,
And now we just have one more for the next round of Swiss.
but it was far too late.
If you're FUT, you definitely do not want to play against energy.
Have the advantage at every twist and turn, so congratulations to these guys.
And you probably don't want to play against vitality either.
Beasts, and anybody that's going to be in that 1-0 bracket should be crapping their pants, because these guys look scary.
No, this was really clean stuff in so many different ways from them. So they look like a complete team. Everything is clicking. It's just a matter of keeping that momentum going.
There's no way Frost picked FUT over Full
Here
Sense.
today into future matches, because to me it looks like they are bound for playoffs.
All right, well, a very good start here for FUT. Rough one for Full Sense. Let's go ahead and send it down, though, and hear from one of our winning players in the Verizon post-match interview.
Sop, finish that selfie and please talk to me. How did you find your first ever international match?
I mean, it was good. I played like how I play, and we beat them. Yeah, it was fine.
It was quite simple. It literally was a very speedy 2-0. For you, we saw some changes. We're used to seeing you play the Neon on every map. Does this mean we're going to see the Jet on every map from now on?
Yeah, I mean, I can play anything. I don't really mind the Neon nerf. I can play Neon also, so yeah, that's it.
So actually, maybe we will see some Neon in London?
You'll see.
We will see, because from that performance, you could make a very deep run here. What did you learn from EMEA and want to change coming into Masters?
I mean, I didn't really learn anything. I just play.
You just play. Well, this is the thing.
He just
it's amazing
plays.
how this team, you're not the only one making their international debut. It's 4 of you. But you guys look tighter than ever as a team. What's the difference maker?
I mean, everyone is full locked in right now, and we are performing better than EMEA, and probably that's why we dominate them.
And we're going to see some more Sop Op going forward too?
Of course.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Thank you so much to you, Tesikura Sop. Let's head to game number 2. It's coming your way very soon.
All right.
Get me. Hello.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just the lack of confidence from Full Sense was pretty tangible there. It was rough.
Yep, that's
It was
me.
rough.
You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World.
Okay. Well, GE versus LEV is next, which means take one more look real quick. GE, what are we thinking for the map, Vito? GE bans. What is GE ban? GE bans Ascent. Okay. Let's go GE, LEV. We got ban, pick. What went wrong for Full Sense? They played extremely low confidence. And I don't think that their comps were good. I think they've got some pretty serious role issues on their team that are going to get exposed by better teams. I think they They made it here by leaning on Primi, putting him on playmaking agents, and then here they put him on Phoenix, where he has to like stick with the pack and play with them the whole time, which makes no sense to me. It's almost like they didn't trust him to do the same thing, or they thought people were going to anti him or something. I think they kind of trolled their map. They trolled the veto. I think they trolled their comps as well. LEV is going to ban Breeze. Okay. GE is going to ban Ascent, I think. LEV is going to pick what are they going to pick? They might pick Split, actually. Split or Lotus? Split or Lotus? It's going to be the same for GE? I don't think so. I think this was, to me, this was, I mean, this is going to sound really harsh, but I don't think that Full Sense has, like, a very solid coaching staff. They've got a couple former players that are coaches now. I think GE has a pretty clear advantage in the coaching staff department. And so they're going to be much better prepped. They're not going to make some kind of inexperienced mistakes. Yeah, I think that's the main thing. The thing is, if LEV picks Split, like, it's one of GE's best maps also. I know that they've lost a couple times recently, but I also just don't know how no Neon translates for them, because I don't think that, I mean, maybe they still play this, but I don't know. I think I'm a little worried about LEV's map pool, to be honest. I think if you're LEV, you probably just pick Lotus, to be honest. Or maybe Pearl. But GE's Pearl's been good recently. Huh. You play Fracture? No. No, you don't. Okay. Yeah, I mean, maybe you just pick Split. Okay. Split. And I think GE is going to pick Fracture. Then ban. Second phase. GE probably bans Lotus or Haven. Say Lotus. LEV is going to ban maybe Haven or Pearl Decider. I think they will ban Pearl. And we have Haven Decider. That's what I think the veto is going to be.
Now the consistency here was amazing.
You gotta put him in too.
I agree. That came from the soul.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that.
Okay, number 2?
Yeah.
Okay, Forsaken, number 2.
Okay.
Let's see who's getting number 4.
You got to go to screaming on number 4, bro.
There's no way you don't have Yetajay at number 1,
so
man.
Sorry, bro. I'm so sorry. Jetu, where is the camera? Number 2? Jetu, you're the goat of screaming. I'm so sorry for putting you on number 4. I'm sorry, bro. I love you, but that guy is like, whenever you're studying for screaming, like you're in the PhD, you know, your teacher is teaching you about J2J how to scream.
I can't let that guy beat my ass,
No,
bro.
okay. Hey, it's
all
okay
good.
because
good.
you're gonna get the chance in Masters London
To
to
beat
be
him
the
in
best
scream.
screamer, okay? All right. Hope you guys have fun on stage, and let's scream our way out, okay? Ready?
You gotta practice at night in the
Yeah,
hotel.
you can scream bye. You can scream bye,
Oh shit.
and then we'll just.
Goodbye!
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
Hello, Sato, and welcome back to Masters London. We'll be going to match 2 of day 2. I'm Victoria, joined by Billy
I agree.
and Minnie. And leading into this, I want to ask you guys, do you have a favorite?
I think even if
player
G loses, they've got a pretty
How
good
would you
chance
rank
of
that?
Yatuj, have to.
making it through.
Yeah?
Like, they got kind of so dirty that they left him last there. But yeah, he is definitely the goat of screaming.
I think it was on purpose that they put J2J in last. Like we saw in that first match the amount of screaming that was going on. So yeah, I think it has to be Yetu.
Well, maybe Sato can do something today. But we can't help but be hyped about LEV. They came into London looking like one of the most exciting teams in the world after blazing their way to a second place finish in Americas. We got 4 real. This is the youngest roster we have in
Yeah,
in
the
Masters.
youngest roster, and I think the roster with the best firepower at this tournament, only rivaled by PaperX. There is firepower from head to toe, and that's what you want from a young team like LEV.
Yeah, I think you would describe this team as king and his cracked zoomers, right? And I think that when you think back to their time in Americas to be able to make it here, like you mentioned, they come in as that second seed. They had a rough group stage though. They were in that group stage that had that tiebreaker situation with NRG and MIBR and G2. Like it was a tough group for them. But they come into the event as the second seed.
G will play full sense if they lose. You think so? I mean, that'd be pretty poetic.
Run, which was actually
It'd be pretty
nice
poetic.
for them to be able to build up that confidence and get that BO5 experience before coming into London as well.
Yeah, and this
I'm
roster's
so
really innocent
excited to
this
see
is the
Neon
early
play on
days for this
stage.
roster. I expect to be seeing this roster time and time again, and I'm honored to be watching them at their first tournament here. I think that we might be looking back at this roster in years to come and thinking, how on earth did they manage to get all these players into one team? That's how good I think they are.
Yeah, I think this is definitely a special moment today with all the teams, especially LEV. Now, one player, that we definitely have to talk about, their young star, Neon. He's looking like candidate for Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, I mean, we take your pick with this roster, honestly, but Neon to me has been the shining light. He's been the best rated players in America, and it's the Chamber here that has been
so
the highlight.
fast.
LEV all-inning on the double Judas and the Chamber, identifying the strength in this meta of just shooting people a lot more, but they have that strategic edge as well, forcing teams into this Neon.
I'm telling you, I've seen a lot of really good players play up close, and Neon might be the fastest player I've ever seen as far as killing people when they come onto the screen.
On the Brimstone, I know that we're seeing a couple of Chamber clips here in the Julius, as you mentioned, Minnie, but I think what's so nice about Neon coming into this main roster,
I'm really curious to see what Frost's plan is to game plan this guy, because if they let him go crazy, it's over.
Before he was able to join this roster.
Yeah, he's one of the best offers from Americas. They've described him as the Messi of Valorant. So this is it's kind of a big deal.
That's a statement. Yeah.
And one of the things too, even though he's inexperienced, I think he does a lot of that defense side calling, which makes a lot of sense as the Chamber, being able to go organize what he wants his team to do. But for such a young player, that's impressive. And I'm here to watch them improve over time, but I'm just excited to see what they've got now.
Yeah, especially under their coach owner, like bringing a lot of discipline to this young firepower here. Now, let's hear from the prodigy himself, as Jen Lee had a chance to speak with them earlier today.
Jen here with Neon of LEV and Arthur for some translation. Now, Neon, you've been building a strong experience when it comes to big games since your debut in EMEA. Now,
I mean, you guys are already writing off GE. Like I said, I picked them to win. I think that they're going to win this because I think they're going to prep.
Você vem construindo uma sólida experiência desde a sua estreia. Agora, prestes a entrar num palco global, você sente algum tipo de pressão ou você acha que está pronto?
Mano, eu acho que eu sou uma pessoa que só vai vivendo eu como partido a partido. Não sinto como apressado porque eu sou simplesmente eu, não faço nada mais. Y por más que seja con un campo internacional, para mim, não sei, os partidos sábado tipo mesmo, se pasa dentro yo siento un pouco pesado, mas algo que todos os deportistas sentem, então vou lidar com isso, se acontece, e se não acontece, vai estar de boa.
I would rather say that I tend to be a person that I deal with like a match after match. I don't like think much more over that. But like as every like esports player feels, we may have some like points of pressure whenever we are inside. But in the end, like I'm gonna be able to deal with that. I tend to only like do my game and focus on my game, and I will be able to focus on that, and it won't be affecting much, regardless. It's a global stage.
Okay, well, can't wait to see you perform on that big stage. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you so much.
So I think we're going to see a bunch of Sato Phoenix.
Modest, a little humble,
I think we're going to see a
into
bunch
his first global
of...
appearance.
Well, one thing I like there is just admitting that there is some pressure. I think sometimes players like to pretend that there isn't. Yeah, it's going to be
I'm curious
easy,
whether we
it's gonna
see
be
Spike
fine. And I love
Jet
it when
or
a player shows
Neon
some maturity
Jet.
and admits,
And
yeah, there might
then
be some pressure, but
if
I'm
they
gonna
play
deal with
Spike
it. So
Jet,
I
it's
love
going to be
the attitude
Neon
there from Neon.
Smokes.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think that, yeah, a lot
Yeah,
of the
I'm really
players on
curious
this
to see how
roster
they
will be
handle the
feeling that
Neon
pressure,
nerf.
right? When we consider
That's like the
all
big
the
thing
rookies
for me
that
with
we've already
LEV.
kind of touched on, they will be looking towards King as that more experienced member to hopefully be able to bring that confidence and help them get used to this global stage.
Well, I am curious what their opponents are thinking, because it's also the first time they're on the stage. Global esports have finally gone global and made it to a global event.
Alright, who'd they
becoming
interview?
The very first Indian org to
Let me
get
guess.
here.
Autumn
Now, over
or
in Pacific,
Hobby?
there are a lot of jokes. There are a lot of
Actually,
memes
no.
about this org.
Who am I kidding?
Never
They're
even
interviewing
making it to
Patman,
playoffs,
obviously.
But for the very first time this year, not only do they make it to playoffs, they made it to the finals event over in Vietnam on the roadshow, and now they're here in Masters London. A lot of these guys on this roster have a lot to prove.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think that after that kickoff performance as well, they kind of came into stage one having those expectations on their shoulders, especially when you look at the names on this roster. We're looking at Autumn, we're looking at Patman, bringing in that experience for the rest of the team. And like you mentioned as well, Victoria, for them to be able to go to that LAN finals event, get that experience as a best of 5 for the very first time within this roster would have been really great for them. And yeah, maybe they did end up losing that rematch against PRX when it got to that, but mate, the fact that they were able to go on such
After
a run
seeing
and get
Full
themselves
Sense,
into this position,
what are the
to be able
chances of
to make
GE
it
winning
to
this
global
game?
event is
I mean,
such a success for
why
them.
would those be
Yeah,
related
I think
at
a lot
all?
of credit goes to Frost here, the coach. I think that this team is a little bit of a ragtag team. It's not necessarily the
Look
5
at Yudo.
best teams in the region. I think that Frost has done another great job of elevating a team with lower expectations and getting them here to another global stage.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of them are almost rejects in a sense, and that's why when they've come together and made it this far, it's really a phenomenal and kind of a beautiful story. And Frost himself as well. There are a lot of people.
I mean, I just
doubting
think
him
that
when he
I
came
think
over
that
to
Full
Pacific.
Sense
This guy yaps a lot.
were
And they're
just
like, what is
really
he
bad
talking
today.
about? But
Like,
he's
they play with no
definitely,
confidence.
walking the talk right now. Now we have an interview with Patman. He returns to the global
Of course, I
stage
knew it was going to be
with a
Patman.
new org, and he's in absolutely fine form, like you guys are saying. He was with Paper Rex last year, making a Toronto on a run where they finally get their first trophy, and then they let him go.
I feel like so many players could have disappeared into the shadows as well after a performance like that he had with PRX last year. He mentioned something in the press conference yesterday which I thought was really interesting, that his time with PRX, he was more of a
That's
kind
the thing,
of
like,
selfless player. However, coming into this event,
They need a
he's
game
building
plan
that
for
ego, he's
Neon
building that confidence
and his
that he
op,
needs to have for the rest of his
but
team coming into
there's a
this.
chance
I
that
was
he might
fortunate
just be too good.
enough to work with him a little bit on that Paper X run, and I would describe him back then as a player with some insecurity issues, some confidence issues, and if that is the kind of thing that he's working on, then he is a beast. He has looked like a completely different player on global esports. He knows how good he is, and he is going to be taking over the server a lot more. He's not a support bot, he's not throwing prowlers out for his team, he is the one fighting off his utility.
And it's not only that, it's the amount of flexing that he's been having to do, which is what is allowing Frost to implement all of these ideas and allowing them to play all of these crazy different compositions that they have been running in their region.
It's wild. He's actually been breaking records in Pacific against Paper X, funnily enough. So
So
we
for-
did get thoughts
for
from
GE,
Patman on
their
his
best
return
maps
to the global stage
have been
with
when
a
they play
brand new
Raze,
team. So here he is
Phoenix,
speaking with Jen Lee just earlier.
and Fade.
Jen here with Patman of GE. Patman, you've gone extremely far in your past global event. I mean, you won Masters Toronto, but in Pacific, there were moments where the team
Why are other players
itself
not being portrayed as much as
still kind
Patman?
of
Because he was
developing
literally on
under
Paper X last
pressure.
year.
So with
That's why.
the amount of experience that you have when it comes to the big stage and the global stage, how much responsibility are you planning to take on to make sure that the team stays composed today?
They're big boys already, so I don't think I have responsibility for that. I know they know how to calm themselves properly.
Is that the way it was when
Good
you were
answer.
on Paper X?
No.
Oh, but you're okay. Right, they need to be stronger for the bigger stage. All right, thank you so much, Pevin, and good luck today.
Oh man, I have to say, well, being on Paper X is very different than being on Global Esports, and the coaches are also very different. Now, Minnie, some might say you're one of the greatest coaches in this game. So is his former coach over on Paper X, Alex. But there's also an argument for Owner and Frost to be two of the best and most intense coaches also in VCT.
Yeah, I think for my money right now, Frost and Owner are extremely good. I think Owner has been consistently making these global events when he's had the opportunity to do so, and Frost, time and time again, lifting up the teams. The interesting thing to me is the styles that they bring, though, completely different. LEV have a very set structure, very set strats, a little bit readable, some people may say, and on the flip side, you have Frost with the weird comps and lots of game plans. And the question of this game is, are the game plans going to beat LEV's structure and set strats?
And one of the bigger questions, I think, overall, when we consider the length of this event is, are those playstyles going to be able to hold up? It's not the same as being in regular season where you have week to week to have these set strats planned out, but then also for Global Esports, to be able to come in with those very
What are we thinking,
specific
guys?
anti-strats, you're going to be having
Who
to do
believes
things
that
overnight.
GE is going to win?
You can't just be cooking up wacky compositions that we've seen from
Who's
them
on
time
my
and time
side?
again to go ahead
GE
and anti-strat
wins
these
via
kind of
game
teams.
plan.
So I want to see how they kind of adapt and feel in that process.
Do I think Double Initiator is still competitively viable? 100%.
Such a young team, I prefer to have a
It's
little
good
bit
on
more
Breeze.
structure, a little bit with the set things, not having to flex
I
too
think,
much, not having to make big decisions in the moment. I prefer my players to not have to think too much. So
I think
into
it's
this
still
stage,
viable
like
on.
Lev's approach.
All right, well, let's see what the map veto is, because there's one thing Frost is very confident
Yeah,
about.
definitely
it's his map
Breeze.
draft.
I think it's viable on
Hello,
Fracture.
welcome. Let's do the map veto
Alright,
real quick.
let's see.
So today Leviathan is the higher seed, so they're picking their side. So please go ahead and choose your side.
We're gonna be Team B.
Team B. Alright, that means GE is on the A side
Platoon!
and banning first.
I hired this guy.
Alright, Ascent is banned.
Done?
And now your turn.
To ban
Breeze. Yep.
Breeze is banned and GE is picking the first map.
We pick Pearl.
Pearl is picked.
Okay,
And the side
makes
for
sense.
Pearl, please.
Defense.
Defense. Alright, then your map pick, please.
Same on icon. We pick Fracture.
Fracture. Side for
Ooh.
Fracture.
Okay.
We pick Attack.
Attack.
Makes sense.
Alright, then we have Haven, Lotus, and Split left. Global Esports banning first.
We ban Haven.
Haven is banned.
Yeah,
Last
that
two
makes
maps are
sense.
Lotus and Split.
Lotus and Split. I mean,
Lotus is banned. Decider
Split is the
and
decider. Okay.
GE is picking the side.
Attack.
Attack.
Yep,
Alright,
makes
let
sense.
me give you a quick recap. We start with Pearl, Leviathan defense.
Okay.
Then we have
I mean,
Fracture,
this is a
GE
good map
attacks,
pool for
Then
GE.
we have Split, GE attacks again.
This is a
Everything
good map pool for
correct?
GE.
Think you're good luck, guys.
I don't think Lev's Pearl is good. At least it wasn't previously.
Frost has said GE needs to take
Fracture's
down
a
Lev to
wild
prove
card,
that they
and
deserve
Split being
to
the
be
cider
here.
is
Those are some
a banger.
fighting words, but
So-
will that be enough against all that LATAM firepower? Everyone, let's welcome GE and Lev to the stage.
Let's go.
Please welcome Global Esports and Leviathan!
This is gonna be
We've
fun.
got Lev facing Global Esports today. We have high expectations from both of these teams. We got Lev, the youngest roster here with insane firepower, going against Global Esports, the misfits of Pacific, with everything.
This could have been me.
Yeah, it should be a banger here. I think this is my favorite matchup of the tournament so far, and the map veto itself, very interesting.
Definite advantage here.
Not surprising to me, but LEV going to that fracture.
This one is so interesting.
In my opinion, quite an unconfident fracture pick here. LEV weren't looking amazing on it, playing a very strange composition. GE could take this in too with this map veto.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree.
I like what you're putting down here, Minnie. I think for me, it's interesting that Lois was floated when we consider that being LEV's insta-ban all throughout their time in Americas here. I think as well for GE, I'm intrigued to see what they pull out, man. The amount of comp
Oh my God, I'm so
changes they have from
excited.
week to week to week. Let's see what they're cooking.
Now, a lot of us are talking
I'm
about the
so
two
excited for
coaching
this.
styles,
You
both
know.
Hunter and
You
Frost,
know.
Danny Stratter and the guy who always has set strats. But Minnie, what do you make of that? Is that really the thing that we should be looking at here?
Yeah, absolutely. I think for LEV, it's how much time have they had to go away and add some layers to their set strats.
That's the big
Because
thing.
over
Also,
time, they usually get a little bit readable.
LEV's,
Sometimes I can watch a VOD from a month ago and they're still doing a lot of the same stuff. So have they been able to
the fact
change
that
some of
LEV
that
was
stuff?
playing
Because
EWC
Pat
like a
and
week
Frost,
ago,
every
I think
time
is
hear
like the
them,
biggest
Pat
problem.
is immediately saying stuff. Like it looks like he is part of that anti-strat system, making a lot of those reads. So I absolutely think that is the narrative strategically for this game today.
And Billy, earlier you were talking about GE's style here. The thing is, they often boast that they have multiple comps per map prepared. Do you think that's a real thing and that's enough to take on LEV?
Let's see if they can do it on the global stage. That's what I'm saying. In a regular season, when you have week to week, 100% do your thing. Anti-strat specific compositions for
But on the
specific
GE shirt, I
teams
was thinking
on
about it,
certain maps.
but I'm not gonna do it.
Coming into this stage where you're playing back-to-back days, it's a completely different game. I will be very impressed if they're able to have that kind of turnaround at a global tournament.
I said Frost that if they can beat LEV and get out of groups, then I think they're gonna go top 4.
For either team, we can see a new legacy being developed from this very moment.
Yeah, I think we're talking about agent select. I think that it's going to be very similar for global. They're very.
If they make it out of
confident
groups,
in this
I'll watch party their
They're
games
playing the
with
Killjoys. It's
G
a very
jersey on.
Standard composition. On the left side, the double Judas in the chamber.
Okay, they're
That
still
is their
playing.
bread and
Both of them
butter.
are still
Starting
playing the
on
neon.
defense side, that is where it's going to be a little
We're
bit
literally
strong
just
on that
playing
chamber
old
getting some
meta.
picks.
Yeah, and we're going to see a Neon head-to-head here on both sides. An agent that we said that we potentially expect to see a bit of a decline on, but I guess with it being Pearl, this is okay. This is all good.
They're both playing just the previous meta. I think it makes sense for both of these teams. Neon is the best duelist on this map, outside of Phoenix.
Propped up on B-Long a lot of the time here.
Yeah, I agree with that too. The Fade isn't the best at dealing with that B-Long control.
I like Lev's comp better.
So big question for me, Global Esports on this attack side, how do they deal with Neon's chamber?
Yep.
Yeah, that is
Agreed.
definitely the question of today. I'm not sure how this is going to pan out, but whatever it is, the fans are absolutely excited to see these two teams go head-to-head. All right, to take us through this electric face-off, we got Mitch
Why are teams still playing Neon?
Thomas.
Because it's still pretty good.
Victoria, an electric face-off.
Because it was not actually. It was not actually nerfed that hard.
Both
That's why.
sides. We're used to seeing that, but things have changed here at Masters. But evidently not in this matchup.
Pearl is Platoon's specialty. That's true.
Still running the Neon, of course. A lot of those rotations will be a little bit slower. The jumping might not be quite as much, and I don't think you're going to see shotguns there quite as often, but we'll get to see if it's going to work.
How's the team's playstyle change if you're playing with Chamber versus someone who can stall longer with Cypher, Killjoy, Vice? The op is like the big thing. Lev with the Chamber wants to be taking aggressive lines, holding space with their bodies. GE wants to play a little bit more retake.
And already numbers towards B for both teams.
But on the GE shirt, nope, not happening. They gotta prove that they deserve it.
Patiently waiting. 3 players on this side. That double duelist that will be spoken about a lot throughout this series. Sato.
If they get out of groups, I'll put on the GE jersey.
On that cross. With King alongside him. They're just going to run this straight in onto the pipe.
Okay, Yudo gets the opener. Nice opens.
In fact, it's going swimmingly.
Nice opens. Good
All
pistol.
3 players taken out and the rotation quite far away.
Yeah, nice attempt to flash back by Sato, but he gets shut down. GE flooding the site, and now blows in Neon. Having a fight back from spawn. The spike already ticking. They have no notion where these attackers can be. The reveal will help for a moment. C1, C2, but then...
Nice shot, Yudo.
of the remaining Leviathan players.
Initial impressions from the pistol? I mean, what do you want me to say? Nice scaling. They hit B. Good job.
To something that was touched on by the desk as well.
Show me Yudo's POV on this entry. Ooh, lucky right click. Lucky right click for him.
Slightly give it over to Leviathan. I think they've been a very strong squad, almost taking down G2 in Americas the second time around. But
let's go, Yudo.
After the veto, I'd now maybe go the other way. I think the fact
pistol's big. When you're an inexperienced team, winning the pistol is it can be a huge deal.
I think this first map also favors GE, so it really could be an opportunity for them to
both teams going for the Phoenix Orb.
Number 3 certainly seems to have a leg up.
Get out of there, pistol.
But even starting this map, that said, Leviathan,
he dead.
They pushed up A as 4.
All right, GE is the worst team at the tournament at converting round 2s after winning pistols.
But to finish this B hit, the good thing is though nobody is here. The site wide open. And GE will have themselves a post plan. And now those pistols, with GE having the option to play a bit further back, hold those chokes. Those pistols are going to find it very difficult to find value.
What do I think about the comps? I still think that I like Lev's comp better.
Major danger in this moment, or maybe not.
GE is the worst team at the tournament at converting round 2s after winning pistol.
Pressure as well. The shot's not quite landing, but his teammates are there to support even still.
GE is the worst team at the tournament at converting. Oh, Yudo saves them. Saves them. Absolutely saves them.
Just about keeps them alive.
But that's it, Tom. Staying alive in a round that should have been an opportunity to thrive. A Red Bull clutch needed, a 1v2, and a well-placed shot from that headhunter or right-click landing would have changed the story of the start of this map entirely. GE with a lifeline early on. They'll hold on to their lead. But for Leviathan, that tells them that when it comes to pound-for-pound brawls,
hey,
might be
a W is a W.
Look at the purchase that comes up. You normally expect a little bit more from a bonus round. It's the 3 rifles invested into 2 pistols.
Okay, they know the chamber is B.
It definitely gives the defenders a great
got a big brawl and art coming.
With already aggressive ground picked up on the B site. They can start to gamble back. They're pushing in towards Art though, and those
big openers from Crystal.
It's Crystal to pick up 2 and leave. Blows the lone defender. His teammates.
Nice, Yudo. Confidence. Bonus.
No one to be saved.
Bonus conversion.
The only thing that can be saved, Mitch, is those guns. They have to bow out.
What a crazy switch up between the rounds, Tom. The last one, it
bonus
looks like
conversion.
Could be in trouble. They're getting wrecked by pistols, and granted, Lev had a very good eco strat, pushing one side of the map as 4, and then playing the retake together, using that neon wall to get out to make the elevation not as much of an issue when you've got players down below. I loved it. And then they get run down. In this round, Crystal's got 2. He's out looking for more, farming up those orbs, and he might have a chance to take another weapon out of the hands of these Lev players. They'll clear the spawn. I think he'll have enough time to walk right into
Let's
this
see what
fight.
knives Crystal's using.
One shot, and there it is. It's a headshot.
If Crystal is using the Egyptian double scythes, they're gonna win today. I didn't see what knives he's using.
Also, the people may be thinking Neon, and I mean the agent.
That's Crystal's like his confidence, his confidence skin.
Sliding into the angle and absolutely doming. But that was Crystal's round. A huge couple of openers for him in that moment and putting them into a 3-0 start. Of course, this is their map choice, but I think that is the big talking point is we're going to look at both these squads and go, okay, what have they fixed on Fracture?
Okay, Crystal with the Outlaw, nice. I like
for
this.
either of them. And if we can see GE get off to a strong start on their
When,
own
when
choice,
Crystal's picking up the Outlaw and the Op, it's a good sign.
It almost feels like a 50-50 second.
He's actually one of the better snipers, like on the
hold,
team.
But so much information already found out by this attack. A lot of utility being put into play, but Spike has
Nice trade by Yudo.
Have they done enough though? Sato still needs to get out of there. Just about falls back.
Sato
to the
gets
B side.
out.
Okay, safe as can be. It was a little spooky at the start. Obviously,
All
Chamber
right,
can get
Sava
it
needs to
for
take
free once
space here.
challenged,
Yep,
but
here we go. Take space,
behind the
contact, faster, more.
looked like we could have had a much worse fight.
Good,
on
he's
their
gonna call
hands.
them back.
Vietnam, keeping trades like this early on is perfect. Keeping control of the rifle and
Very
now
proactive from
that
Lev, though.
Squad goes looking for a victim. Push out on mid. Gonna give them an early flank on this A play.
Okay,
Not an
the turret
opportunity
is
to catch any
down.
kills just yet.
turret will deny any push up, and I
Okay,
actually
nice.
quite like this.
Yeah.
I was going to question whether they'll use
use the Phoenix ult. Makes sense. Really good. Keep the snowball going.
The defenders have already gone for the
Keep the
swing
snowball
back through.
going.
Of course, for Neon, he's now out of headhunter bullets, so his danger
Damn.
should be reduced. It should be reduced.
Damn.
He still manages to land one with the classic. The
All right,
low
Yudo
buy
gets
rounds
ults.
seeming quite
They're one off
damaging
of
for the side
Cosmic.
GE, but when you win the last buy round so clean, it doesn't matter as much.
Well, that's it. They're
Yudo
doing a really
hasn't
good job
died
in the
yet.
tough rounds, but a much more difficult job in what should be easier, more of a level playing field. For Leviathan, that's the one thing that the takeaway so far is those eco rounds have been very well structured. Even here, the drone going out, you know that that's going to draw a lot of eyes, probably from the Phoenix as well, but it's combined with that art re-aggression, so everybody's looking towards the spawn.
All right, Neon up.
Overwhelmed with the numbers. Worked out for a couple of kills, but Leviathan chipping away isn't going to work as GE find a 4-0 lead, and the shots don't land right away for
They're gonna
Chamber.
run him
Where's
down.
Neon?
Nice, Crystal.
GE handle this.
Happy can blood, just kill. Let's take art, connect to Salva, Come kill, you have flash.
Spike planted.
Flash. No flash.
Nice call. Yeah, they want to pinch with Sava. Good.
You can kill him. Let's fight together, Sav. Come. Guys, guys. I'm not watching back.
Guys, watch
back. Yes, okay. Can you talk
play with you, you do.
You die OT for you.
You know what's behind you, okay?
They probably save the off, boys.
You are divided.
Really good communication.
CT, Sova. Aston.
I think they're right. It might just have to be the saving of that operator.
Really good communication.
Bring it through into
This
the
is
next
super
round.
nice.
And for GE, this is a worldy of a start. And that's the thing. Like, you play these slower rounds, you give players like Neon an opportunity to try and catch somebody. You go for these fast-paced hits into the A side like that.
All right, Lev's gonna call a
They have to
timeout.
react fast enough to try and deny you. 5-0 start on the attack
What do they
side
even
for GE.
do?
They are flying.
The question
Honestly,
is, when do we see a timeout now? I mean, it's apparent that when it comes
Now,
to
I
buy
think.
rounds, GE are the ones that
I think they
are
need
really
to have
holding the reins with both hands,
Neon
and they are holding
opping
on
more
tightly.
passive.
Leviathan need to wrestle
If
control
I'm
away
Lev,
from them, and you're dead
they
right.
need to have
Timer
Neon
paused, and I
here
assume that's going to be Leviathan.
instead of here.
Taking a moment to reassess the game plan so far. This is, of course, GE's map pick, so it's not the end of the world for the series overall. But like you said, Tom, with how this veto has panned out, GE having this strong of a start is definitely worrying, because then you don't feel like Fracture's going to be an easy win.
Yeah, I think as well, when you have those youngsters on your side, like we're talking of a team that's like 18, 19-year-olds, and then the IGL being an old 24, it kind of does feel like you need to stem the bleeding earlier, because they are just getting used to this stage, getting used to being at these internationals. And of course, for Neon, that Coinbase win condition, a man that has been talked about an awful lot. I'm sure you could take that across pretty much any member of this squad of young stars, but it has been a slow start for the entirety of the team. Sato as well, 1 and 5, someone who has lit the world
Crystal's
on
using the
fire
Egyptian double
since
knife.
being in this
Okay,
roster.
they're gonna win
And I
today.
think for Owner, this is the moment to go, okay, maybe it's not even
Yeah, I don't remember
about
what it's called,
strategy or
but it's
what
like
our
the
opponent's
two
doing. It's also,
hooks,
okay,
like golden
we're not
and
gonna hit
green.
our shots
Yeah.
at the moment.
Well, that's true. and I
That's
think
his
not to
superpower
zoom
knife.
in too much on Neon, but that has been an issue for him. You see some of these moments where he's usually so reliable. He'll go a couple rounds without a kill, but when they come to his side of the map,
He's like very
bombs, and that's not been
superstitious
the
about
case
that
so
knife.
far. A couple of missed shots, pressure applied by GE, and there hasn't been a response from Leviathan. That should all change now as the pause concludes.
Okay, they're
The
gonna
barriers
up him
go
here.
once more, and hopefully we see a better face from Leviathan. Still with a full buy, there will be a shotgun in play on Spikes in. The booking still reliable even with the nerfs, and well, Neon is the one drawing my eye, but he's on the other side of the map. GE are putting pressure on B at least to
Spike with a
start.
Bucky.
Immediately.
Okay, they're just gonna keep it
Lockdown
simple.
utilized
Just alt
King,
round
hoping that
into a
maybe
B
some
hit.
stray shots can connect, but
Maybe?
just look at the spike.
Wait, what are they doing?
They
They're
are
gonna
not
go A?
committed
Okay.
to this B side just yet. Maybe
It's a
even trying
fake.
to
Interesting.
catch out some of the rotations. In fact,
Wait,
they're
it's a
trying to
weird
pincer
I
in
do
on
not
them
like
from
this call.
behind, catch them where they know they've pushed. A good stun, though.
I do
will
not
really
like
slow
this
things
call.
down a little bit. The overdrive used to try and just pad some of that damage, but even still, that opening kill has gone in the other direction. However, Spikes in has managed a trade.
That's this pressure on the Crystal. It has to go the way of Leviathan. So they had that advantage, at least avoiding it. No punish could be fine.
What a weird round.
Crystal now has the
They're
option
going to come back to
take
B
that
here.
space a little bit later. Heard the Neon running away. Knows the B side is now.
This is
right
a
for
very
Autumn,
good
but
call
there's
from
gonna be a fake
Crystal.
from Autumn, attempting to mislead this defensive side, and it has worked perfectly. He hasn't even made noise just yet. Clearing the A site completely. The Spike still doesn't know which site would be the easier to hit, but finally settled on B, and Autumn is going to go and join them.
Yeah,
If
this
he
is a
can
super
slip
nice round.
away, it gets a kill as well. GE with a big leg up now.
Well, yeah, that was doubt from Autumn. You saw his teammates stop because they go, well, there's actually no one on A.
They're not here, they're not there.
here, so they must be somewhere else. And Autumn is now just the ultimate backstab.
Just don't
Looking to
throw
try and
this,
group up.
Crystal.
Crystal has taken so much space already,
Nice.
and Sato is
Okay.
completely
Really good
unaware.
round.
They are playing them
Super,
like a
super good
football.
mid-rounding.
A team known for these set strats, these setups, even in their retakes, are not being allowed to do so because GE are just playing with their minds, and they will get to save none of
Super
those
good
rounds.
mid-rounding by Crystal
6-0.
there.
This is beautiful stuff.
Crystal
from
and
GE.
Hobby.
I would have rather see anybody.
Is there any
at
difference
GE
between
ace
Neon
that
Rays
round
using
if I
Ops
was in
versus Jet
Leviathan's
Chamber?
coach?
Yeah, very,
You
very
call
big
a
difference.
timeout, and the
You can
game
take way
plan
more
is
aggressive
where you
angles
get
on Jet and
dipped.
Chamber.
The pressure put on towards the double doors gets Neon to walk up in art. You lose your chamber, you lose that hole. What did we just talk about? He's going to be the one containing
I saw the
one
knives
side of
for
the map
Crystal there.
and showing up when he gets challenged, and instead his sight falls, and it ends up being used as a ruse.
This is a good
GE
sign.
Playing a better
This
game,
is a good
plain
sign
and
for
simple,
GE.
and Leviathan falling miles behind, now even facing an eco as well, or at least a low buy. There are some pieces here, some less now.
Yeah. Oh,
Fast.
dear
All right,
Lord.
they're running them over.
Unit on Neon when it's been needed, which hasn't been the whole time.
They're running
He
them
is
over.
10-1 right now. Utterly dominating. Well, it's at least not going to be flawless. That's about all that you can hope for on the GE side. And just look at the way they fall back as well. You wouldn't have even been too mad at Javi for sort of going for the swing there, trying to take an extra kill. Like, look at the current scoreline. Look at how your team is. But he doesn't. He doesn't risk it.
There's always elements of confidence that have to be in play, but I love seeing a team that's ahead playing like they're behind. It's exactly why you can see players sometimes having chances.
Ooh,
That's
King.
thin air, and a few more shots in the mag, and that could have been the round. But King, 5 HP now. He surely has to go
Yeah, he's
for the
gotta save.
save. A nice try, but
Okay.
yeah, exactly. It's not quite enough.
7-0.
Leviathan sales just
Do
yet.
we start talking about map 2?
He's trying to pull them back in. I like it. They're just throwing a piece or two of utility out to try and do damage, but I think we are well past the point of damage. The credits booming. You're going to have multiple.
Surely
players
this
fight
one is
back up
over,
with
right?
max credits
Surely
on the
map
side of
1
GE.
is over, right?
And it
There's
feels
no
like
way
for
GE
Leviathan,
could
they
ever
need
choke
that
this.
swing round. They need something to enlighten the flame of this squad, because that's what we've talked about when
Yes, we
watching
do.
them
All
in
right.
Americas, is that flair.
You guys
that
don't mind if
level
I
of
just
aggression, individual brilliance.
if I just do this,
I
right?
think
We
Neon
don't
and
need to watch
Sato
any more of this
especially
first map. We can
highlighted
start
a
thinking
lot
about map
for
number
the
2.
fact they could take over rounds. Right now, they are being utterly
Like
dominated.
it's already fully over, right?
Before he even knew it was coming.
I'm just kidding.
He turned from the Phoenix Flash. If you're Leviathan right now, every single thing you do, you feel like your comms are being leaked to GE. Like they know they're ahead of the play every time. They're pushing the right spot, they're pulling the right rotations, and they're punishing every mistake. This attack side looking clean, and that's the orb Autumn was looking
This
for in
has
that
been
last fight of the
way
previous
too
round.
free, by
He's
the
now
way.
got the run it back online again.
This has been
making what
way
has
too
been
free.
An easy attack side that much easier.
They
in
needed
this
to like,
round.
I think, hard fight this
Back across
potentially.
the map. Now, there is an implant in play. Neon has pushed
Play
out
the
mid.
chamber like on a passive line here, something like, I don't know.
But instead,
I
it
don't
seems
like
they
how
found the
easy
gap
this
again.
has been for
There's only
LEV
one
or for
player
GE to just get this
towards
orb every
A
single
side of the
round.
map. Blows just having to sit all the way back, and he's calling for those rotations. You can see immediately. They know that this is going to have some direction to it. The run it back, clearing out everything.
It's
Only
been
the back of the site
almost
left unchecked,
impossible
and
for
there's
this
nobody in
chamber to
anywhere.
find a good
Post
angle.
Guaranteed, but a player following it up. Good drone though. They've at least spotted
Don't
it. But
throw,
Udaton
Mr.
is not
Udaton.
falling back. He wants to fight this.
It looks like he's having fun as well, but now the ults from Leviathan end up
Nice by
against
Autumn.
them.
Good fill of the
Autumn's
space.
taken him twice in a number of seconds in a 3v3 once again, but all hope is not lost for Leviathan just yet. They still have 3 to fight. They still have the ult
Ooh.
posted, the headhunter to fall
Neon
back to.
missing
The
a little
advantage
bit.
now in their hands. A chance to push this further with just one standing in
okay.
the way and not for long.
I thought the map was over, guys.
They desperately needed that.
I thought the map was over.
Desperately needed to get that round on the board, and even just looking at the HP, look how close it was. 8 HP, 9 HP for Neon and Blows. As they finally managed to come out of one of them alive. The combo of 7 in a row has been broken, but of course, and this isn't going to blow anybody's mind, there's plenty of credits available for GE to buy back into.
It is over. Okay, okay. You're right, you're right.
The good thing, though, is in terms of the ult economy, GE actually don't have too much to play with. They used some of them in the last couple of rounds, whereas that Hunter's Fury and
the money's actually pretty good for both teams, surprisingly.
Well, it looks like mid-fight is the game.
Holy shit.
Wasting
Little
no
set
time.
play.
Already up in top mid, looking for the fight on the Crystal, who gets dropped by the Hunter's Fury.
Okay, a little
But it
bit
ends up
too
being
much
an
aggression.
immediate trade and still pushing up Asado. Headshot immediately delivered, and he will be bailing out of there, taking a little heal from his wall as he goes. But
Okay, so now this is an interesting round because LEV has shown strength, strength, strength. GE now has to re-clear like the entire map, and all they have is
real chance they come out of
Fade.
that with a much bigger deficit. But I like
They're
the
gonna have
fact
to
that
contact
Leviathan
back
also not
in
just shying away
against
from
a
these fights
potential
considering the
chamber
scoreline. Sato, of course, has been able to
because they don't have enough
heal a
utility to
little
clear everything.
bit. Yudotan
So Yudo is gonna clear this by himself.
good, but even, again, it's
Good
just
trade
an
by
immediate
Pat.
trade. Patman's so quick with it.
Look at this. They're literally just leaving Spike and Spawn to go try and re-clear the map by themselves.
Oh, he knows. He knows there's a man around this corner
Yeah.
who's reloading. That's
This
the
was a
man
really nice
advantage
round by
in
Lev.
favor of Leviathan. And now for the remaining members of GE, they have to go on a long rotation back towards the B site.
We're gonna get some Patman heroics. Maybe.
Keen to put some pressure, but they don't run straight into the site. You're still seeing Leviathan have players across the map, as you said, on double doors where King found that kill, and Neon stood up here in heaven. Even with the smoke, there's an angle, and the shot lands clean as can be. Patman, man who was doubted, and I'll doubt him again. This 1v3 looking to be near impossible now that Leviathan have woken up. It will be on his shoulders to put them back to sleep.
And Neon's patient. Doesn't go swinging before his teammates arrive. They were waiting for the dart to come back online, and now they know exactly where their opponent is. He's even going to get picked up by it as well. That'll make it all too easy.
Okay, how many? How many does Lev need to make a comeback here?
Flick the switch. You see how confident that they actually played in those moments.
I think they need 4.
And that's more of what we expect to see from
I think
this
they
squad.
need 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Just calming the nerves after what was a really rough start to the half. But there's still time for this to go back in their favor. Look, a 7-5 coming out of here. A downside better than what it looked like. And the most important thing for me, Tom, is from that first round win, you can see Leviathan on their feet. The energy's not gone anywhere. They're not counting themselves out of this.
We saw the content piece earlier with Jen. Sato said he's gone in for that #1. I think, you know, it's always going to be difficult to beat Yetache. That is one thing he definitely does better than anyone else. And again, we're
I
going
think
to
second half is going to be harder for Lev.
Contact.
No, I think it's going to be easier.
He's done well. The spam finding Autumn. He has been a nuisance.
I think Lev's
for them
comp
so far.
is pretty
There
heavily
a second
attack-sided.
layer as well.
Wow, how did he not get that
Dead
kill?
on, but it didn't land.
He mustn't have been fully planted, his feet on the ground at that point. Yudotan in danger as King steps through the utility, finds himself one, but
good
it starts
fight
to
into
close the
street.
numbers. Right back to level. Spikes in
3v3.
so slow and patient.
Crystal has ult.
Maybe a little bit too slow.
Yep.
Now the lockdown comes
Yeah,
into
they gotta
play. They'll
go.
have to challenge this very early indeed.
They clear out back halls. Are they going to fight in a long? Ooh, they're going to give it up. Okay, this should be a GE win. This is a really good timing by the ult. Nice one from Crystal.
You think that maybe they won't be this close, and because of that, he's reclaimed this.
Good refill by Pat, but maybe too much. Crystal on the clutch.
Crystal.
He's good for this.
Just waiting patiently, expects
He's
his
good for
opponent to
this.
swing. Already gets it to half, but it's Crystal once again.
Yep.
They're not going to allow their opponents to bring this back to 5, as he'll take it 8-2.
Really good.
It was a tough start to this map for Crystal. Round 2, he got ran down by a classic and taken down, but I think immediately after that it was a 2K. He started to look confident, and now he's had 2 big rounds under his belt. Hammering Leviathan.
I never use. He says, I never lose clutch.
The half, though, not settled just yet. Ults start to come online in favor of Leviathan. It made a difference last time, albeit that Sato ended up throwing his life away with the ult. G punished it right away.
Oh, contact play, but look. We spoke about this. The Death spoke about it. It is the team with the set plays versus
What's the
team
discipline
with the
like?
counters.
Are they going to contact into this?
Just waiting it out, but Neon doesn't go anywhere. He keeps
Yep.
that space. Yudaton gone. And a man advantage for Leviathan once again.
A much more passive stance as well. Right afterwards, King's being spotted, immediately just falls back. Looking for that contact, but you've only seen one player. It's not going to get the rotates out of you just yet. GE close in the distance. Prowler, he'll draw the rotate in.
Nice shot by Pat. Okay, hero
Nice
play.
shot from Patman. Great
Okay.
start as well. Followed
Lev
by
getting a
best
little
utility
separated.
from
They
Javi
shouldn't be
finding
losing
a
this round.
Huge mark in this round. And a 3v4 retake, but the numbers, they could be equalized here, but the ult from Autumn is saved.
All right, GE.
Neon's left alone, and it's not a pretty situation.
He's got no choice. No way he was ever getting back into that round. And again, you just see some of the individual brilliance and flair from these GE players. It's something that I love the fact that we're hearing it from Patman himself in those interviews, that when you go back to some of the moments in the last team, he had to be more supplementary in Paperex. He had to help others. He had to almost be the safety net to what is the manic craziness. Now in this team, he can be more aggressive. He can take more space. He can almost be that superstar when they need him. And this round, it was just him walking in, hitting a crazy shot and getting the opener into the site for Neon. Oh, okay. That's what we expect to see. Unfortunately, too late in the round, and he won't be able to hold on to the gun. GE are not going to care about the personnel
9-2.
losses.
Okay, GE
They
wins
can
map number
comfortably
1.
buy back up,
I am
whereas that
100%
operator-
positive.
Okay, there's a tour de force, but it won't be an operator alongside it.
At least a tour de force and a rifle drop to a teammate. It's something, but a silver lining on a very gray cloud at the moment. 1 round left to play.
If Crystal's
digits
yapping,
possible
it's a
for
good
GE
sign.
At the halftime, Leviathan certainly come in here with a high bar. After that performance in Americas, they could be coming out as #1.
They very nearly did.
A pistol round could have swung it, but now it seems like they've fallen so far behind what seemed to be playoffs that they were destined for.
Well, GE rising to the occasion. No doubt about that. Neon already forced back.
You are divided.
It definitely seems like they have caused him a lot of issues throughout this game, not just able to sit on these aggressive angles and find players. Sato
Good trade.
only going to get one. The trading from GE has been
Ooh,
perfect.
he is
and
blind.
every time it seems like he's
He
posted
is
on an aggro
blind.
angle, there is somebody just ready to put utility into his face, making that superstar look null and void. And Yudaton, he wanted to try and catch him before he could flee. In fact, they're all getting aggressive, pushing into the hands of Neon and leaving it all to Autumn. This round will be claimed by Leviathan, but they are still very, very far behind.
Oh, there is a lot of work to do when it comes to the second half, but we saw some sparks towards the end of this one, some decent rounds from Leviathan. But GE with a big lead at halftime. We'll see if Leviathan can bounce back after the break.
Really, really good opener for GE so far. Really, really good opener. It's cool to see how much their Pearl has leveled up very quickly, because early on at the start of the year, their Pearl was not great. And it's been pretty darn good ever since they antied Paperex. That was like the first time, right, that they'd really played it. I'm pretty sure. Or that they had played it, but they had not had much success, right? I'm trying to remember exactly what the timeline was. They played the Veto that first time. They lost to DFM. Then they played like a Teo comp, lost to Paperex. Then they swapped to what they're playing now. Yeah. Now I remember. Now I remember. Platoon Masterclass? Hell yeah.
Well, it has been a tough half for Leviathan, but now they move to the attack side. You have to hope that something's going to change, Tom. This veto from the desk from you as well. It seems like people are leaning it heavily in GE's favor, and after this strong of a start, I think it's time to start worrying for Leviathan in this series.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, especially with Fracture being such an unknown. I will say, obviously, with it being left open, we have the expectation that GE will have changed stuff, but there can be the same expectation on the other side.
It could have been a
for them
10-2
to
half.
have picked it, so it might not
Yeah,
be
I mean,
death sentence. It's just
I think they did a great job.
You're basically going to be seeing the first officials.
Who's the best
of those
caster?
two teams making their changes
I mean,
in the
that's
next.
pretty
If they've got it
subjective.
wrong, that could be a huge problem.
I like most of the
Now, at
casters
least so,
that they have at the
pistol round, a
internationals,
necessity.
honestly.
And the defensive side,
Like,
very, very.
I think
fragile.
Tom and Mitch do a good job. I
holding
think
that
Pansy
line.
Hypoc do a good job.
So
Obviously,
information
Sideshow
will be
and
gone,
Brand,
and the problem
Achilles,
on the other
Paper
side
Thin.
is
Like, I think
Crystal's
they're
gonna
all.
have to
I think
delay
they're all
an
good.
awful long time before his teammates can arrive.
Utility blocking off R. It's only going to be a nano, and I don't think Spike Scene could get straight through it, but it won't buy that much time. A grab well to delay a little bit longer as the flank comes in, but take a look at the position of King here. Realizing they've pushed B, he's going to now start to thread the needle behind as well and try to make problems for these defenders in spawn.
Spike planted.
Okay, they should know.
Need to realize that
Yeah, they should know about the main pressure.
there are definitely players coming in from behind, but they're able to clear everything out.
The site
Arm has
is
been
flipped,
spotted.
but the spike is not planted
They know
for the
the
site
two
flip.
avenues in which they're being pushed.
Kind of a
The
weird
timing might
round.
not go their way. Crystal
Crystal with two, insta-stick. Yeah, I mean, the spike is not planted for them.
Diffusal already to half. The next time it's tapped might be their undoing. They're just diffusing it in front of their nose. They need to get in there, and they're not.
Yep. Yeah, I was just saying, like, they flipped the site, but they planted as if they were playing for main. So, really good flank. Super
I
nice.
think King was waiting for the signal to go on that flank, and it just didn't come in on time. GE's pace caught them off guard, floating straight back in. Crystal finding two that quickly, got rid of the players who
Crystal's
were
in
supposed
really
to
good
stop
form
them
right
from
now.
getting near that spike, and then everyone else is too far away
Crystal's
from
in
the play.
really good form.
It's a disaster for Leviathan. This pistol could have given them a leg up, but now they are so far behind. And the
My
climb
two
back
boys
is
on
steep
top.
And near impossible if
My
GE
two
keep this
young
up.
goats
Double
on
digits
top.
found. An aggression again coming in from the defensive side, this time running into all of the Leviathan players forward. And it's a bloodbath with barely any spill
Very
on
nice.
GE's side.
Oh, they've got to be over the moon. I love the tone.
Very nice, Andy. And he has the ult going into the
But you
next
could just
round.
see
Hell yeah.
the confidence that this team is playing with. Spike under their control, and wow. The best case for King as he drops a gun. That's the absolute best case, but they are now starting to realize, well, that was probably one of the worst case, because now you have a flawless round, and you have a run it back going into the next one for Autumn, who's also been having a fantastic
Pearl
series. And
is
I wanna
attack-sided
say as well,
generally,
he's
yeah,
someone I'm
GMN.
very happy to see back on the international
The reason
stage.
that it
Remember him and
tends to be
FBS
attack-sided
being
is
one of
that
my favorite players to
it's
watch
just
on that
very
squad.
wide.
Moving over
So,
to
like,
GE
the
seemed like
rotations for the
wonderful
defense take a
pickup,
long
and
time.
It has been.
And it's really hard to hold the map
Again, taking the consideration
on defense.
how close that
Generally
final was
speaking, on
for
macro-wise,
Leviathan over
like,
in Americas.
if you have too many people in the
coming
middle
in
of the
here,
map, you lose the sites, and it's really hard to
float
retake.
around about GE.
And so teams tend to get stuck in their spawn, rotating back and forth like this, which is also really bad. So you need to, like, show aggressive in the mains
Nonetheless,
or in middle,
for Leviathan,
but then
we need
towards
to
the
see a
end
little bit
of
more. Let's
like
listen in.
the round, in like the mid round, you need to kind of fall back and just hold the sights hard. You don't want to play in the middle of the map.
Ele pode ter ganhado a voltar.
Tá, posso voltar a dronar, Bruno. Vou voltar a dronar. Olha spike de tá?
Vamos finalizar pra ver porque eles reclinaram, tá
Tá,
ligado?
vou dronar, Bruno.
Vamos redominar grafite então?
Eu vou dronar, eu vou voltar pra ver pegar spike, tá? Vou ter que ir pelo long.
Podemos voltar pra uma split rua se você quiser.
Tá, eu vou ter que ir
Porque
pelo long.
não tá muito bom aqui.
Nada longear, Bruno.
Tá. Nada grafite também. Só voltamos já? Voltar,
calma,
fazer pressão, tá?
Vamos fazer pressão, tá?
Dominar. Vou fazer a pressão. Devagar.
Well, so far, GE have had the right read. They've had the players in the right place. So this time, Leviathan throw in a little bit of a fake. Even
okay.
find Patman to start it off, and now look to switch to the other
Crystal
direction.
getting one there's pretty good.
That entire middle of the map.
Huge duel here. Huge duel there.
Where his back is open, so he pushes
Avi
forward,
probably wins the round
finds
there.
one, but now he's surrounded.
he's got a teammate.
He does have Yudo help. He needs to turn his
Has
back though.
managed to move to the back of the site. They're going to try and cover each other.
He's not aware. Okay,
and
all
they
good.
clear Yudo
All
at the
good.
same time. Solid work from Leviathan. For Autumn. Even saving the gun. Patman a little bit low when it comes to the credits.
Little unfortunate that G didn't get to use the Phoenix ult this round.
Wasting it versus 3. It would be a confidence round if he could take it, but I think the realization is in this case, it's not worth the gamble.
It's for the greater good, absolutely. Autumn going to save means Leviathan push up to 4.
Because, like, basically, on this map, it's very easy to tell if a team is not good at the map if they spend a lot of time pushing through here on attack. Like, this is probably, like, the worst choke point in the entire game to come through, like, on any map. And so, if teams are constantly trying to push through here, you know that they're bad at this map. It's really hard to come through here, and honestly, it's pretty hard to come through art as well. So it makes a lot of sense to actually not try to hold the middle of the map, and you just let them come through, and you shoot them on site. So like, you want to play like here and here, and here, here. Like these spots are good, but if you get caught in the middle of the map in like the mid to late round, you're probably gonna lose.
11-4. Even just getting a few rounds here for the Americas #2 might be enough to just build up that confidence a little bit, show some of that flair. I think getting back into the match, I'm going to need quite a few more before I start to believe in that.
Pat getting aggressive? Okay.
Without a doubt, the gap is far too big. Even a looky round can push GE across the line to at least an OT. It seems like LEV spreading the net early, looking to punish some aggression.
Deep line for Yudo.
Waiting on B-Long.
Yudo often does push this too far, but looks like he's got a really good read. Yep. They've got
B-main control. Just as they left it.
Both the middle. Look at this. This is perfect. Look at this. This is perfect macro. Middle of the map covered by bots. Stack on one side of the map, deep line on the other side of the map. This is exactly how you play Pearl defense.
Already so much damage done to that ult, and eventually Autumn is going to clear.
This is exactly how you play Pearl defense.
Holding them back for now, but there were already 3 players looking to make their way through art. The problem that there is they almost
doesn't that give up a ton of the map?
All the way
No.
back around the map, and it's that deep position that's being held by Yudotan, which could
because
be a problem if they
this
do. The pick from Neon
controlling this
makes things
as the attack
interesting.
doesn't actually do anything.
They are committed to this A side
It
now.
creates pressure and allows the defense to make mistakes. But where are you going to go? Are you going to come through this terrible choke point or this terrible choke point? Not really. Losing the middle of the map doesn't actually do anything. That's like the trick of the map.
Before he falls. And so the man on the other side of the map, Yudotan, has a chance, but blows with the perfect reposition. Hasn't been
He's too fast.
Neon
Come on, Yudo.
versus Neon.
Put him away.
Yudotan taps the spike and tries
Put him
to
away.
his opponent into the
Ooh.
lands a shot, leaves him on a
Come on, Yudo. Confidence. 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 There we go. Let's go. Let's go.
12-4.
Oh god, we've been calling him Yudotan the whole game. We might have to change it to Himdotan. Like, the guy has just taken over. Like, he's been the entry for the majority of the game. We've seen him play impressively, but then just the reaction shot, and then the fact is, Neon in that moment TP'd away. He hit him in the 140. Like, the headshot was so fast that even the TP was quick enough to get away from it. This is one of the
Controlling connector allows for lurk waterfall, but the thing is,
from Global Esports.
that's the whole point, is you just watch waterfall. Like, you just have one defender hold this choke. You can have one defender hold this choke, and you can stack. Like, the chokes are really bad.
It's been so impressive, and a pace change coming through. A more brute force strategy, and just look at the defense. They are on the
you can control mid easily, but it doesn't actually get you anything. That's the whole point.
This is one of the first times they were wrong.
That's what I'm trying to say, is like, controlling middle doesn't actually get you anything on this map.
This time they're playing it more passive, knowing that they've got that lockdown to work with. To fall back on Hunter's Fury going to be thrown through here, and that causes an issue. Lockdown gone.
Okay, good
And
trade.
aggression from Leviathan punishes what should have been the flood on the back of it. Put on him.
Nice kill from Autumn. Crystal, too fast. All right, go. Go. It's
They
over.
continue their push towards the
It's
side.
over.
Push
Nice molly.
towards a 1-0 advantage. Shock darts could do a lot here.
Autumn's gonna
So
get
low,
up
but they've made it
aggressively.
to the spike, and
Stick.
now the tap comes in. Leviathan having to swing in under pressure. King finds one, but they don't have their
Nicely done. Let's go.
This was his
Let's go.
to finish, and GE pocketing with ease.
Absolute destruction. And it's crazy what we've just witnessed. We expected this to be a close match, a close series. It was obliteration. Let's see if things change after the break.
Nicely done.
Oy, oy, oy. Oy, oy, oy. Oy, oy, oy. Hey, I never lose clutch, but la 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 la. Come on, boys.
Let's go. Love to see that. Love to see that. One of the things about this team, like, I had some conversations with Crystal last year where he was like very adamant about the only thing that he cares about in this game is playing at international tournaments. And he was like, he was a player that I was very sure would be really good on stage at these types of lands, because for people who don't know, Crystal was a Muay Thai fighter. Like, that was his thing, is he was a Muay Thai fighter. And I think it was Muay Thai. Was it Muay Thai or kickboxing? It was one of the two. I think it was Muay Thai. Before COVID, like, that was what he did. And so he's not afraid of putting himself in some crazy situations. So the main problem that I had with Crystal was just like, I feel like his he was a little bit like too young to be like a real like emotional leader for the team, and I think that's kind of one of the things that we needed. And so I think he's like in a perfect spot this year where he can just focus on, he doesn't have to call. I think his English was maybe not quite good enough to call in like a multinational team, because there were like too many people that were trying to understand like his accent and that didn't have necessarily the greatest English themselves. So I think he's like literally in a perfect situation now where he doesn't have to call. He can focus on shooting. He is playing the lurky role in a lot of maps, which is something that I experimented with a little bit last year, because I didn't like how he was always like needing to kind of like lurk on Initiator. And so I love that they've kind of pushed him even more towards that. They've got Javi, who has very good English calling. Patman doing a lot of the calling as well. Autumn, obviously, like the language barrier is much less this year. Crystal gets to kind of play selfishly, which is good. And both him and Uditon are pretty fearless when it comes to like the moment. Uditon was always Uditon has a huge ego about his own ability. And so it's good to see him, both of them do, honestly. Like they're both very like confident players in their own abilities. And so I love that they're kind of in a situation now where they can realize that. Yudo was definitely like pretty uncomfortable on the team last year, and Crystal, I think, just had a little bit too much on his plate to maximize his potential. So I think that the way that this team is structured now is going to allow both of these players to shine in a big way, which is awesome to see. So very, very nice stuff. I'm curious to see what happens on Fracture now. Very curious to see what happens on Fracture now. I'm going to guess we get... What do we get? We're going to have Raze, Cypher, Or maybe they play Killjoy. Maybe they just put Crystal on Killjoy.
An impeccable game from Global Esports. Frost, I know you don't really hand out compliments easily, but you've got to be generous with positive energy and compliments. After what happened on that map, I feel like you guys are playing your best this year. Just, yeah, look at your performance here on big stage. So tell me about what went well on Pro.
I think a lot went well. I think Crystal did exactly what I expected him to do today. I actually really thought he was going to have the game of his life, because not only has he been clutching everything, he's just been playing so intelligently. He really helped us this game. I think Autumn stepped up big time. I think Platoon had a couple defaults which worked so well, which I was very surprised that they were confused by. But overall, I am pretty happy.
Yeah, they had no answer to that, the Phoenix wall into Flash.
Their map pick is up next, right? So, yeah.
You have a trick or two up your sleeve. Refractor, okay. I'm gonna let you go, but thank you.
Welcome back.
All right, what are we gonna see on Fracture?
G is so fighting today. What a win there. You could hear Frost give a lot of credit, a lot of kudos to Crystal, which is absolutely fantastic. Crystal has been part of the squad, obviously, throughout the year, but
are they going to put Autumn on Cypher, or are they going to put Crystal on Killjoy?
And it looks like he was also
or are they going to be Crystal on Chamber?
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of players on GE today that seem to step up, and I was a bit surprised. Like we said that LEV was supposed to be the firepower team. If you removed the names today, it looked like GE were the ones firing.
Yeah, it was really nice to watch, and I think as you kind of mentioned there, Crystal coming out on top, 350 ACS on the Killjoy, that is absolutely ludicrous.
Yeah, and then on the left side, we see a lot of players there, like, low down on that scoreboard. Those are a lot of players that you expect to just be shooting no matter what, even if some of the strategy might be behind. Even if GE are looking confident on this map, I thought there was many instances where it really didn't look good. And here was one of those things. Neon, time and time again, getting no value out of this chamber. I think that Frost was alluding to a Platoon default. Maybe it was about that Phoenix wall, the top long B that we just saw, and Neon didn't get a single shot off in a lot of these rounds. I think later on, maybe he got a round or two, but the fact that GE were able to deal with him so well, and then sometimes it was just him just whiffing. Like here, we see him, he's going to go for a jump up and missing a shot that I would expect a player like him to hit.
Yeah, I think especially because this was the guy that we were hyping up coming into this game. We bidded him as potentially being one of those rookies of the year, and I think maybe the pressure, the nerves of the stage getting to you a little bit, I think is one of those things, but your chamber can't really just be conceding that space so easily.
Yeah, and on the flip side, like GE just look really confident. Like I think there is a big mismatch in the confidence levels right now. We could put that down to the map a little bit, like GE are much more comfortable on this map.
I don't even really think that's the case. I thought LEV played relatively confidently. They just got outplayed.
This global stage, but a lot of the players, in a way, have a lot of experience. Maybe not global experience, but some of these members have been to other regions. They've been in the circuit for a really long time. Then you have LEV. They're really young, and I think that can work for you or against you, depending on what kind of pressure that you end up putting on yourself.
Well, we saw it with FUT in the first game, right? 4 rookies on their team, and they were able to come out swinging. And I do agree, it definitely does put a lot of pressure. But when you look at the actual foundation of this LEV roster, when we think about King and Honor, the experience that they have together, obviously Honor coming back into this LEV roster as well, and just being able to nurture the talent that they have. I think if anything, you need to get up to that stage and have a kind of fearless approach to the game.
Yeah, and I think Fracture is where we need to see that. A map where there might be some question marks, but how they bounce back right now is going to determine this tournament for me.
I also want to give a shout to Udotan. And, you know, I was talking about this team being a group of misfits, a group of rejects, and that's because Udotan, he's one of those Korean players that no Korean org has
what
been
happens between maps?
All of us have been scratched.
Like, you mean what do teams do between maps? So usually you go back, there's like a ready room, you go back to your ready room, people go use the restroom, and then you talk about what your plans are for the next map, and then you go back out on stage. It usually only takes like 5 minutes. So it's pretty quick.
And like you were saying, it's kind of curious. We're seeing a lot of the firepower coming from that team. But I'm very curious also what LEV has to say as we send it back to the stage with Coach Owner.
I don't think what happened on Pearl was your norm. So what was going on, and what were you guys able to address before heading into Fracture?
to be honest, it happened a lot of times in the stage 1 and also in playoff. That the first map we start like very nervous, very tense, and we couldn't show our best play style. But I think that the boys are like getting experience as they play. So this is our first time here. Of course, that something like this can happen.
Yeah. You just you go back into you have like a little team huddle for like 5 minutes in between maps, so you can prep for the next one.
We can win 2-1.
Okay, thank you so much. And
Could veto chamber work on Ascent? Yeah. Could. Maybe.
Well, the words from the man himself. Minnie, you know Owner pretty well. How do you read that?
Yeah, I think he has a pretty gentle approach. And, you know, at times he can get very emotive, but I think he knows how to work with these young players. It's not about necessarily shouting at them so much, just acknowledging the fact that that was pretty bad. Let's just go to the next map and try and do our best, and then hopefully side talk to King there and just ask him to start pumping up the boys a little bit.
Yeah, you really need your experienced player to kind of lead the charge there, and King can't forget that. As we head into Fracture, Frost was, you know, being a little humble. He was like, look, we haven't won yet, Billy.
Yeah, I think that I'm excited though based on what he said in that coach interview. I think the
What does a coach go through while their team is playing bad?
Hasn't really
I mean,
because of course
you just sit there and try to take notes
and
and
set this global esports up as that anti-strat
you know,
team,
channel your emotions.
Do that against a team like LEV. They're such a set strat team and how they play into one another. So yeah, I'm excited to see what he has cooking.
Yeah, Fracture is going to be pretty messy in my opinion. Again, we've set this up as the map of the tournament where teams aren't quite comfortable yet, and I would argue that both these teams don't look super comfortable. If the map goes to 3, I would start to favor LEV once again, but on Fracture I have no idea what to expect.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel.
Definitely the big question mark. We haven't seen enough from either of these squads on this map, and I can see why you put none of the
Neon.
Swiss
Okay.
teams on your Fracture map pick yet.
Huge competition.
Judo Chamber.
Like so
Ooh, Pat on Waylay.
Chamber, almost giving LEV a little bit of a taste of their own
Pat
medicine.
on
I
Waylay. Judo on Chamber. Okay.
Go for the set. Nope, they don't.
Nope, they don't. What is King hovering actually? We can't quite see it yet. I think he was playing the breach though previously, so hopefully that's it's gonna be on the guys. We got your favorite.
Alright, I think GE 2-0's this.
I wish LEV just played GE's comp right here. Neon is one of the best chambers of the event. They clearly understand how to do it on the Ascent. Like Pearl, it didn't look amazing there. Breach. Get this agent out of the game. It's not very good in my opinion. I think it's going to be quite easy for.
If this does go to split, I have confidence in LEV to win 2-1. Yeah, I think if I think GE needs to close this out here.
I think they're going to be hugely favored, and I'm very curious about this chamber.
Yeah, and LEV obviously.
Is it because of the coach or players? In case of Fnatic, they always come back. I mean, a lot of it is like just good mentality on the team.
Now we didn't get to talk about predictions at the top of this match. You guys want to share what it was?
What happens during a timeout?
I had LEV winning this game.
Okay.
Not anymore.
So
how about you, Billy?
You hit the timeout button.
LEV winning this game. I had LEV
it cues it for the next round.
Dark horse for me personally coming into this event. I am hoping that
once you go into
game nerves that they're experiencing going
the freeze time, it calls the timeout, and then you have 1 minute to talk to your team.
Be able to bring it back to at least go to a third
and then once the timer's done, it auto mutes you. So if you're in the middle of a thought, you get cut off.
What do you think, Tom and Mitch?
So yeah, you just have a minute to talk to them, basically.
They were slaying every given opportunity taken, and some with ease. But for GE, that was just the
Frost is always
start
tense, dude. I mean, it's a tense experience coaching for sure.
The boys were a bit nervous. It's a young team down on that stage, but we've seen these flip-flops from one-sided maps. Great success in the next. The defensive Fracture is where Leviathan will be tested.
I don't know what they expected coming in. I don't know if they expected a Pat-Man Waylay, but I'm excited to see it now.
Nice shot.
Immediately, Sato has picked him out of the sky. They're going to go running back, but they've been locked in. Spike Zine is watching from behind. Sato already with a much better start to this map than what we saw on the last. His attack side having to run all the way back, maybe trying to bait them into the hands of Autumn, who's just holding on to this space. Nothing being spotted, but that backstab would need to be incredibly impressive if it ends up as a backstab. Is he going to
You only get a minute.
There's no
what
one
really happens in the discussion? I mean, it totally depends.
Exactly what was
You call a timeout because you want to adjust something or address something, or Give your
Spike
team a
will go
breather.
back in that
It depends on
direction.
why you
This
called
was
the
what worked
timeout.
for
But
GE on
basically,
the
you
last
just
map. They were selling fakes so
you talk.
hard,
Maybe you ask a
always
couple
enticing
questions.
Leviathan in.
Give him some
Crystal
words of
chance to
encouragement. You
strike.
go.
He had such an impressive map previously. They'll at least get one out of this. Good stun to shut him down, but a plant and a 2v4, it's better than it looked like it would be.
It's still incredibly difficult.
Okay, they're just gonna pack up and spawn.
Decided to just group up, play it together. The stun.
Good stun.
Catches Harvey, but he will be better. Will be good to go.
Just all numbers together.
They look to try and round this corner. Will they check these more deep angles? They will, and it's
Okay.
Sato once again.
Sato basically
A great round
just
from
full
him
wins them the
individually, and now Autumn
full wins them the
has to
pistol.
try and take over versus 4 players. Good flash. It caught almost everybody, but 13 health. Time ticking against him. And eventually he's going to need to swing out and get one of these kills. He gets absolutely nothing. A pistol round from
Nice
Sato.
pistol by
Even gonna
Sato.
get the orb. That will be Lev. 101.
Yeah, that will be Lev in the
Holy
lead for the first time in this series. And
What
way
a
to do it
shot.
as well for Sato, picking up a 4K focus there, very much on Patman, playing that waylay. A bit of a surprise element, certainly for
100%.
Leviathan. But the waylay on the other side is the
Beastly.
one opening up this map. A strong start to the defense for Leviathan. They get sold a fake, but react perfectly, punish on that side of the map.
Complete
The
full
opening
buy for
picks
them.
were sublime. Now, they get their reward. It's going to be a decent buy into this round. You know, for GE, win condition, or, well, not even win condition, but success condition.
Ooh,
It's just
you
a
know.
couple of kills. It will make it somewhat costly for Leviathan if they can meet that goal. But as you can see, they're not very well armed.
I think the other side of it for G is just orb collection.
With a Phoenix, always.
We're going to try and get
It is a
as
little
many of them
interesting.
as you can.
I'm curious
They're
about this
really
comp.
challenging for that A main control.
Because I know that
You can see the
Yudo
defenders
actually
are doing
likes
exactly the same
Waylay.
thing.
Like, he can play Waylay pretty
Be it
well.
to build up their own ultimates, with Sato only being
And
one
I know
way
that he
after
doesn't
claims the
like
sword.
playing Chamber.
Or just to make sure
Yudo
sort
does
of
not
said,
like
don't
playing
allow that
Chamber. At
Phoenix
least
to
he
build
didn't
up
last year.
Anywhere near as much.
I forced him to on Icebox,
though-
and he didn't like it.
Tentative in their play. Everybody's gained at least a little, but the fights will seem quite one-sided when they come to blows.
Well, if you're at least trading out those orbs, finding them early, that's fine. GE, as you said, steps closer to the Phoenix ult, but this is where
Nice shot by
things should
Pat.
take a turn for the worse for GE. They've had good impact to start the round. They've got their orbs. They've even got a kill. The plant's being attempted but pushed back
I
by
should be doing a
Salva.
long-form
Side
video on my
taking
journey
it.
into Tier 1
It's
coaching.
definitely a
Well,
bit
funny you should say that.
But Leviathan
I
had
have
the upper
plans
hand
of
in
doing
almost
that.
every fight, and now they've got the numbers.
I
They
do have
cleared the
plans of
top
that.
site, and then anybody trying to
It's
claim
just
any weaponry
a big
is being
project.
picked off as they go. Another 1v4 being attempted, and it will not come through. A great start this time from Leviathan. And I think it is very important. Like, sure, it can happen. You're on your opponent's map choice, but we looked at this map of Fracture and went, this is not one of your greatest picks. It feels like you picked it as a counter to your opponents because they were not good on it either. But with the start that they've had, now we get into the main part of the match. The first purchase coming up for GE, and what will still be a pretty decent buy coming up for Leviathan, given the circumstances.
Well, yeah, 4 players carrying those weapons through. I think they only lost a Stinger. Gonna be pretty happy with that on the defensive side. Coming through with a convergence path as well with that strong start. Orb was given over to King, so obviously some value put towards that Rolling Thunder in the minds of Leviathan, and you can see early aggression is already lined up. They popped the flash, and that's not even going to deter them as the reveal went up behind it. Leviathan keep pushing. It's a full south side crunch to start the opening pick, and they get out scot-free. Crystal and
They blinded themselves. They blinded themselves.
4v2, a nice attempt
Bit of a
to make
mistake
use of
from
those
Lev.
weaker weapons, but GE seemed more than ready for that pressure.
It seemed like maybe they thought the convergence path had hit more people. I think it maybe only caught the one, or by the time they got there,
It's
it worn off,
convergent
but
paths,
it meant
you
that there were
guys,
spams
not
going through those
convergence
smokes,
path.
and GE again, something they did well in the previous map was thrive under the pressure of what is an aggressive defense. Of course, this round expectation's still low. They didn't have the Vandals, they didn't have the Phantoms, no Operator just yet. The question becomes, how much damage can the remaining couple of players do? And I wonder if this will just become trying to catch them on the exit.
Yeah, that is probably where the most value sits. As time ticks on, it becomes more apparent. That is the play. Ollie towards main. I like this idea, keeping them locked in. Neon wants to make this as costly as possible, but as they run in through it, he gets a shot on them. And Crystal already falling. Decent bit of damage done. I think that is going to be where it ends. Holding on to the Guardian, I mean, obviously an option for King. But he's going to keep pushing to look for that extra kill, and in the end, well, I suppose he gets an orb.
Yeah, maybe having the additional value into his own ultimate versus the ones on the other side. I guess as well, when you look at there's already the Nightfall and the Run It Back online, you kind of go, okay, it doesn't really matter if I go down. Patman's too far away. Yudotan is yet to get onto the board. So neither of those ultimates are particularly close. But this is where we see that first
big arcade brawl coming up.
Can start off strong as their opponents did on the last
8
map.
people fighting for arcade. This is going to get messy.
Level again.
Keep in mind the Run It Back is online for GE. Thanks to farming those orbs early on. Stunned to slow them down. In fact, it's going to be a push.
Oh. I got fucking wrecked. Wait, Yudo.
Making a good dent in this defense. He's taking ground on the other side. He's taking kills, but blows answers even more.
Had an opportunity to bring that one back.
Take down. He has at least got the spike, but he hasn't got a chance.
Nice round by Lev.
That was fantastic. These are the sort of rounds that make you really excited about a team like LEV. The credit obviously has to go to someone like Ono, where they've clearly just practiced these sort of plays.
So,
even when the Nightfall goes through on the other side, they dive over the top of it.
So if I'm GE,
then the salvos come in. Like, that is timing of
if I'm
gods.
GE,
Like,
you have to make an
exactly what you wanna
adjustment
see from
here.
them on this defensive side. This isn't a team that has just picked a weakness of an opponent. This is
You
a team
need
that has
to
preparation in
recognize
place, and that's always been where
that you're playing against a breach, which means that there's going to be traps everywhere. Which means you need to utilize your chamber and your waylay to take first contact. Which is awkward because you want your chamber to be contacting by himself.
And they have dealt with it wonderfully. They were behind in the ult economy, but by the time
But yeah, they need to make an adjustment where instead of having their chamber solo, I think they need to have their Phoenix be the solo player. Like Autumn can just turn into basically like a lurk. Or I guess it could be Javi as well on Astra. But you need Yudotan to be with the pack now so that he can take space and then teleport out in case there's a breach trap.
8 players in.
Make the salvos.
Instead, maybe planning a switch up through the spawn, but the problem is that flank has now come through. They're making the realization of, okay, we need to take some ground, and that forces their hand in towards King, who's just been waiting. That's what he's been doing the entirety of the round, just sitting there. And this is perfection from Lev. They slowly surround them. G takes just that little bit too long to get.
G's going to call a timeout. I don't know if Frost is going to make this adjustment. Because this is like some pretty...
Such a heavy flank behind them that quickly. You can see they were trying to bait the salvos out, thinking that there would be a retake attempt.
It's some pretty like high level stuff because you have to essentially stop playing your comp the way that you would normally play it. But the way to beat a breach comp is to just have your waylay and your chamber be the people that are taking the main contact. And so they need to now have Yudotan play with the group. So they can have the waylay and the chamber swing together. Both of them can teleport out if there's a breach trap. And that means that Javi has to either be the lurk or Autumn has to be the lurk. Because they need Crystal to be with the pack. And they're going to start contacting with Yudo's chamber. That's another thing that they can do. But yeah, they can't keep going into mains with their Phoenix. Otherwise, they're going to get nuked by utility. I'm going to assume that Lev is going to call some sort of potentially like delayed aggro play here, or they're just gonna full on take like tree. Okay, it looks like it's probably gonna be another crunch. It's either going to be a full-on crunch or it's going to be a fake crunch. This might be a fake crunch where they try and force them to speed up here.
They're not looking to let go of it.
Not early stun. I love this north side crunch, and they're doing it again from either side. Rolling Thunder
they pretty much always call a set play out of timeouts.
Pushing down. You can see they're just trying to survive, and the Salvos
Oh my god.
are causing so many issues. Yudoton just wants to hold on.
Nice shots by Yudo, but Spike is down.
The issue, though,
although going 2 for 2 is pretty good.
Yeah.
Because now they have to watch both. So if GE can group up and play together,
towards the B site, maybe has a chance to
this is good. Good patience. They need to come together. But Sato has op, which is going to be a problem.
Well, you're going to have to walk into the op of Sato, which is not going to be a fun fight to take for anybody. The Cosmic Divide, this is where it starts. I do think we're going to see that run it back put into play, but they're already a man down, and in fact, no chance to pop that ult. Neon's ahead of the fight. And Javi might even be forced into a save at this point. The credit's not looking good.
What can you really do?
Across the board, carrying this rifle.
He could go for the huge... The big dick play would be to come here and take this. But there's no way he does this.
I'd have to just give plaudits over
They're
to
ready for it.
And their sort of crunch plays towards that north side of the map. It seems like even from the two players that were there, they knew it was coming. They knew that that would be a possibility. And I wonder if there will have to be the switch up from G to almost have a bit of pack mentality, or even just be patient a little bit further back in the first few seconds of the round. The problem, though, is you look at where those players died. They are so far into their own spawn area that you almost feel like, well, they were left with nowhere to stand, and it's those reactive salvos coming out from blows going like, okay, there's
scaring you now?
We know where they are. Let's force them into awkward
it should be a little scary.
Communication needing to be on point.
Lev is not going to be afraid. They're not a team that's going to be afraid at the moment.
You know, one of the reasons that I was happy to see him try to save that
GE needs to
one away from the orbital strike, but
not get pushed over here.
In the meantime, there's plenty of them on offer here.
Enemy remaining.
And ends up orbital strike online for the next. This is a big advantage for Leviathan in scoreline and ult economy. And so far, it feels like they're miles ahead in terms of controlling the map. And even after the pause, nothing to write home about for G. The same problem there, the crunches from Leviathan working well. You said the north side crunch, it's where they've been more impressive, but they've been very proactive, even on that south side. Every round, it feels like they have space that they need to take a mission objective. And so far, G cannot deny those objectives. Yeah, Pac-Man's gonna have to drop out of there.
That's only a small amount of damage.
Teammate.
Thankfully, yeah.
Teammate Molly, so.
Teammate.
Spike planted.
Utility causing him a couple of issues. Of course, look at the weaponry, but Yudoton, there it is. Tour de Force activated. They've realized that there is an opportunity for them to take this one away.
Oh my goodness, blink and you miss.
Nice,
it.
Yudoton.
With two, but the pistols certainly not slacking in this round either.
Nice, Yudoton.
To seal it in, a thrifty win for 5-2. That's not the round I thought GE would come out with.
Yeah, MasterCard Thrifty that will give them a huge boost. Because that was the thing. This was just one of those opportunities where you see that site almost gifted over to them. They managed to avoid a lot of that early aggression, and when they get into the post bar, you have
nice shot
with that free operator in hand. Those are the moments that we saw from him all the way through.
That was all Patman though. The initial kill on the breach, really good angle.
Once again, but of course the opponents are going to adapt to this early salvos operator posted up. Even having some support in the close corner as well from Spikesy, and he can stun them if they get that little bit too close. But for now, not giving away their hand.
Yeah, when you've got Sato baiting like this. First shot fired. When he falls back, they should fill that space in quickly. Going through the smoke, though. That doesn't work for the bait play. Instead, Spikesy has to take.
Nice, Yudoton.
It's questionable. Maybe a little bit of impatience there for Leviathan, and well, the punish is massive, faking out that A side as well.
Really nice round.
Said in the last map worked so often.
Really nice round.
Pressure on one side of the map, enticed Leviathan in, and then took the open site. And it's just happened again. Even that molly, it's going to come in too late. Neon's in a lot of trouble with so many players there to fight. You feel like he never stood a chance, but Blows steps right in for the same battle.
He's down to 45 health.
Yeah, just save. All right.
Are also not
good momentum shift.
So with Neon not being able to
find
Javi
lurking.
Those picks, you have to try and give this one up.
What did I tell you?
Resurgence
What did I tell you?
Over the last couple of rounds, it was looking like, yeah, maybe we get the same as the last, where they just get blitzed out of the map, but Pause comes in. The operator as well for Yudotan has definitely been a difference maker, but also just pushing that South A side of the map has been far more victorious, and the risks being taken. You can understand it. They've been so confident in how they've played in the last few rounds. That's why Leviathan forced that issue, but then it really does put Spikescene in a spot where he kind of has to go ham there or they lose the round.
I don't even hate the walk through the smoke because he didn't know they were there, and what's been working for Leviathan, their win condition has been taking that space. As we said, start around, they say, we're going to fight here. And they fight for that control no matter what. So
Yeah,
this
the
time
adjustment has
bait,
been good.
Nobody steps into the bait, and eventually
Okay,
you
Yudo's
think,
solo
let's get an
now.
early flank going. And worst case, I pop
Nope,
one and
okay,
get back
Yudo
out,
with the
but
pack.
Instead, the round crumbles as a result, and that's a good adaptation from G to play that much more patiently on this attack side. Wait for Leviathan to make the mistake, because so
Look
far
at
they
this.
have given you fights.
Chamber,
This time G
Waylay.
take them on favorable
First contact.
soil. It's again going to be this push.
He was blind.
Right into the operator.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he got blinded there, or more, 2 players spotted.
It's almost like I know what I'm talking about.
Flee, no, they want to try and fight this. They get that
It's
opening.
almost like I
Yudotan's
know what
been
I'm talking
sublime,
about.
By the way, I think that's the 3rd round in a row. That
Almost.
he
I don't
an
actually,
easy
but
pick. Oh, I say easy. He was full blind and just hit the shot, but
Nightfall.
Easy for him. Stun will force them back. Nightfall. Patman has gone down in response. They have the ult ready to try and trap them, but they've avoided it.
Yeah, they don't have a pivot to
Well,
A.
this is a much
They didn't
slower turn
lurk.
back to the other direction though from G.
But
Might
they
start
did
to
get a
think that,
bunch of
yes, this
utility
worked
out.
Before, right, going to the A site. Look where the spike
Now
is.
they go
Look, that'd be
fake
what's
A.
happening.
Crystal's going to
They've
take
done
more
this, they faked
space.
one side, then pushed up the other. This time,
Gets the
Power goes
reaction.
towards
The
A.
breach team
Leviathan
has to
think
push out
that
because
the
they don't have
plan
enough
switched up, but they
information.
find out that it hasn't now. A
Very
man
good
lowered
understanding
down,
by
and the
GE of
blaze
how this
covers
game's going to
across the
play.
site. Blows, though.
That is not good
A
from Hobby.
Crucial kill up top. It's given them somewhere to fight from, but then the double to triple fake
Little
becomes
too
the
aggressive from Hobby
quadruple.
there.
We're back to the A
30
site.
seconds left.
I don't know how GE keep doing this, but the ruse is sold every time, no matter how many times.
Yudo-chan.
And every time it feels like
Yudo-chan.
for just an over-eager peek. Like, you can understand it. You're trying to figure out where they're going. You're trying to work out the position of these players, and every time you...
Yudo-chan.
Yudotan is just there waiting. His 3rd operator pick, where somebody has just tried to jiggle the angle, and he hasn't been missing. 12 and 5, by the way, while they are currently still behind in the map. He's been a huge part of this turning around. And for Sato, no choice but to flee and try and save it. And I agree with you. I think that although we talk about the counters, we talk about those plays being made by G, I think Harvey needs to be given a lot of credit here, because I'm sure there's help from players feeding him information, but somebody is having in those mid-rounds to make those calls, and over the last couple of rounds, they have been correct.
He's often been the one walking into that empty space. And what's impressive about it is I can't really recall him getting punished for it that often. His success rate is huge, either in just avoiding the unfavorable fights.
There you go, full
and in the
blind.
space after. Yeah, that's certainly an unlucky start if ever I've seen one, but from there, G do remarkably well to pull this back together. And it makes me grateful that we changed our setups. Back in the old days, we used to have the coach on the stage as well. I think the only thing I'd hate more than playing against Frost's team would be having to look up and see Frost across the stage. Just that big smile on his face every time around like that happens. And it's gotten a timeout from Leviathan. They felt these last couple of rounds, we're slipping back to Pearl, we're slipping back to G.
Now if you're
having
Lev,
a lot more control than we want them to.
Yeah, and it's difficult as
How
well
do you
because,
adjust if you're
again,
Lev?
like talking of that Coinbase win condition, like they had it at the beginning of this map. They had those sort of
you're
aggressive
Lev-
set play rounds that were working out wonderfully. And I think in the last round they were a little unlucky, or very unlucky.
The
They
problem
had the
with
same
Lev's
set play
comp
to
is
try
that
and
they
go for
don't
that
have the
deep,
ability to
deep
passively hold
presence,
information.
And you get domed by
They don't have the ability to passively hold information because they have no sentinel. And so they need to come up with essentially a sentinel, which is what they're doing. Okay, this is literally what I was going to say. They have to just turn one of their players into a sentinel and post them on a line. So they're going to put their brimstone on the operator and they're going to post him on a line, which is a little tough because that means that you're not going to have any smokes. Okay, they're gonna do it the Waylay. That makes sense. That makes a lot more sense. But yeah, the Waylay has to become the Sentinel, basically. And then they have to play aggressively with these three, and then the Brim kind of has to just like anchor by himself. Yeah, this is going to be tough.
So they can react quite quickly to this more direct play from GE.
Ali Molotov trying to clear some
I think this is just going to end up being a comp diff, because if you have no Sentinel, it's so hard to play this map.
Is just claiming space. The problem is they're already into the tower, but now realizing how far back they are playing, that Cosmic Divide is just a general irritation. They can get into a post plant. The backstab is going to be so far behind, by the way, so if they're too slow, Harvey might just kill all of them.
That's the plan. They haven't gone for these flanks before. Map control's always been punished by them going back in the other direction. The one-for-one trades, though, good to start. As now another goes their way. Leviathan pick up the pace towards the site, but a familiar foe. Crystal and Uniton stand in the way. Now just the one.
Come on, Yudo.
Uniton's got the angle, but not the shot. Sato,
you don't have to peek, brother.
Though, he has to move to the site, has to start that defuse, swaps out for a rifle now in the ult. It's caught him, but he's actually out wide. Uniton's dodged it. Now the time on his side.
Well played, Yudo. Well played, Yudo.
He's unstoppable.
I thought he had him. I'll be honest, I think that the choices made there by Sato were the right one. Avoid the fight, slow him down, you probably at least get it to half, buy yourself some extra time, and then maybe go in for the kill. Instead, Yudo-tan, balls of steel, just runs past the ultimate, and he knows he's hitting that shot. Why wouldn't he? Nobody's even close to him on the scoreboard right now. 5-5. From a massive deficit, GE have climbed back to potentially taking the lead, but they have finally killed
Gets
their demon.
diffed.
And maybe they've angered Sato in the process.
It's a little diffed.
The danger man is down. In fact, a few of them are. Patman and Javi, all that remains. What a great start for Leviathan. The lead may be back in their hands momentarily. And with it being only Sato that gets dropped for his trouble.
Doing a thing.
Leviathan play this nice and safe. Passive on B, ready to play the retake, knowing the numbers are by their side, and it means GE are the ones that have to take a risk. That risk means running into the numbers. Patman's dropped, and now his attempt to make this difficult situation that bit more manageable has left Javi in one that I think we all know the conclusion to. Leviathan have found their sixth and taken back the lead.
It's okay.
It's taken them a while
the fact that GE was able to recover this half from where it was to where it is now.
Come on.
Hello? Hello?
Come on now. Don't, you can't do this to him.
Hello?
Someone say something. Please.
Have we frozen in time?
Yeah!
There's no way they left him hanging for that long, bro. That's crazy work.
That was one where it genuinely felt like they made him angry. Like it needed something to ignite them after 4 rounds lost in a row. But there's still plenty in the purchase. An operator handed over. Patman, of course, they've got the credits to spend. The tour de force available for
Patman with the op
as well.
Yudo with the op. Okay, double up.
As if he wasn't already quick enough. And this time, Sato has looked to try and claim B main control instead, on towards their south side.
This is it. What won them the last round was the opening shot from the off. The opening goes to GE. And it will be a battle between these two. I suppose it's fitting. B main control taken by Sato.
Okay, Lev double pushing. This is good. Yudo getting aggressive.
And now it's a patience game, a waiting game. Perhaps the smoke up though allows Yudoton to close that distance that little bit further. And King with a
Oh, Yudo!
Difficult decision. That shot didn't land. Right past Sato, and
That
now
was
he knows
potentially
exactly where to look.
a huge miss.
Even still.
Spike planted.
Potentially a huge miss from Mr. Tan there.
Patman looking to try and get aggressive again at Sato to win the battle of those operator players. Give them that man advantage. give them an opportunity to at least go
Javi
in with a
with the
lead
kill,
off the start
big.
they had, but Harvey's having none of it. Already clearing one, but he's stunned up.
Okay,
Trade
good
immediately
trade.
from Patman. As they look to walk in together, the shot's not quite landing though, even still. It will come down
Nice.
to just one.
Should be a 6-6.
Blows making his way to the site, needs to bait someone into a fight, and Autumn just isn't giving anything
Yeah, they
away.
heard him step.
He knows his teammate will swing first, and Patman still just sitting in the corner, will go
Oh!
down the spam, not quite landing. And
Okay,
Autumn
no
knows
time.
he's got him dead
No
to
time.
rights at this point. We will go in even at the half.
6-6 is, yeah, for sure manageable.
Well, it's a nail biter of a game, but
For sure
Leviathan
manageable.
not out of the woods just yet. A solid half. Let's see if they can keep it up after the break.
So another thing that's going to happen here, and I know that they will do this correctly because I know that this is how Frost thinks about the game and also how Platoon thinks about the game. So one thing that you cannot do against these Breach Tejo comps is you can't just sit on site. So when you have Waylay and Chamber, you're going to have a lot more opportunities to just like walk into space. Like basically you need to challenge this comp before they get to exec space. So if you can stop them from getting up to here for free and getting up to here for free, and I would say getting up to like here for free, then you're in a good spot. So you basically have to come up and make them use a bunch of utility to get through this spot, through this spot, and through this spot. And if you can do that, which you can do by having your Waylay and your Chamber aggressively push up like that, and doing stuff like recall stars and stuns and stuff like that, you want to just make it as taxing as possible to get through these little choke points so that they have a lot less, you know, like stun, double salvo, drone, that type of stuff. If you can make them use like half of their utility to get to the place where they actually want to exec, then their exec becomes a lot weaker.
Well, it didn't look like they needed much look in that first map, but this half a bit more of a challenge. Leviathan certainly woke up.
You don't really want to play retake against the Tejo Breach either. You're gonna have to at some point, which is why Phoenix Waylay is pretty good to do that with. But you would prefer not to retake.
We at least saw some life in Leviathan towards the end of the half was a good sign. I think Sato especially is going to be a huge talking point, as we know that setup is going to be around him and Spikezine. The question though is, going into the defense, can Yudoton keep it up? You'd expect that he's going to have the same opportunities, and with how aggressive this composition can be. But it is a lot to ask, because let's be real, they would not have
you don't want to play post
wasn't
plant.
playing the way he is.
That is very true indeed. And that has been a hero performance in the first half, but now we move to the second. They've had time to chat with their coaches, and we've certainly seen the coach waffle. Around 13 kicks off with GE on the defensive side, and Leviathan, although they've cleared a lot of space towards B and put a lot of numbers there, will be the A site that is the ultimate target. The wrap back in comes in just as GE flee the B site and put numbers and boots back on the ground here. And then Leviathan go the other direction. Early on, you know, I'd even expect this to be about orbs, but they've not taken any yet.
On pistol, it's okay to play more passive, but once we get to like the actual gun rounds, you gotta tax them early.
Yudoton waiting patiently, it's immediate.
Yudo-chan!
Okay, they're gonna remove all of his utility, stun him. They're sending everything to try and clear this man out, and they will do so.
MT.
Remove. Look at all the assists that came through onto Yudoton.
Batman's gonna walk through smoke because he's a Paper X player.
King trades him out. Advantage firmly garnered by King.
30 seconds left.
And now Crystal, 14 HP, 3 to find. All of them healthier than him, but that Sheriff is going to be deadly. Well, to almost everyone up until he hits that shot. In the end, it's Sato to close. Leviathan reclaim their lead with a pistol. Just look at Sato trying to
All right,
hype up
double
the crowd,
pistol
hype up
for
his team,
Lev.
I'm sure as well.
They should win the
Absolutely.
map.
Look, when you're having a game like him, you want to be the one trying to inject that energy
But we'll see.
into the rest, and no doubt King's feeling pretty happy after this pistol. A little bit of a confidence builder for him and for Leviathan as they find their way back into the lead. Strange attack side there. It looked like they expected some aggression out of GE in that pistol. Looking forward on B, going under, walking back to A main, clearing it out. But in the end, they found the easier site to push into and traded out those kills very nicely. 7-6, and a lead in the half should follow. Should get even stronger as they're now up against Classics.
Again, we're going to see the same from Global Esports. They want to try and get as many orbs for Autumn as possible. North side A taken, and on the other side of the map, they've just left Yudoton. He's already hearing the steps, he's already spotted the players. They're going to try and pincer on the remaining holding, but Neon and Sato have done a fantastic job. Now it leaves just one. Spike not going to be planted just yet. Counter flash will leave him completely blind, and in the end, it's actually the flank from Sato that clears him.
Okay.
Orbs collected for the
Now the real
duelists.
game starts.
View for the other side. And the lead extended for Leviathan.
Yeah, nice
Now
work
the
all
real
around.
game
Definitely seemed like a
starts.
danger when Yudoton was under, heard two players go towards B, because the immediate call there is for those guys in A main to just run it down, start the early flank, take those fights, and they had the numbers, but they didn't have the weaponry. A big round from Sato as well to give them a 7, put him at 17 and 8, now tied up with Yudoton on the scoreboard. But the rounds favoring Leviathan. That may change here, but it's a very strong bonus round for this attacking side. They've got a lot of rifles to work with. And of course, pack mentality prevails even with SMGs at times. Great pickup by Crystal though.
And they're ready for the player to try and swing out through top. It's going to be Autumn taking the fight with his ultimate. They know how important keeping this round clean will be.
Good scouting by Autumn.
With King, one of the weaker weapons. Unless blows can hit a wonderful timing, and they're already going to be spotting him. He is currently
Gonna wait for
completely
Yudo to
isolated. In fact,
backstab.
every fight that would be taken by Leviathan here would be isolated.
shot.
And for Yudoton, that might be the easiest kill he's had so far today. A flank, leaving it down to just one. And in the end, Global
Nicely
Esports
done.
will comfortably make it through that bonus.
Yeah, considering what they were up against, it's almost comfortably making it through a bye round. It's a very nice one from Global
Nicely done.
Esports. As we said, for Leviathan, on this attack side, pack mentality can work, but when you lose Spike Scene right away, and Sato coming up through heaven is caught like that, they have early flanks as well. It really exposes a lot of issues with that round, but it also gives you a lot to learn from. They made a more direct play, and GE very quickly closed the walls in on them. Be something they look to exploit, but for now, it looks like, again, pack mentality, 5 in dish, stun setup. We will have a pacey attempt. Whether this is for the orb, I'm not even sure, because with no presence elsewhere on the map, you almost have to play this as a straight
5 people dish is crazy. Yudo taking space on B is good. 5v4 on site. It's not going to go well for Lev.
Into a stacked up site, the read again from GE is nigh on perfect. And for the remaining two, they're trying their best to fight back into the round, but this was an early clear of the south side, and now they go running in towards Neon. Be careful. This guy has proven time and time again that on the skill scale, he's almost ticking off it. But a 1v5.
Got the spike.
I think you'd be crazy to believe.
Good discipline from GE. Just containing,
away from an
not
orbital
over
strike.
pushing.
Big mistakes would be needed to even give him a chance. And you can see right away, look at Yudoton on the other side of the map.
Yeah,
He's
pick
falling
up
back,
the orb.
take an orb.
Try to hang on to the rifle.
Just catch the info and TP right out. There is no escape for Neon at this stage. The only way is forward, and with 20 seconds left, if he doesn't decide to move, saving won't really be an option either. Yudoton has boxed him in complete. Well, okay, saving will be an option.
God, he's fast.
But not one
He's
of
so
those.
fast,
8
bro.
seconds left, needs to get the plant in. Okay.
Jesus.
Maybe waited a little too long to get that one going, but I'll be honest, I started to get nervous for a second there.
Yeah, I think if it wasn't for having just sat in the site, I would have been sweating for them. But even still, it's a lot of damage, considering how clean everything was at the beginning. But this was also just pretty much setting up in that one.
I can't believe they went 5 dish.
That
is.
Had 3 players pushing that south side of the map, and when Harvey spots everything, and
I don't know when I've ever seen a 5 dish play be good.
They go, okay, well there's no one on this south side. They have to be on the north, and everybody rotates in ready.
And also Uniton is holding Northside Arcade, sees
Okay,
nothing.
operator
it
is
pretty
up.
Obvious where they may be. The wall's closing in quicker than expected. On Leviathan.
Seems like they probably should have just bought an outlaw,
Any
but
presence here towards A main by the Molly.
I mean, actually, wait, Lev has so much money.
Again, they're on this low
No
buy.
wonder they bought the op. What? They're
Pac-Man
saving with
being
so much money.
Adopted when it comes to the buy round, so you very much expect it to be the case here. And for GE, the information is in
That's
their
very
hands.
interesting.
Nothing in A main, nothing north side. You know it's a B hit. You don't want to get too close to those pistols. You don't want to get overwhelmed by this push. Down below, a bit of an awkward battle. Oh,
okay.
Yeah, this could be a little dangerous now.
Because a post-plant orbital strike is gone. Because Neon's died.
Bottom.
That is unfortunate timing. King's done well. His ult's only one away, but I don't want to even talk about ults because the last time I did, somebody fell immediately. Weaponry retrieved by King, and on the back of the side with a pistol. Now Sato has an ult of his own. It's not going to connect. Crystal waiting on the other side, and they are being picked apart.
Oh boy.
Every single fight versus weaker weaponry.
These are the
To
rounds
try and save this, but
that you
Spikes is
cannot be
chasing it down.
looking.
Looking to run after that operator, and he's got to be very careful here.
You
There are
cannot be
multiple players
losing
trying
these
to
kinds of
surround
rounds,
him. They are
guys.
baiting him in, and it will be the MasterCard Thrifty. against
The
another
money
round
for
to
Lev
go
is
for
going to
Lev.
be unbelievable after that.
Lev right back in the lead and right back on their feet. That's what you like to see. A great round, and we complimented them on Pearl as well with the low buys.
It was just too easy for them to get into sight.
Starts full south side. They see the A main aggression. They're pushed back by it and say, okay, all eggs in one basket now. We know they're pushing there. Let's take the fight B main. And that happens to be the lighter side of the map. That happens to be where they can get in and get a plant. And that was already a success in my mind. You now have a plant that they have to push into you. You get a couple of kills, you make it costly, and maybe the butterfly effect comes in by the end of the map.
Yeah.
But instead,
Gotta call a timeout there.
Leviathan steal around
Their
the
money,
no
they're gonna
one
have
even
like
competing
6,000 per person, I
and that has
think, after
gotten the
that.
timeout from GE.
Yeah, it's completely
Crystal not feeling it on Fade.
economy.
This
That
has
was
never
meant to
been a
be the
good
round
map
where
for
they
him.
start building
He was
up
he
those
was not
credits.
comfortable on this map at all
From the
last
other
year.
side of things, you can see Sato. You kind of want to call him a superstar in the making because of how young he is, 19-year-old. I think he's just turned 19 as well. But it feels like he's already there. Like having those crazy high-impact rounds and then just being ready to scream, hype up his teammates.
He wasn't
hype
good
up
on
the
this map
crowd.
on Fade last year. He
He
wasn't
has
good
now
on it on
overtaken
Teo. We couldn't figure out what
Yudotan
agent to
as
play
the
him on.
kill leader in this
I
map,
wanted him
and
to
he's
play
had
Gecko
Neon
on this map.
alongside him. And I mentioned the
But-
potential for ultimates. They have a lot of them building up, but the one thing GE does have coming into this round is the ultimates already built.
Okay, hero rifle
Perhaps
for
that
Pat.
can bridge the gap somewhat. Tour de Force put into play right away, but Yudaton's walking in to Sato and will be shut down. The big gun
All right, it's
removed
starting to
from the
look a
round
little
right
rough.
away. And now for GE, not much more hope remains. Anti-flash on the other side. Some players will be caught, but others won't. The stuns go in right away. Sure, they'll lose one.
Attacker spawn.
But how much more can GE hope for in a fight like that? The spike up for grabs if they could win it, and Patman's thinking about it. He's got a rifle, but the high-low setup on the other side could completely decimate any chance of finding the kill.
Yeah,
Now,
Lev's
almost
anti-ecos are
every
really
danger
good.
has been removed
They're really,
from
really
that
good at anti-eco.
defensive arsenal.
He turned around.
Player
Nice,
standing.
okay.
Whew, for a second it looked like, but clearly the spidey senses were tingling. Cool and controlled for Leviathan. Maybe there'll be one kill at least. There you go.
My ult is
They
ready.
now know where the last man is, and for Crystal, he's got the whole team facing off against him.
That's right.
Leviathan extend their lead once more, but this will be the round that the pause was called for Global Esports. We saw in the last half a fight back that brought them level. Of course, we know going into that third and final map, you kind of feel like a lot of those veto advantages start to fade away. I think many, including myself, once we saw Ascent banned out, thought maybe even the split would be picked by the side of Leviathan. So Although it may have started off as a bit of a shaky veto. If we go to map 3, I'd almost start to say they're favored again.
We've seen this approach from Leviathan on the defensive side. Now GE adopted 2 players left towards the spawn for that quick reaction, and the play coming towards B. The Rolling Thunder should completely stop them from having any say in this. Chance for the operator to maybe land one, but no, TP taken back, and now full control for Leviathan, you would think.
Only gets one, okay. Good retake so far. Spike not even down yet.
5v3. They haven't even planted the spike
yeah, it's
yet
a good round.
Leviathan, and
good round from GE.
Down.
Go, go, go!
Create some space. Spike seems done well. He's denied.
Okay.
Chance for a trade. The problem
nice
is
spot,
again in a deep position. And now the spike dropped in a bit of an awkward spot. They need Spikesy to basically go back in. Can you do it again? Can you get us that space back once more? Can you cause that distraction? The answer is no. GE
very good round from GE.
The back and forth of this map continues. And another purchase will be coming right back up.
Indeed, the fact they can just fight right back into this one means that the lead isn't stolen out of their hands just yet, but GE looking much more calm and comfortable.
Okay, this is a really big round. Up v up.
Like
a bunch of alts close or online currently.
Coming out of the Waylay on Leviathan, but in those retakes,
I think whoever wins this round probably wins the map.
Keep him alive that long.
Sato on kind of a passive line here.
Oh
wait, never mind. That's Pat. That's Patman.
Send Autumn there, flash through, seize the control.
Patman dodges.
As he falls back, they put Patman in to hold the line.
He's got to be careful. Just about makes it round the corner, but he's still here.
He's being. This is one thing that Patman does better than almost anybody else.
He's held the ground to an extent.
He's so tenacious with holding space. Like, they tried to push him off, and they spent utility, they spent a bunch of time, and they did not push him off the line. So GE has 4 people on the right side of the map because Patman just refused to give up A main.
Nice work from Sato once again, though.
But now they just need to fight together.
At least running all the way through, but Autumn already looking to try
they're indecisive.
Back around through that north side, which they kept control of.
Flash gonna come out up top. It's devastating, but the shots
they're not fighting together, man.
Find everything, and now with 5v2, well, we said the
Frost is gonna be really pissed.
But he'd have to be great to
after this round.
Even a chance. Patman by his side. Oh, isolated in the open, and it's an easy.
They had the right read, but then they didn't fight together. They had like people taking ones. They played that round almost perfectly, but the micro was bad.
That's where favor starts to flip a little bit.
Well, the thing is as well, you look at the role of Sato, and that role is meant to be a death sentence. That's meant to be, you dive in, you try and get a shot off, and then you retreat and somebody else takes the space. He's diving in, he gets the split second, is immediately hitting headshots, and comes out with 3 kills at the end of the round. He truly has been incredible in this map thus far. And him versus Yudotan has been a fun battle, but I'll be honest, he started to take over it. Patman, though, will finally shut this man down. That might be a good opportunity for them to...
Patman, again, doing a great job holding A main. Wow, great round from GE.
Take some blows for that, but it's well after the fight. By the time that anything's landed for Leviathan, a 2 versus 4 needed. Sure, they've got ultis, but this isn't the round for them, surely. It looks like a write-off, and stepping into the off this time in the hands of Patman, but the result is no different. A body on the floor, and it's not a defender. Spikesy, the last one standing, 4 players to take down. This would put Leviathan up to 12. It'd probably win them the map, but it's an impossible task.
Really good punch back from GE. It's still going to be hard for them to close.
Good response, and a necessary one at that. Like I said, Sato was dominating a lot of these rounds, so to shut him down immediately. But then again, we talked about this a lot throughout the match so far.
I think that eco round is going to come back to kill them, though. Because I'm pretty sure that LEV still has good money. Yeah, I mean, look at their money. That one eco round destroyed them. Like, they're never going to have to save for the rest of the map.
Both teams winning their rounds cleanly. The economy hasn't gone anywhere. Patman once again with that operator, but a flash should be coming through that wall before they peek. No, are they going to walk up on it? He's just going to look to stick around, and well, he's definitely been caught out early. It's actually Yudo-tan to go down instead.
That was all part of the plan. G sent 3 players to try to fight towards Arcade, but
Aggressive
Leviathan
spot
had the
to
whole
play
squad
for
come that
Pat.
way. Now being boxed in.
Smoke.
Arcade,
He's
you can see
worried
the
about
jump
the
peek from
smoke.
Javi that I don't think was spotted. Leviathan don't know the numbers they're facing, but now Patman under pressure has to move the Armageddon.
What a play from Patman. What a play from Patman and Autumn. Holy shit. That was incredible. That was incredible.
I'll be honest with you, some of the stuff that Batman is doing is making me so uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, he has no business getting away with this play.
Jumps back into the open, and while they're trying to swing in to catch him, Autumn just wrecks 2 players on the way.
He has
into the
no
side.
business getting away with that.
It's a painful.
All right, the money's actually bad now. I mean, it's still basically a full buy, but the money is rough.
Credits dissipate for the attacking side. They might be left with nothing into the next round.
They're just sending it. Okay. Pace change is nice.
On the other side is caught, and in fact, it spikes in.
Okay, Pat again. Oh my God, Sato deleted him.
Back to a 3v3 once more. As they grind to a halt for a second. Both teams pausing to catch their breath. Patman's operator has been spotted.
You as a judge, this is a weird round now.
Seems known, and it's almost bait. They want them to swing, they want them to peek, to re-clear, to think that they've left, and they do.
What a freeze call from King, man.
No contact for 30 seconds.
How long do they wait though? Because they need to go relatively soon.
But as we can see,
I mean, the timing is literally perfect from Lev.
Allowed to get this plant in. The stun could be back. The salvo online. It's a deadly duo when it comes to. Well, never mind if he puts it up top. Well, at least the plant found. Of course, they don't know just how open this site is. Noise made now. The rotates coming back.
Okay, they spend a bunch of utility. They have no utility for post plant. Only a saturate and a cosmic for GE. Interesting cosmic. They're sectioning off the site into a smaller area for them to clear.
His position, but can they avoid King? Holding within
Ooh, King with God mode right there.
Everybody, Patman hunting for a rifle. He doesn't even know that he's still around this corner. Finds the info, but it's Sato.
I was like, there is no way Patman gets away with this.
Leviathan continue to dig deep, and are now 1 round away from taking us to map 3.
Global Esports got
what a
past
sick
that
map.
First map easily, barely broke a sweat.
One enemy remains.
We said they would be tested when it came to Fracture to Leviathan, just up the difficulty 12 on the board. It's
okay, full buy. Do we go OT?
And Leviathan again adopt the death ball. They went to the B site with this and were met by numbers. There were 3 players there when they didn't expect it. Now the death ball's on A. There's 3 players here. GE, numbers in the right spot, and Patman's feeling greedy. Gets in, he can always get out. Well, for the next second or so he can. And now he's stuck around a little too long. Leviathan punished immediately. And the pace should be picked up to this A site if it is.
Nope, they're gonna hold.
Crystal's the one with the challenge. The man who top fragged the last map put on a
they're not gonna
face in
rush.
So many bad situations, but this way too much to ask. Leviathan
Diligent from
hungry.
Lev. Oh boy, here we go. Map 3. Yudo? Yudo?
The human missile hits his mark. And now just 2 left
Ooh.
to lock in overtime. But it's Javi who has
Damn,
to
if he just chilled for a second. If he just chilled a little bit and let Javi get closer, I think they have a chance there.
It alone and leaves his leader to try and fight versus 2. Neon on King on the other side.
Neon should be aggressively
he has to
taking
make
contact
noise.
so that King
He
can
has
ult.
to give the game away. Tries to bait the fact that he's already dropped down. But they will now know, and the Rolling Thunder is going to force him all the way back. That time ticking further and further. The map 3 looking inevitable as Leviathan will hold their ground.
Oh boy, we got ourselves a series. We got ourselves a series, and we're going to a map where both of these teams are good. This is sick. This is a very, very fun series. Very fun series. Ooh, map 3 is gonna be good, man. Map 3 is gonna be good. I'm so curious to see what comp GE plays. Whoa. Oops. All right. Let's see. Based on what I've seen so far, I'm pretty sure that LEV just continues to play what they played in stage 1, which is going to be Neon Double Duelist. Neon Double Duelist. Neon Phoenix, Viper, Omen, Fade. If they play this comp, which I think they will, because they've basically just been playing what they were playing in stage 1, I think GE is going to play Deadlock. I think GE is going to play a Deadlock comp on Split. They might play Sage, but I think they're going to play Deadlock. But I don't know what the rest of the pieces will be. I mean, Sage or Deadlock, either one. I don't think GE will play Paper X comp. I don't remember who starts on what side.
Welcome back. I'm Victoria, joined by Billy and Minnie here. Map 2 of Fracture absolutely did not disappoint. How many seconds here do you think he was left hanging?
It felt like several minutes.
It felt like eternity. It felt like eternity. Man, he's still standing.
Leon!
This has got to be a solid like 15 to 20 seconds, no?
I respect.
But you know what? This is the kind of resilience, this is the kind of perseverance we want to see from LEV coming back into map 2 here.
I could see them playing the Deadlock Cypher, honestly. Just playing our comp from 2025.
To push through on
I think it would be good.
In fact, Sato must be feeling absolutely fantastic because starting with round 1 with that Sheriff 4K. In fact, let's check out our HyperX reflex moment of the day. 100% goes to Sato, who was left hanging.
Yeah, it definitely set the tone for that map there by being able to get that 4K on the Sheriff round straight into the map, right? And I think that that's a real confidence
I'm like
difficult.
super
You
sure
just
they're gonna
saw
play
what
Deadlock.
character he was in that clip there that we bumped in with, and I think the amount of energy that he's being able to bring to the
If they
stage,
play Paper X
honestly, like,
Comp, they're gonna
he
lose
seems
this
to be
map.
one of the future
It's as simple as
kind
that.
of personalities that we have here in Valorant.
Yeah, and in terms of pistols here, LEV had to win both of them. So I think they're going to have to, they breathe a sigh of relief here, able to convert them with Sato popping off, because this was a 13-11. This could easily have been a 2-0 GE.
Yeah, exactly. And I think a lot of it has to go thanks to Udotan bringing it through many rounds. Mitch and Tom also, you know, acknowledge that as well. The Sky was doing absolute heroics here. But let's talk about what Lev was doing. Lev had some really great ideas.
Yeah, something that we wanted to highlight again was
Oh, first we're going to look at Sato. First of all, Sato.
Some more Sato. Yeah, I think that pistol round we saw, I think it just set him up to just dominate this game completely. He's got the confidence,
Right.
got the aura.
I'll be right
He's
back.
giving it on the stage, but also he's now getting comfortable in the server, and I think he's leading from the front, and hopefully that transitions to a lot more energy throughout the whole of their team, and they can see it's easy for him, we're just as good, let's do that too.
And Waylay is an agent that we don't get to see him on an awful lot, so it's nice to just see him kind of like let loose in that kind of aspect of things.
Yeah, definitely. And I think everything looked a lot more comfortable for Lev on this map, even though it was really, really close there. And again, some of the ideas with their trap plays, we know Owner comes in with good ideas.
Yeah, something that I highlighted was why I don't like the breach so much is that all you need to do is dodge the breach stun, but GE not doing that in some of these moments. As we see here, the breach stun comes out very early in the round, catches some players, and Sato's able to dash in as the spear of this team and clean up some kills here as we see.
Yeah, it's followed up with so much utility behind it as well. You can definitely see the clear set piece there. You see those salvos actually picking up 2 kills by the end whilst Sato was going and diving in.
And I think being able to get enough of the rounds on the defense from Lev was really good because they didn't have that Sentinel. So just getting enough there, they go to attack where the comp's a lot easier to just send it. And I think it was off these trap plays, they're able to get enough in this series.
Are you liking what we're seeing so far on Fracture? We got Fracture twice today. Mini is shaking his head no.
I am still not convinced that these teams are great Fracture teams. Yeah, I think Lev just eats this one out. Their composition I still think has some things to look at, i.e. they don't have a Sentinel on their team. They have a Breach. I think there's some weaknesses here, but it's enough to get the win, and going into Split, I think they are favorites.
You really have to feel for Udotan in that last map as well. Being able to put up over 300 ACS and still the map just slightly slipping away from them in the end. But of course, we do finally get to see that third map. The first third mapper series that we've seen this event so far. So I'm looking forward to seeing that split.
Yes, and Minnie, earlier you were saying if we made it to map 3, your prediction for Lev, you know, you're a lot more confident in it again. So as we go into Split, why are you feeling confident for Lev? Because GE, back when they're playing the Veto comp, it was really good.
Yeah, I think it's because Lev are just dominating Americas right now. The meta in Americas on this map is to play the Vice. And Lev has said, nope, we're just going to continue with the double duelist. And they don't get slowed down by that Sentinel at all. And they're just running through teams, winning 13-5, 13-6, making it look like that Sentinel doesn't exist. And GE like to run similar comps to Americas in the sense that they like to have that Sentinel on this map. And I think that Lev know how to play against it. So the question is, are GE going to continue with that Sentinel style? And here we go, let's see. And yeah, the Sage, you see, the same kind of approach as Americas, that not the Vice, but the Sage. Designed to slow this Lev team down, but so far in all the games I've watched of Lev, they have not been slowed down on this map at all.
Yeah, not steering away from the composition. This is what Global Esports were playing back in Pacific. And like you mentioned, Minnie here, Leviathan playing that double duelist. I think it's interesting to see how they are going to play up against the double controller, the Sage. I think as well Global having to start on the attack here puts them in a very uncomfortable position.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the attack side
I told you.
from GE is the slightly harder one to play, and it'll be interesting to see how
I told you they were going to play a wall agent
a
against the Neon and
with
Phoenix.
The duelist. Are they going to fight for these extremities early? One thing I expect GE to do is be using that Sage Slow to take some of the extremities, and I expect then Lev to react by taking them back. That's what I want to see from both these teams.
I think one of the head-to-heads I'm looking at as well is Sato, who's just had a great performance on that map, but then also Udotan on the other side on the Raze here. I'm just intrigued to see how they actually match up against one another when you look at the pairings with that Fade. All these little trap plays that they can set up to fight for middle space in general.
Well, thank you guys. We got Lev, we got Global Esports, and we've got a map 3s. We send it back to our casters, Mitch and Tom.
Well, you know, I was starting to get worried that we were going to see some 2-0s all week long, Tom, but this one certainly delivered exactly as we hoped it would. We've made it all the way to the final map. Now listen, two very different compositions these teams are bringing out. A core three that remain the same across the board, but which one draws your eye more? What do you like the look of here, Tom?
Well, it's interesting because I'd say that from what we've seen so far, I would probably lean the way of Lev. I think that
this is very comfortable for GE.
Fantastic in this position. And the thing is, though, it's like I like
this is a comp specifically
on the defense more so. And if they can deny some of that defensive side aggression from
that
Lev
they know is
being
good
in the right
against
place
double
at the
duels.
right time, I think this comp could be a good counter. But with how Sato played on the last map, I don't like if you're trying to counter this man, he might rip your head off before you can even think.
Well, I've certainly seen a few counter shots from Yudoton in that previous as well. Wall already used here, as we can see Leviathan finding the first pickup and then fading out, giving up heaven control, but isolated on this side is Spike Z. He's all alone. And he's left that way. He's cleared the sight of all attackers. And a flawless pistol round.
Lev might be too good, guys. Lev might be too good.
You can live to see yourself die alone or something along those lines. My man just didn't die. He just stayed alive at the back. And while absolute destruction in the pistol round, and that was a big part of that previous map as well. The fact that they were able to get those pistols over the line, they were able to put themselves in a position that ended up just closing out the map in very close contention. If you're GE, you probably feel a little bit hard done by. A pistol round genuinely could have made all of the difference. But in this round, it is, again, more of the same. Wanting to get those orbs under their belt, claiming the first early on B, running all the way to the other side to get the second. But with how little is invested here, Mitch, expectations, I would say if they get a kill, they've done well.
Yeah, well, I mean, getting the two orbs already is going to be a challenge if Leviathan keep holding the angles they're on. They're ready for the fight up top, but it is only a judge on Spike Zine, so he can't really take the fight to them. And in fact, they're going to, although we thought this was a step forward to grab the orb, maybe it will be when the wall goes up. Numbers have started to shift in the other direction. They're even going to get caught by the Prowler on purpose. Yudotan's trying to bait them in. Trying to show some presence on this side of the map and step forward, grab the orb, make some noise, let them know that this is the side that they're looking to fight on while the others
too aware
to be, but it's not left open. Leviathan, they're wise to these tricks. They just played two maps where GE were doing the same thing, and they won't let them get away with it again.
He's a beast, man.
Good work by Neon, and another flawless round for Leviathan. A clean lead built up.
Yeah, exactly what they're looking for. They can come into this next round with rifles.
He's an absolute beast.
Bar a singular judge, which, okay, it's not as strong as it used to be, but I think we've already seen that even going back to map 1, the Neon could still be incredibly strong. Maybe the judge can too. And as their lead builds, it feels like so does that confidence for Leviathan. That first map seeming more like the outlier than the defining factor. And that's what I was kind of expecting with the slows. Like, you know that your opponents like to get aggressive, so throwing those in early. But I also like what Neon did. He's jumping out, gets the info, but it's part of a TP to get away. He can't be trapped there, and he still spots players.
GE spread across the map, putting pressure on mid, looking for someone to step out of line. Seems very unlikely to happen towards this A site. Prowler sees nothing there. Didn't see nothing. I think Autumn might have shot it. Went down very early, and they certainly know he's around this area now. The first map, this would have already seen the rotate start to the A site, but as we said, Leviathan are more than aware of how GE like to work this attack side, how they've been exploited in this series already, and so as GE gear up for this B hit, there's still going to be numbers waiting. The idea to send Autumn late through mid. Actually, he's going to find a lot of empty space there.
30 seconds
30
left.
seconds left.
3 players make that 4 already here for the defenders. The read is almost perfect. The crossfires working out as well. As one player goes down, the swings are immediate. And this is a problem for Global. Nice one from Patman and Autumn alongside him. The spike looking to be planted. 12 seconds left. He's got an isolated battle, but Autumn is quick enough.
Nicely done.
It's a dangerous bonus, as we said at the beginning, and maybe a little bit too close. Nonetheless, GE do have their first round.
Yeah, definitely a lot of blows traded out by LEV there, but GE with a lot of patience as well. Starting on the mid control, pushing them back, and the question mark that created was enough for Leviathan to decide to rotate through spawn, opened up the door for Autumn, and once they get to the site, their pace was perfect. They start to move towards the smokes, but they don't burst out into that space for the fights until Autumn's ready to come in and back them up. Nicely done. But now the full buy from Leviathan, a much stronger round from the defense. GE.
Okay.
Very different approach as well. Last round was waiting for aggression. They
Aggressive reclear middle.
3 mid. This time, everything given.
They don't have anybody to hear the sound of this.
It's pack mentality.
But LEV is going to go B off of this reclear.
Depends how long it's going to take Leviathan to realize. Blows' job is just to try and slow
What's
them
the
down.
timing here?
Ooh, the pre-fire almost takes him out completely.
Okay. Wall is good.
Of those rafters.
Gives Pat some playmaking potential.
This quick retake by Leviathan, though.
Big kill from Patman.
Already 3 men have made it down, but Autumn again trying to
Autumn wins in this round. Ooh, stun is bad. Yudoton. Okay, nice.
Autumn's not even
very good round.
in this play. And now
Kind of a weak hold from LEV.
It's time to go to the other side of the map, tuck in.
You definitely can't just let them. You can't let GE get into sight for free.
GE, though, only losing Yudoton, who was
not with the Sage. It's too hard. Too hard to retake.
I like the way
if you let them get into sight for free.
You look at the fact that Heaven Control was completely in the hands of the defenders. I think that initially Blows did a great job to just make sure they can't just run up and take that for free. It makes the retake so much more difficult. But then, as you sort of said it, they implant Autumn in a deeper position. He's then left smoked off, and then Yudoton is just watching that angle. And okay, there's a little bit of disruption thrown in at the same time from Patman, who's TP'd up to almost use the gap in the wall. And then when Yudoton is hitting those shots, it makes things that little bit more easy. Economy damaged. Leviathan's early lead taken from the pistol and follow-up now reduced. They don't have too much to play with in this one.
It really was Patman in that last round with huge impact. 1 kill was all it took to leave them with basically no added layer to that push out of ramp. Spike scene, that's a big risk.
Yep.
Walking through that side.
They gotta make some kind of weird aggressive choices.
There were 3 players staring right back at him. Of course, you're gonna take
it is an eco,
like
so it's okay, but not the best start to the round.
They get nothing, bar a bit of information for the first fight. Now, this is a bit more dangerous, but they've just spotted Blows. Does well to find even the one, and despite some damage being done, this will be a hard round to take out.
Neon has a
They have
phantom
showstopper
somehow.
if they need it, and that's probably a big win if Leviathan can make them pop that ult.
Neon at least managed to get his rifle back, but you can see the position.
The repush from Patman. There's no way Sato expects this, right?
Now he's flanking.
No.
A man who thinks he probably has a wraparound, although timing here could be quite important. Does Patman actually turn around? No, he does
Oh
not.
boy.
Okay.
This is
That's
getting
at
a
least
little
gone
weird.
into the hands of Sato, but can they get anything more from this?
I feel like
Time-wise,
time's probably a little too
not.
low.
It is ticking fairly fast, and with
Nice peek
Yudoton
from Yudo.
putting. What? That's a mistake.
Misclick.
Yeah. You can see.
There's
You can
no
see by
way.
his face. That was not the plan whatsoever.
I mean, he'll take the kill.
Yeah, definitely not a part of the plan from Yudoton, but hey, he gets a
Yudo.
kill for at least.
Well, he sent his missile, the namesake, out. Fair enough. Might not have been necessary, but like you say. I'm 99% sure that was a misclick. Or it's one of the most audacious end-of-round plays I've seen in a long time. 3-2 nonetheless. GE find themselves the lead. And Leviathan are feeling the pressure. They have taken this moment to call a timeout.
I think it shows the headspace of GE though. Like, you're in a third map of your opening. and something that could end up as a coin-based win condition is just having that sort of positivity. You've made a mistake in what is a pretty big game for you, but you've closed out the round and you've won 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, that's true.
In the last map, those pistols ended
Being
up
able to laugh off
saving
stuff like that
grace
is
for
really,
Leviathan,
really important.
'cause they only just close it out 13 to 11.
That's definitely something that
the fact that GE has got off to
people tend to
such a
forget.
good start.
It's like,
And when you look back to at least
you gotta
the
have
last
fun
couple
playing
of
the game.
times they played this map.
So mistakes are going to happen. Nobody plays perfectly. You got to be able to laugh off like the random nonsense that happens from time to time.
Available for delay. I think LEV have realized very early on that, okay, we need to chat to owner. We need to come up with something here on the defensive side, because at least the last round, that wasn't particularly close.
Oh, they've had their moment. Chat with the coaching staff, and now we're right back into the game. The barriers will go up, and it's time for them to apply whatever they've learned from the big brain in the coach booth. GE, pack mentality. 5 players sitting outside A. No control across the map. This is, you know, they have got a sentinel, but quite in that way.
If they don't go A, it's going to take them a very long time to go anywhere else, but clearly very confident in their A site take, especially when you have a Nightfall. We've seen this already, the throw put out, then they have the
interesting play.
The wall put up top. Once they can get it on the cross, the thing is that the defense are already
So I'm
here.
definitely worried at
Already really wants
Lev's.
to get to try and go for this retake down
We'll
the
have to
ramp,
see
but
whether
last
they
time they got shut
continue
out.
this
They dealt with a TP attempt
pattern
from
of play.
Patman, so no having control now for GE to work with.
But
They're
I
sitting
think
down on the site,
Lev is
waiting
making a
for
pretty
the
big
Leviathan to
mistake
come
right
to them.
now.
Remember, last time Autumn in the same position wasn't spotted, wasn't needed, so he can hold that deep into the round. The Sage wall has to be broken. The slow goes in right
One thing
away.
that they did is
Four-time
they were
ball.
trying to own ramp a bit more by putting Sato here. But the main problem for Lev right now is that they don't have early enough information.
They still managed to find their kills. Numbers sit heavily in favor of GE, and King might have
So
bought himself a way
Lev
out.
needs to
Way to save this
take
weapon
B
with that
main
kill, but
or A
no
main
chance anymore
early.
for the round to go their way. Leviathan after the
They
pause. It's the same
they can
result.
kind of afford
I
to
really
give up
like
middle
the
to
sort
some
of
extent,
Small differences we're seeing from GE.
but they keep
Like, you think back to that prior
they
round,
keep
okay,
playing
they still didn't
passively
have
on
that
B,
heavy
and
control,
then they're
but they
also
put the
kind
wall
of
there,
not
and then they TP
strong
up
enough
to the
on
wall.
A.
This time they
So
put it towards
GE
the
can just
fort.
get into
Yeah,
both
Babby's
mains
down it
for
the whole
free.
time. Okay, you break my wall, I'm going to just put slows in. And then they get up close in contact. Sure, the
So
spams
if
help them a
Lev
lot,
doesn't
but
start
also
taking B
that
main
paranoia is
or
getting
like
near
fighting more
something.
aggressively for A
It's
main, they're gonna lose this
completely
map.
blinded. Come on. They seem to be enjoying themselves. You can understand why. 4 rounds in a row. That A site take has caused so many issues that look at the defense in this round, Mitch. They are about to try and fight them for A control, and they're not there.
Okay, this is good though, because now they have control of A and they can rotate early.
GE, they've taken a loss early on. Patman down and out, and Patman right back in. No spams to take him out of the round, and Autumn has just spotted 1. Make it 2 inside the vents. A trade at least for GE. Let's see how they deal with this situation at 3v4.
Ooh, nice jiggle from Javi.
I don't see it. Stairs. I'm holding heaven. Heaven 1. Wait, happy.
Last player standing.
Javi should not be fighting there.
Good damage there.
Javi should not be fighting
It's a
there.
narrow margin, but Leviathan just about find the round.
Yeah, I think it's one
But you
of
see
those
that
moments
as soon as they went aggressive in a main,
Leon is
they won a
almost doing
round.
more than his fair share. Like being able to just delay them enough playing around
Because it
the
allows
edges
them
of
to play the
smokes.
map a lot faster.
That might even be the reason they go for that heavy A presence, because they go, even if they go B, that's the guy that's been causing them issues so far. I think that the deaths he's had have mostly been when he's rotating towards A. I think it was 6 and 1 other than that.
So we're gonna have another
big
aggressive
round
A.
for-
Yep, they're just gonna try and counter this Viper.
That has been talked up an awful lot coming into this tournament. But you can understand why. Autumn has just taken a nasty amount of
And
damage.
they go back to middle. Yeah, they're playing way faster now. Much more decisive on where they want to be on the map.
He's almost got King off, and it will indeed. Patman putting the numbers now in their favor despite early damage, and now the pressure on to Neon, who has to just back out. Spikes in, though! He goes
Nice
up into
turnaround
heaven.
for Yudo.
Saddle by his side, and now the advantage.
Another 2v2.
No longer in the hands of GE. The plant not found, and they rotate.
Oh, big duel. Big duel.
The early fight still wins the battle.
Extremely good discipline for Crystal
Has been
to
the
just
danger
wait.
man. can be this time.
They make noise like they're going A.
And of course,
and come back to
he
B.
heard the snake bite. He thinks now it's the A hit, but
Super good little mid-round fake.
plants on the other side.
As long as Autumn doesn't give him a 1v1 here, which he's not going to.
Autumn might even be caught walking away.
Oh no.
They thought they had more time. A 1v1 to take it
Oh.
home, and it's Crystal to save the day.
That was close.
Another round when Neon just takes over.
That was
A sublime
close.
read, but Crystal keeps them in the lead.
What a try it was from the man, currently sitting 10-4. The beating heart of Leviathan on this defensive side, but flatlined in the final second.
That was close.
So lucky to catch that Viper. The timing was perfect. The read after the snake bite went
That
down.
was close. You can see the pressure on Crystal's face now. They know that this is a huge, huge deal for them.
GE, again, with a decent lead. And it might just be about to get that little bit better with a very low buy coming in from Leviathan. Viper's Pit could definitely help them out, though.
Oh, it's safe to say that they believe in the Bandit. 4 purchased. A Viper's Pit thrown in. Spike Zine ultimate available. They're going to try and just pad what they have in this round with those ults. Problem once again, though. Well, firstly, they've lost the opening pick, but also that B site only defended by Neon. And in any other round, I've been a believer, but he does only have a pistol this time out. His spams are still causing them issues, though. Looking like he might try and get a little bit cheeky around this.
Yeah, I do think that GE are ready for that. Something about the 3 rifles pointed at that choke point gives it away. And there it is. Did they realize? Yes, they did.
Yeah.
They saw
You
the
saw his elbow
Neon,
there.
whether it was Paranoia or Smoke, he was lining up. Don't get a chance to put it out as King falls. This round looking like it's done.
30 seconds left.
And indeed, unless Spike Scene's got an ace up his sleeve, it will be.
Beating the alt orbs to Yudo.
There's going to come a time where they have to start trying to.
And they're going to go try and hunt.
Autumn.
Try and get him
lurks
this
around the map.
rocket.
Think back to the last round. It was just a general irritation.
Gets it. All right.
Even when they
Rocket
knew where he
coming to
was,
next round.
it's still
Rez
causing
is
a
very
mass
close
amount
as
of
well.
problems. We saw it in prior rounds.
Momentum
where
is
they go
very
for the
good for
push-up
GE
to
right
try
now.
and clear that lurker out of the side of the map, and then it's not there. That's what GE have done quite well. They've had these all-in rounds where they're all together, they're all pushing an angle, and then they've had these other rounds where you just have Autumn on the other side of the map. And it feels like each time they try and pick the round where he's not going to be there, they're wrong.
Yeah, again, going back to Pearl, that was the kind of vibe we had. It wasn't about the lurks, instead about where the hits were coming through. The fakes from GE were sublime. They've had some great attack sides here. 9-3 possible.
They're going to B-pop.
A big blow to Leviathan moving to the next half. We haven't seen those signs of the defensive side connecting consistent rounds just yet.
But it's just been Neon's B-side.
Yep.
Oh, they're going to
There we
challenge
go,
him once
B-pop.
again. This time, though, a showstopper sent through. He's managed to escape. His life has held a lot of value in this map so far. The showstopper will give them space. Already wall being broken, but in the meantime, the spike has gone through and the attackers wanted to try and push even
Good
further
fight to
forward,
get the
not wanting to
paranoia
be
out
trapped
early.
in. Even still, though, damage being
The
done.
lurk. All right, GE.
He seems to
Super in control.
catching him almost every time, but he still wins those fights.
Super
Good
in
trade
control.
Though. Make it interesting enough so
Sato
that
kinda needs to-
Sato's used his old king, also gets rid of Udatan. Somehow, this might just be competitive.
Oh, it
Time
was
is very
nearly
low.
favored to Leviathan there. Javi lucky to still be alive, and Crystal, well, he's playing a risky game. The swing in, scored, you thought! They went together! They found Javi alone, and, well, I guess he found them. 7-3 now. It looked like Leviathan had a chance, but the light is going dim on that side of the stage as GE climbed further and further into the lead.
They were tunnel visioned. They were chasing that last man ring around a Rosie, and instead it was Javi to catch them. His ult now available for the next as well, and you can understand why this second pause is coming in.
All right.
A 7-5 half, okay. It
It's,
wouldn't be great considering you won the
looking
pistol in
good.
second round, but
it's looking good
it
so
feels
far.
like those last 2 rounds are going to be the Coinbase win condition, because if you go in a 9-3 deficit into this GE comp, which, as said, I think has looked better defensively, And I start to feel very nervous.
I can think of at least 3 rounds so far where Autumn's flanks have had huge potential.
Yeah.
I can think of at least one more where his flank was a safety net that they didn't even need to go near. At this stage, I cannot think that this pause is about anything else but addressing that. The fact that they've caught him in so many of the rounds, like you said, you think about Sewers, you think about there in mid, a player swings, has a gun pointed at him, and Autumn somehow reacts. Whether he doesn't have his weapon or whether he's looking the wrong way, it doesn't matter. He ends up walking out of there with most of his HP and an advantage for the team. That cannot be happening. Even some of the time it shouldn't be happening. It's happening every time.
But there is a reason that this guy flexes between this Viper and, you know, like a Phoenix or something. He has that raw individual skill. He's had it for quite a while. There was a reason that teams were willing to take that risk of picking him up in China. It was because of the flair that he brings to the server. But yeah, it feels like in some of the cases, the LEV players should have been hitting those shots. He has managed to get away with it other than Neon. Neon has been having his moments. The last round, of course, he was completely forced out. And well, surely Patman's not just going to be able to walk all the way through. He's heard the rotation and now he's just waiting. It's a good check though, a very good check from SpikeZine. That could have been a double with ease.
It could have been even more.
Bad wall.
The round to follow it perhaps, but GE with a few stumbles, a man down. The Sage wall doesn't cover off Heaven the way they wanted to. Leviathan, their best chance here.
Yeah.
Of this A-site retake. They've not spotted Autumn, but he won't land his shot either. The trade's out though as Udaton found.
I think Autumn should have gone late there.
As well, C's being thrown. It's going to delay that push, allows Udaton to get right
Uda's
back
got a hold.
Sticking, and they don't think he's around this spot, but Sato finds him anyways.
Damn.
Another under his belt gives Leviathan 4.
You pretty costly mistake from GE there.
That's the guy that's been missing in this one. That is just raw individual brilliance coming out from Sato. Again, it's almost like what we were talking about with Autumn, where this guy is seemingly facing into an angle where someone is waiting for him, and he is just landing every single shot. That's going to put him one away from his ultimate as well. And as said, 7-5. Going in with a double duelist comp into the attack. It's not a death sentence. It's just the manner in which this half has gone that has felt a little bit more scary.
Well, yeah, think about even looking at the timeline, what happens if Leviathan don't take the pistol round. We could have seen GE completely run away with this. Remember, it was 2 flawless rounds from Leviathan to start this out. A very different vibe as the rounds have gone on, but it looks like the road to recovery mounted at the last second. Patman much more aggressive.
Literally the
this
same
time,
round.
And he's got some backup while Autumn walks straight out. The Prowler went past him, flying under the radar, but doesn't strike the death
Contact
blow.
everywhere.
On.
1 for 1. They have the res. Kang could totally destroy them. Oh my god, it's crazy.
And SpikeZine's done a remarkable job, but despite it,
Neon teleports. Oh my god, he's behind him.
TP's going to be denied. Plant found, 1 away from a showstopper, and utility online for GE. This is not an easy retake.
That's so annoying, because for Neon now, he's so far away. He was literally on the opposite side of the map. And although his teammate can get through that little bit quicker, he's going to have to do it the
good claim of the smoke by Yudo.
Autumn's positioning again. He's just been annoying throughout this map, but he doesn't land
Oh my god, that's a huge duel to lose.
This might just be his round. Facing
What a paranoia read.
Udaton in that 1v2 clutch. The first a little bit too easy. SpikeZine so far ahead of his teammate and now just holding that showstopper. The last one was clicked by mistake. This one is clicked to buy time, and that time already seeming like it's too far gone. The nade is perfect, and he's there.
Very nice from Yudo. Very nice from Yudo.
Gives GE their 8th round.
8-4 at the halftime. A commanding lead for GE. They look so strong down on that stage, and closing it with a Red Bull clutch has got to leave confidence sky high. Mistakes for Leviathan have to be corrected, and they're running out of time. Bounce back has to happen after the break.
Really nice half. 8-4. Do you think he can close it out? Yeah, I do. They're in a really good spot, and they have the Sage to stop the Neon momentum.
Welcome back, folks. 8-4. It's a big lead for GE, making waves across a very big pond. But for Leviathan, this is where they have to climb back. A great fracture behind them, but I think they'll be keen to forget the first half of split.
Yeah, for sure. It seems like for either side, though, like going into this one.
Would I say Yudo's strongest agent?
With either of the comps, I think
Yudo's strongest agent is probably
they
Jet.
win that final round, like having that individual step up. Sato we saw in the round before as well. Like they are the two that going into this attack half need to step up.
It's Razor Jet.
He had his big moment. I think this Sage is going to be a general irritation.
I mean, actually, if we're being honest, Yudo's best agent is Chamber, but he doesn't like playing Chamber. And the reason his best agent is Chamber is because he has probably one of the best sheriffs in the world, and so having a sheriff every round is really good. But
half of the rounds for Leviathan came off the
he's a Jet Rays player for sure.
Find it here, or the return to form is going to take quite a while and need very few errors. But a pistol also is often talked about as a coin flip. Not really where you want to have to start your comeback, but that's one way to kick it off. Great pickup by King.
That was the aggression thrown in immediately. Patman, he has been playing this controller incredibly
Patman trying to play a little bit too much Forsaken right there. A little too much like Forsaken there.
The nade just trying to maybe even force them into his position. He doesn't have a whole lot of support. His teammate is trying to re-aggress it towards B main, wants to try and hold on to some control, but look how passively King is sitting. Autumn dealt with. And Crystal needs to win this fight. He's got a teammate looking to try and lock in.
That's a good pistol from Lev.
The problem, though, is that King's won his second fight of the round.
Yeah, looking really solid when it comes to the pistols.
Last player.
Damn.
On Ecos as well, something just activates in Leviathan. A clean start. And we could be on for the Thrifty. Yudo time. All that stands in the way. And okay, Thrifty no more, but a round win. Well, it seems assured for the attacking. That's a fake flash if ever I've seen one. Doesn't quite work out. It will be put to bed.
They're giving him orbs.
Okay, still 3 more to go, and he's caught with a nade in hand. That's him done. King,
they're giving him orbs.
Maybe they just wanted to give him the orb.
Yeah, you know, it's not going to be flawless, but I don't think they'll give a damn. The Sheriff of King puts him to the top of the board for his side, and honestly, all of these kills were fairly important. Like, he's being surrounded in this moment and manages to just
great
play
shots from
it
King.
perfectly with his positioning.
So coming into this tournament from stage 1, Lev had a 100% conversion rate when they won the pistol. They never lost an anti-eco.
Invested for the defensive side, far more reliant
after winning pistol.
On their buy rounds.
Like they never lost round 2, is what I mean.
The fact is, a winning of a pistol in the last map might have meant we closed this in 2, which, I'll be honest, I'm kind of glad didn't happen.
Especially not after that first map. That was basically a first half.
Yeah. The problem will be, though, is if this series does slip from them, those pistols are probably going to be what becomes pretty defining. Now, for the defense at this stage, the real question is, do you actually try and go for exits? Do you try and do any damage? Or, and it looks like what they're going to do, just hide in the corner and go down to the spike.
Of course, if anybody goes pushing, you'll be happy to take a spare orb a little bit earlier. Spike seem definitely...
Oh, it's Sato for sure.
Walking forward alongside Sato. Oh, that's a double for him. A chance for a little more and some orbs picked up indeed for Leviathan. Losses minimal. Again, they're still carrying those 2 rifles forward, which is the name of the game. And King's even going looking for another. It looks like he'll find it time dependent. No. Okay. He's backed away just at the wrong moment. But nonetheless, the climb back for Leviathan is well and truly underway. 2 rounds here off the back of the pistol, same as the first half. But this is where things slipped out of their control.
Yeah, the main question I was going to ask is how much are they actually going to put into this round? Because, as you said, it was a lot of light purchases. They didn't have too much in terms of rifles, but that normally means that you can then buy up the rifles going into the next round. So I think, yeah, it is going to be a very strong bonus. If anything, King's best weapon has been the Sheriff. So I would almost put this at a full buy.
Okay.
I mean, it's not a bad shout. I saw that pistol round. Didn't seem
They're
to
just
matter
going to
what
run it
their
down
opponents
B?
had.
Fake run it down.
For GE. spread across the map.
Testing the waters. They get the Sage utility out. They're going to see if they can scale. Slow scale and flash and go. Wow. Really nice round from Lev.
Glorious work.
Super nice round from Lev, and they're going to have a Phoenix ult into the next one unless they want to burn it here, which they might.
About as good a start to a bonus like this as you could ever hope for.
Yeah, solid reveal from Blows made that kill come in so much easier.
Okay,
For
they
the
do.
remaining three, this becomes tough. Sato is literally just standing there. He's trying to.
Yeah, he's just going to try and re-clear some space.
You expect the Phoenix to come running into your face. And
All right, bonus conversion for Lev.
And that's the moment where they have to save. Bring the weaponry into the next round. We spoke about it. The difference between map 1 and this one is that if you can get Sato online like he was in the second.
Super nice little play from Lev. They they make it look like they're just trying to bait utility, but then they just walk up and pop as soon as the slow is gone. Avi's trying to ration his utility instead of immediately reslowing. And Lev takes advantage of it.
The neon is on you in an instant. And that's always going to be a possibility. You smoke them off, that could very well play to their advantage if they land that flash out of it. And no matter how far back you are, bet your ass, Spike Scene can be on you in a second. It's a great round for Leviathan. 3 in a row now. Economy built up nicely, and GE in a pretty rough spot for this round. We should see things go 8 and 8.
The ults are favoring GE slightly now.
The Leviathan to
so GE has
up that scoreline from such a massive deficit already.
Pat, bro, you gotta chill, man.
It's gonna make things that little bit tougher.
Patman is playing too aggressively on this Omen.
It'll at least be something to play with, but King has caught one more.
Yeah,
I thought that area.
I kind of feel like Javi and Pat are going a little rogue right now.
Let's listen in to Lev.
They're going a little rogue.
Vai juntar com vocês só. Juntamos, vamos pro aqui B? Vou pela manhã com vocês. Tem uma paranoia, tá? Quer splitar? Que a gente tá... Não. Vai ligar a hora e abrir uma meia. Tá. Vai abrir aqui nós dois. Bora. Eu só fiz o B, tá, guys? Botou B agora. Bora. Vai abrir meia. Tô com você. Nem vou aqui na caixa B. Fade B, fade B.
Dude, their anti-eco protocols are so good. Like, they are so solid on these rounds. It's crazy.
Well, you could hear the call to move back to B. That's where the finish is coming in. Leviathan have an easy time. GE are now having to make a bit of a blind read, and their call is to move towards the A site. Wrong side of the map. So Lev find themselves an easy entry. And a 5v2. The question is, with all the damage done already, he's going to go for the orb and then the plant, but you know, they've decided to distribute that differently. Time obviously a factor there as well. But yeah, I think at this point, GE just saved those weapons. It definitely looks like that was the idea. As they sit down now, bunker down towards the spawn. As far as this round goes for Leviathan, I love the ideas. They take opening fight on B, immediately reset to that mid control.
I mean, the main thing for GE, I think they just need to chill, bro. Like, I really think they're playing too...
Waiting that long, got them autumn just walking up.
They're trying to play, like, too aggressive, high tempo.
I think that's important when considering how that
they can play reactively with their comp.
Like, to clutch moments even all the way to the end of the half. And basically coming in, winning the pistol, it seems to put them right back into the right headspace again. And that's something that I think a lot of people underestimate, that this is an incredibly young team. Like, other than King, who's been around the block at least a little bit, you're talking about 18 and 19-year-old players. When you win the pistol second round and come out with only 4 rounds in a
Timeout
half,
called.
I wouldn't blame you if you came out completely mentally boomed. You
Yeah,
look at them
they
in
need
that
to
round,
chill.
Perfectly controlled. It looks like they're right back in the headspace, and that's why you can see that pause coming through, because that hefty lead, that momentum that was there for GE has dissipated, and I think Frost has realized, okay, now we need to stop Leviathan from running away with this second half.
Exactly, a very different vibe when it comes to this half than what we've seen so far. Even going back to Fracture, the Leviathan, it feels
I think
like
he said
really
55 seconds.
like you said,
I was trying
deep
to...
in the series
I
as well.
think he's saying you guys have 55 seconds of stall time.
Hit that mental boom.
Or something like that.
And with Leviathan being a young team as well, that's always going to be something that's in the back of our minds. But They've proven to be able to stand that test of time, even on the international stage.
Come on, Pat.
This timeout from GE, definitely dangerous. This is a full buy that they're going into. If they can capture even a fraction of the light that they had over on Fracture, over on Pearl, this is going to be a completely different game. But a good sign for Leviathan, especially slowing it down, dealing with Autumn's late play to try to take space back, dealing with that low buy. Looked like very few mistakes.
Also, look at the credits. Look at the position they find themselves in just 4
Yikes,
rounds
yeah,
into the
this is
second half.
tough.
The lowest credits are 5,900.
Lev is going to
it's
smash
not just that
A.
GE need a round. They need to repeat rounds to make sure their opponents can't just buy back in again. Now, the one good thing, Udatan, one away from that showstopper, but just look at the change of pace. And they're gone! They're gone! They've taken a pause and immediately it's over! 10 seconds into the
This
round,
is,
the G have
I
to
mean,
save.
anybody who's going to play Lev
For Global Esports.
in future games should know that they go fast after timeouts like 100% of the time. Literally 100% of the time.
Well, Tom, you just seconds ago pointed out where the credits were at for Leviathan. 5.9K on the lowest player. By the way, everyone else was up a lot higher, closer to that 7 mark. Well, now I think they're going to be in a bit of a stronger spot. If they survive with all 5 players here, we're talking max money across the board. We were neck and neck, but it felt like Leviathan.
But this is honestly a sick call. I don't know if this is King or Owner, but doing this wall, putting it up and just triple spamming with Phantoms here is insanely good.
Like, the fact that you even have the right read of where they're going to be and you just get slaughtered. Like, that was less than 10 seconds. That round ended.
I've seen a lot of really good timeouts so far.
And okay, they'll at least get to hold on to a couple of the weapons. It's not quite going to be max cash across the entirety of the board, which is a silver lining. Really isn't a silver lining. But that's insanity. And that has got to bludgeon the confidence of GE. You're in the right place at the right time. But
now they're going to slow the tempo down again, and they're going to allow GE to push into them and make a mistake.
By 3 times in a row probably isn't what you want to be hearing on map 3
they probably can.
of an opening series.
Oh no, they're going to go. They're going to go aggro middle. Okay.
That's one hell of a start. He is
He
just
got
running
fucking
around.
melted.
Spicy looks like he owns the place. He'll be shut down after one more, but enough should
Ooh,
already
you don't
be
needed
done.
that.
Leviathan
Pat,
running away
hero
with every
round.
fight. Patman may try his best, and he's got backup. But what he doesn't have is targets, because they have fled the site. Running to plant on A, but they might not even get a chance with only 1 man left. GE, they put up one hell of a fight. In fact, they started this series with dominance. But things have certainly changed in this final half of the series.
These were really nice calls from Lev, though.
Power level.
Wall up, triple spam, insta A hit, followed by mid split with the neon.
This defensive
Oh.
side had was utility to delay.
Okay, and now they will go slow tempo.
We are seeing opening kills come in
I think.
the sub 5-second mark. It just runs straight up mid and killed 2 players. They know he's coming. It's not being subtle about it. And then it's just a domino effect.
Keep in mind, that's a team that won the first 2 rounds in the first half and got bodied from that point forward. And the vibes are immaculate. Double digits found for Leviathan. 2 rounds to the good. The economy stacked in their favor and their opponents on a very low buy. It's even going to start with a fake to the B side. They want to drag the rotates, but B stand
Nice
in
shot,
position.
Crystal.
Stand ready to fight. Sheriffs have spotted at least 2 more. They're looking for this battle.
Nice high-low.
Down, and look what he had with him.
Uh-oh. Anti-eco protocol's falling apart.
This is around the G desperately need to convert.
This is not how Lev normally plays their anti-ecos. They're all taking random ones.
An upset round, a spanner in the works, a knock to the confidence.
This is not how they normally play these.
Is imperative at this stage. If there's any way back into the map, it has to be here, it has to be now. In the past, you might talk about damage. The damage has become irrelevant. And a TP across the map. Everybody from G is now here. Close angle, cleared. Sato already. But there come the trades, thick and fast, running it down. Only Neon standing in their way. Still hasn't been able to retrieve that spike.
30 seconds left.
G are not giving anything away. They know how important this round is.
They knew he was going to be spamming that as well. Hoping someone was inside the smoke, but they'll give him the spike. You have 15 seconds. Where are you going to go? Plant needs to be found soon. 10 seconds till we can't plant anymore. And well, I think at this stage, he's given up on the round. Going to take down as many as he can.
All right, big thrifty. Big thrifty.
In this game.
Yeah, as said, imperative. They needed something to break that 6-round momentum. They needed a hero to step up to the plate, and they got a couple. Both Crystal and Yudotan. And in fact, it was almost the entirety of the squad finding a kill with those sheriffs. It came out of absolutely nowhere. But that could just be enough to bring them back from the haze that they seem to be in. Still, Leviathan have the lead, and in case we hadn't hammered it home enough, they have enough money to buy.
Yeah, in case you missed that little talked about detail. Credit sat very high for Leviathan. Another full buy-in presence towards the B site. Spat looking dangerous, but that molly forced Patman out of the corner. In the meantime, though, Leviathan have oh, they've almost lost Sado.
That's okay, though, because he has his ult.
Yeah.
If he finds a spot to use it, that heals him back up.
Autumn. It's a big risk. Even walking through that in the first place, but now he's got the angle to hold on to. Orb about to fade,
fall
though.
off.
It's time to fall back.
That's the lead. This time a lot more tentative. Think back to those fast-paced winning rounds. We were talking about them being done in 10 seconds.
Oh, he dodges the Prowler.
Play with fire around this smoke instead. That ult's been used on the other side. It drags the eyes of the opponents, and that was the goal. It gives them some middle control.
Oh
Still,
boy.
Harvey has some
Autumn.
utility to play with. If he can get one and throw the slow, instead he's gone.
Avi
Spikes
fights
in,
it
wins that
alone.
fight.
Oh
Now the
no.
players within the B side are being surrounded.
They're playing this
But it
well,
seems like they've realized
but King is through.
to the other
This
side
is
of the
all
map
on
they go.
Yudotan.
Can Yudotan
He's got to get like, he probably has to
be
kill
the
3.
Reaper on the back of the A site?
They saw so many players on that.
He
B
probably
side.
has
You
to
might
kill
not
3
expect
here.
him to be tucked in like this. We've seen it from him before, but now with 12 seconds left, one strike from Yudotan.
Time is low
Could
though.
have saved the day, but they'll still get
Oh
this
my
fight.
God,
Still
King!
moves to the
What a
side of the
transfer.
game. Cuts off the rotates. Patman 1 against 4. The spike already planted, and he'll only get his first.
All right.
Locked in for Leviathan.
Lev is good, man.
With a bit more leeway to
Lev is really good.
Mid-rounding again. The information fed
Yeah,
through
King's
to the
calling
IGL
has been
to make
super
that
impressive.
last-second decision, and also just the timing of where they swing onto Yudotan. He didn't really have a chance of getting more than one there. He had to commit to one of the angles. He knew there was a player behind him. Maybe he faces the other way, he gets both, but you could never know that. That's such a gamble. And that second timeout now called for Global Esports. Think back to the last half. Think to them, 8-4. Winning a multitude of rounds in a row, 7 of 8 going their way, and now they sit 2 rounds down, and it's their coaching staff's last chance in regulation to save them from defeat.
Well, Leviathan's ability to keep themselves in this game has been impressive. You go back to Fracture, there were moments where it felt like it would slip away, and it's certainly, with a little bit of bias coming out of that first map, you can understand why. GE came in looking strong.
Okay.
They showed us that they had individuals across the board. Crystal had a
So
light
far,
game to open up this series. Yudotan on map 2.
Lev has
Goodness,
always
he was
gone
on fire.
fast
But now
out of
Leviathan
timeouts.
have very much woken up. The lead is theirs and a chance to right the wrongs of this series so far. Well and truly within reach. They come into this round as well. Ults to play
Okay.
with. True on both sides.
They've got a
Have
judge.
that pit.
They're going to go fast
Person
again.
with the pit does currently have an operator, no shields. It's an unusual look, Tom. Maybe not the round we see the play. What is the idea behind this? Where's Autumn going?
Wait, they don't know what they're doing.
Because
Hello?
It's been a game of smoke and mirrors in mid. He's going to try and just cut through
All right, never
that
mind.
smoke with a knife. And that knife is a sniper rifle. The problem
It's a
is,
fake
is
fast
look at
round
the
A.
Bruce is almost being he's been obliterated with the judge. They nerfed those, didn't they? I thought that wasn't allowed anymore. That operator gone. But this wasn't even the
Dude,
main
Lev's
game plan.
Lev's post
This was
timeout
almost just
strats
a
are
ruse
always
to give them
insanely
space
good.
elsewhere.
They're going to drop
They're going to have to try and jump down together, but instead he's jumping towards them. 2 kills. Another halfway done, and pressure onto Pam, and he doesn't know how much control's already been taken by Leviathan. Another solid round from them. The ruse from SpikeZine sent through, and then the rest of the players were just making their way into mid. There's the pit on the other side as well. Surely there's no way back into this.
There's no way you even tried. Not when there's an AWP on the floor, not when Uniton's already 40 HP. And look at the pit, it's formed perfectly going in towards that little hallway. You're never making it out of there alive. Even if you had the numbers. Leviathan on 12, guaranteed at this point. And considering how we started this out, Tom, it really does feel like the shoe's on the other foot now. Leviathan pushing and pulling the map perfectly, finding these pacey opening pickups as well, using that Neon Judge into the vent. They have full control of the map, and thinking back to Pearl, that was the problem. It was always the other way around.
The annoyance as well, if you're on the GE side, is that call is almost certainly, you're gonna do that, maybe you just get Vents control, maybe you die and we get mid. Like, you're trying to pull people away so that we can get that control for free. Instead, he gets 2 and, well, almost a third kill.
2.5 men, yeah.
Yeah. And the crazy thing is, we might call that like, oh, you throw a spanner in the works. Yep. He threw a grenade in the works. He basically blew up the whole round for GE before they even got started. Now it's a jumble sale. A sheriff, that operator saved, a judge in the pit, but with no shields. This is a nightmare to try and climb back from, and Leviathan are right where they want to be.
Paranoia for Patman's going to be used to try to delay them. You can already see the pace picked up by Leviathan, and they've managed to find the trade. Neon lays his life down, but the reward is clear. Favor for Leviathan now in what could be the final round. Viper's Pit already put into play. A res online, but, well,
one
that
for
player's
one.
not quite reachable. And Leviathan,
yeah, how do they res
gonna
this guy?
Close to the site, already pushing deep into the spawn, looking for this
Crystal
fight.
needs to make a bunch of pressure here.
It's something that they just can't allow to happen. The Stinger, not the weapon.
Ah,
for this round, but
the timing is bad.
In that scenario, they managed to cross, but 2 players into the spawn is going to be an issue. They need to get rid of them, and it's all just falling apart. The res available.
They got a swing on this.
There's another player just waiting round the corner, and from the depths
LEV is sick, man. They're really, really good. They're really, really good. Really good series from GE, actually. It was a super good series from GE. The lack of pistols killed them, and there was that one round on Fracture that killed them.
A recovery that I wasn't sure we were going to see. No. Map 1 was devastation. Owner came out on the stage and he said the boys were
really, really, really good series. Honestly, I don't feel so bad about GE. I think they can still make playoffs after this.
It's really impressive.
I'm very impressed by LEV, though. I'm very, very impressed by LEV.
Very easily could have been theirs, but that's the thing that's so impressive. The resilience of such a young team. King, the piece that has survived for so long, with 4 new superstars alongside him. And honestly, I don't know how far this team can go, but if this match has proved anything, it's
that was a really sick match. I know GE fans are going to be doomer after that, but GE played really well. They played probably the best team in groups. Maybe not quite. I mean, Energy or Vitality are also there. But this was a very tough matchup. I thought they might be able to kind of game plan an anti, and they did a pretty good job of that on map number 1. Fracture was kind of a cool curveball. I thought they were going to win it, but they had that one, the one Thrifty. Was it a Thrifty? I think it was a Thrifty that they lost.
He's got so many fans here. They've been going absolutely wild in London. Sato, can I just talk to you? What was the question? So, the first question is about Pearl, because Global Esports would not let you play your game. So how did you manage to find it again on the next 2 maps?
Okay, so they beat my ass in the first game. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't shoot. They were just owning us. And we just, we went back at the end. We were it was still a bad scoreboard, but we felt like we were getting better. I also feel like the nerves was a little bit high on the first map, and then we stabilized after that. And I think our team is a really good team, resetting between maps. So it was just natural for us.
What's the key to resetting?
Man, we have a saying. We have fish memory. We always say it because
Goldfish
fish forget
memory.
everything.
Nice.
So like, we just say, let's have fish memory and forget about what just happened and just focus on the next one.
Well, you definitely remembered
I
who
think
you were
I
on
think
stage.
GE
Can you
didn't
talk to me
really
about
they
how
didn't
you
trust
managed to
themselves enough on
change the
this
pace
map.
in that second half?
I think we just
On defense, they were trying to take too many chances on defense.
In the way that we play on attack side, and I feel like defense we couldn't adapt to certain things. Like they were playing really well the post plants, and honestly, it was a really great match.
What's it like being surrounded by all your fans here in London?
This feels great. This feels great.
And there are so many who want to meet you. And in fact, I think I met your biggest fan earlier, so I don't know if I can introduce you to them now. She's called Adriana. And she just so happens to be your mum. And she's clearly incredibly proud of Sato, seeing him perform so well here in London. But I'm afraid I'm gonna have to find out who her son is playing.
Nice, let's go. Let's see what are the next matchups. I'm so hyped for this.
Because I am one. So welcome
All right,
everyone.
give me
to
Lev
the
against
Draw Show,
Vitality.
our very first of the event here at Masters London.
Give me
I'm joined
Lev
by
against
Nick.
Vitality.
Nick,
That'd be
can you
so
remind
hype.
us of the rules here?
Hey everybody, so we're going to be doing the round 2 Swiss draw today. There's a couple things to keep in mind. For us, regional matchups are permitted. Also, repeat matchups aren't allowed, but that's impossible for round 2. How the draw is going to work today is we're going to do the first 1-0, so it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we'll do the 0-1s, where it's 1, 2, 3, 4. The takes right here is the teams that lose in round 2 as 0-1 will be eliminated. The teams that win as 1-0 will be advancing to playoffs.
So Swiss is basically like mini double elimination.
Yes, absolutely.
All right then, so I guess you need to put your hands into the balls on the right first, the 1-0s. So without further ado, will Leviathan be in this first ball? Let's see. Draw that ball, Nick. You're keeping me in suspense. Never keep a woman waiting. Okay. Oh,
Vitality.
From Europe. It's Vitality. We've got special magnetic bees on the board. So we'll put that there. Now, they're not going to be playing the next ball because that's a new matchup that Nick is going to be drawing next. So who won't be playing Vitality, Nick? Hands on the balls. Give it a swizzle. Nick has trained for years at Riot Games for this moment. And they will be playing NRG.
Wow. Energy, Vitality get to dodge each other. That's really big for both of those teams, actually.
Whoever plays NRG is going to be a
The
bang
fact that
matchup.
they
It's
get
not
to
gonna be
dodge
against
each other
Vitality.
is
But
actually
if they
pretty
both
lucky.
win, it's going to be a banger matchup. All right, saved. Phew, Nick, quick.
Dude, if we get
Distract me
FUT
from
against
my mistake.
Vitality,
Hands on the balls.
I feel like that would be a nightmare for
Who are
FUT.
Vitality going to be playing? That's what we actually want to know now.
That's a regional matchup, bro.
And we're allowed to see Vitality play FUT
We
now.
get regional matchups for
Regional
both of
matchups
them?
are
Are you
not
kidding
banned
me?
in round 2 like they were in round
No
1.
way, man.
That's
It's
gonna be
actually
a
kind of
grudge
sick, though,
match.
because it's like, all right, which one is the better team from this region?
You've just been
And then
watching
everybody
the
else
most
has to go
recent
down
series.
and play
We'll
for
know
their
which one
lives.
is in this ball. It is, of course, Leviathan. Leviathan,
Holy
what
shit.
do we think? Do you want to see them play NRG? We're used to this matchup in America, of course. Okay. We're out of our 1-0 balls, so
It's
Nick,
kind of unlucky
please
for
do the honors
like the
and
hype,
draw
but
out your
also I
first
think it's
ball
kind of
for the
hype. Not gonna
0-1
lie.
Groups. This is a last chance match. Very important. And it is
Okay.
DRG.
Okay, if DRG plays against
get them on the
XLG,
board.
it's... God, if it's DRG, XLG, and full sense against GE, it's going to be a
And
nightmare.
next up, our second matchup.
Please don't
from
do
the
that.
0-1 groups. Remember,
Please
they're
don't
not
do that.
Playing DRG. This is a brand new matchup in our lower Swiss bracket. Crack that fate open, Nick. It
Oh
is
my god, if it's going to be...
esports.
Oh my god, is it going to be
And I know
regionals?
the fans are going to be turning out for this one, aren't you?
Is it gonna be
close to
regionals,
global
guys?
esports today.
There's no way.
I
If this
need
is
to see more of
regionals,
those Udo Tang clutches. I need those
bro.
injected into my eyes again, please. Okay, Nick, who are DRG going to be playing?
Oh my god. If it's only regionals, it's gonna be insane.
We have.
It's fucking regionals on both brackets! Are you kidding me, dude?
Let's whack it on the board.
Oh my god, what the fuck is this?
Which might mean that in the last ball is yet another
There's
regional matchup.
no
Let's see.
way.
You didn't even swizzle that, Nick. I can't believe it. There you go.
There
We
is
have
no
Full
way.
Sense playing Global
I
Esports,
can't
which,
believe
you know
they
what?
only
I am
drew
so excited
regionals
for, Nick,
for
because we
both
get to
of these.
see this matchup happen in person in London rather
no
than watching it from our sofas on
Oh
VCT
my
Pacific. So we are
God.
in for a treat. But Nick, remind us, this isn't the schedule, is it? You've actually got to go and decide when these are going to be on the broadcast.
Yep, absolutely. So this will not be the final schedule. What's going to happen is after this draw show, I'm going to run into the back and we're going to finalize the schedule. Stay tuned to social media where we'll be posting it.
Sorry, Nick, I've actually been told that you were not allowed to run, but you were allowed to walk gracefully down the stairs and to the back rooms where you will decide with the team when we're going to see these matchups. As Nick mentioned, watch out on the socials to find out when to tune in or when to be here with us
Dude.
in London. Thank you so much for joining us
Tomorrow.
for the draw show. Thank you very much, Nick. Thank you, London. We'll see you tomorrow.
There's no way it's all regionals.
Welcome back to the desk. What a draw show. We're joined
I mean, it's
by
just
King.
it's random. It's
Congratulations
just
on the win
unlucky.
today, our first
It's
map
insane.
3 of VCT Masters London. Now, we have to get your thoughts on the draw show there. What do you think? It's a regional matchup.
I mean, Masters London was all a dream. It's just VCT again, all regions at the same time. It's crazy. I never saw this coming. Like, I guess I saw maybe we could have played Energy, but all regions, like,
that's
Peter,
crazy.
it's crazy.
Would you have preferred to play a different region?
I mean, yeah, it's way funner to face other playstyles, other teams. And I played Energy the whole time, so just
Who would
I
you have
played it
wanted
again.
to play if you could?
Sorry?
Who have you wanted to play in this Swiss stage if you could?
I mean, any European teams only, either with Vitality or FUT. It would have been fun.
Is there a reason why you'd want to place one of the European teams?
Not really, just because as I said, I played Energy so much already, and I mean.
All right, guys.
I wanna see it
I'm gonna call the stream there. We'll see you tomorrow for some regional matchups, whoever they are. I don't know. We'll find out. What a crazy draw. All right, peace. Thanks for hanging out, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
Different